there was an earlier edition of it.
The author I'm reading about him right now is correct. His whole point was to literally go into the underworld and to touch and be taught by these kind of luminous beings. So he went to purpose.
It's really interesting. I read that Cambridge short guide on him, and he was a senior ranking mentor at quite a young age. Like, he received large promotions and whatever they were called at the time, physicians of mental health. Yeah, I don't know Swiss German, but the other clinicians would see these patients, they'd be making weird hand symbols, and they're like, wow, crazy patients. And you would talk to them and realize, oh, for 20 years they worked as a believer. So, Dr. James, that's good for promotion in the mental health sciences. Like, realize what patients are up to and just observe them. Because a lot of people are spaced out and not paying attention to the clients. But that was such a cool story, and it adds another context to it. He was a great healthcare leader at a young age, and that really affects, I guess, the trajectory of his life and how he became a celebrity.
So, Mark, do you know the book How to Fall? But talking about a lot about the Red Book. So you know really well. So really, how to fall or how to talk. It's how to fall. CATAFALQUE. Catafalque, I believe, is the title. The catafalque is the funeral pyre here that the king would be burned upon. And what Peter Kingsley is saying is that Western civilization, that's all that's left. It's burnt over funeral platform for funeral. And kings, that is. And then the whole book is mainly about, also about modern Sufi history, but it's mainly about the Red Book and what Jung was doing, and how everybody around him was trying to dress him up and make it look like he wasn't intentionally, with his active imagination and experiment, was drunk and mad. The conclusion is that you have to literally be willing to go into the underworld and directly face these huge forces that in the Western world we don't even exist. That is the only true mental health therapy.
According hero, huge numbers don't exist.
I want to know more about this.
Arigato.
I can keep looking at in my mind, it brings me back to the Red Book of March. Then there was another one, Red Book of Hergus.
That's
Red Book of Hergus.
I just look at the pictures in the Red Book sometimes and I'm just astonished at the pages and the drawings of myself personally had, in addition to all the other amazing things like Palace.
Commune societies, or if you hear of any union conferences in the area listed in the State of the Union academia today, because it's still around.
There is the Young Institute in San Francisco. You can study to become an analyst. That's what they call them in Jungian. You become a Jungian analyst, and part of what that entails is I believe you have a doctorate in psychology, and then what you do is it's kind of like a postgraduate, postdoctoral kind of thing where you spend a number of years both studying academics and your own kind of self-exploration, but I believe it includes like a 5-day-a-week visit to your own analyst, and there's also a Jungian analyst, and it takes some time, and that's what they do. But it's kind of interesting. I'll just say this really briefly. There was a point along the way, midway through getting my doctorate, that I got interested in Jung as a potential possibility, and what I did, and I said, well, but I really enjoyed that year of training. I mean, there was just something really beautiful about a lot of the symbols and all of that, the alchemy.
It's an exceptionally sage idea of talking about Jungian analysis, and I can really see that.
not the Red Book of like 1920s?
I think the Red Book came out in the 20s, didn't he? He was in the 20s. He would have, I think.
I'm fairly confident he borrowed from, what am I thinking? So Tolkien borrowed from the Red Book. And as well, that was referencing the Red Book of West March, which was a 1300s book. So the book itself is a...
It wasn't printed originally, right? I mean, how did Tolkien? Because I'm listening to Tolkien be read to me every night now as I fall asleep. So I find this very interesting. I didn't know they knew each other. That is just a huge dimension.
Anima and Animus, and these mystical perspectives of the various components of the archetypes of real life, like the mask, the anima, the animus, this various stuff is really, really cool. And something cool, I downloaded manuals on audiobook, and I highly recommend it for folks who are auditory learners. I think I recommend it more than the print edition. It's really, really cool. I'm enjoying it.
Hey, Dr. Slafter, I found a little blurb here where these fantasies were larger in manuscripts that Liber Novus referred to as simply the Red Book, and for Tolkien, the imaginal journey revealed to him the world of Middle-earth stories and eventually led to the writing of Lord of the Rings. The book he named within its own imaginal history, the Red Book of West March. This presentation explores the many synchronicities.
Well, I'm so sorry.
No, we don't need it. No, see? Just let everybody speak once, and then you come in the next round. That's the way. If no one else wants to speak, you can go. But I just want to make sure I'm going to be very aggressive. I'm a good day to learn. Social etiquette.
He ran into a lot of
Couldn't do it. That's okay. Couldn't do it. I'm not for enforcement, but you couldn't do it. Okay, fine. It was a poetic, you couldn't do it. What do you get for your birthday? I'm going to give you, for your birthday, we're going to give you some love. Here you go. Happy birthday.
People can speak and listen concurrently.
This is my stage, and so these are my rules. So if it doesn't work for you, you can go over to another room and play it that.
Because you like to go to, let's say, mythology literate, but taking a mythological story and then reflecting it against your own paradigm. And that was kind of the point of even J.R. Tolkien was finding the mythology and then narrating it from it as a seed to see what he would kind of discover about himself as he was writing.
Hi. Good morning.
Are you in karma?
Remember when I said everybody gets to talk once? I love you, brother, but I'm putting you back down in the audience. Yes. Lived amongst the Nazis. Okay, well, I don't know what that theory of archetype is, but I do know that was his claim to fame, and he was in a race with Sigmund Freud to be the dominant theory of psychoanalysis. Well, his was called analysis. You can be trained in analysis just like you can get trained to become a psychoanalyst. Psychoanalysts, by way of Freud, are considered still to be somewhat niche but still mainstream. And this is the thing, because Jungian theory is not really evidence-based form of psychology. However, there are plenty of people that do it. And in fact, I was at an LGBTQ plus training to come where there were quite a few therapists who practice Jungian therapy, because the whole thing with balancing opposites and reconciling opposites when someone is either carrying some shame or some internalized heterosexism, whatever the thing was that they were carrying, doing therapy in ways of kind of loving or bringing to light the shadow, and these things they found really helpful. To whatever degree that was an evidence-based form of therapy, I kind of felt like it was a really good experience to be introduced to people who were practicing Jungian therapy that year, and that's why I ended up seeking out a Jungian supervisor and getting into my own Jungian analysis the year following.
So just to be clear,
yeah.
Are you done, James?
Yeah, I am.
Just to be clear, Carl Jung was Sigmund Freud's anointed disciple.
That's right.
A torrid intellectual and psychological love affair that ended both because Jung was thinking Freud's obsession with sex and his theories didn't pan out, and also Jung was interested in things involving the psyche and psychological synchronicities. And there's a famous case where they're arguing, and as one of them shouts, in the room next to them splits in half. This has been written about. So they did go their separate ways. In many ways, Freud won and has dominated much of modern psychology. I mean, parts of it, because he had what's his name, Edward Bernays, who was a genius at marketing. But Jung, obviously, is so interesting. Wrote his medical dissertation on his cousin's case of multiple personality.
Oh. Yeah, Jung was a bit more of like a spiritual occultist / Rosicrucian. He was spiritualist, but also, yeah, I mean, so that's true. He definitely was about synchronicity. It's almost like saying, it's just another way of saying this thing isn't falsifiable. But, I think that's where I was saying earlier that for me, a lot of this stuff, I won't state it as a fact. I will just say I really appreciate the poetry of it. It doesn't matter whether
it's a way of the consciousness, and we still don't have a way of looking at consciousness. We're still not.
I was just going to say, it's like it's
archetypes and the personas. It's much more.
Dr. Francine Hardaway.
But bummer, Austin is gone now.
It's his choice, and we're not going to stay focused on that thing.
So for me, the one concept is the collective unconscious.
More thoughts about that?
Well, just the idea that there is some system, because there have been, I'm not sure about how, I think it was called the hunger, like somewhere around World War II, maybe in northern, maybe Netherlands, where there was a case study of, I forget what the sample size was, but several of science have now moved to this idea. And now it makes me wonder if other mammals.
Jordan, do you have a comment?
Just that Jung in some ways was all about woo. Conversation early yesterday. I've never heard the name Longmire in my whole life. Later that night, I'm watching Letterkenny, not Letterkenny, sorry, Frank Grayson. Now, how could that happen? I mean, it did happen, and it probably doesn't mean anything at all. But when you've never heard a word and you're more shit going on than appears to the reductionist eye. I got myself this feeling. I like that.
How does one even go all into the question about seems like it just comes back to
Say that again, James. You cut out.
Yeah, restate the question.
possibly ever arrive at an answer as to whether something is.
It's just a coincidence that 2 cubed is a.
I mean, there are like statistical tests like chi-squared. There are things for this, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's fair.
Do you think 8 doesn't
Synthetic a priori answer is possible, and that's just what you're back to.
No, they fetched something better than my question. What do you mean
The fact that there's different speeds to the same cubed numbers. I am one of those people that cubed things just don't exist. Every time that it's cubed, it is underlying 2 steps before you can get there.
How do you make your drinks cold?
Uses ice rectangles, right?
Yeah, I use a sphere, and in that case, I don't use a cubed in it, and I change it to polar.
your drink?
Chi.
Good name for a drink, chi-squared. The official note of drinks. Or drink of nerds.
This is where memory is funny because I could have answered any question about stats you would right before I took the exam, and I'm trying to remember. So chi is not about nominal. Is it about nominal statistics? Nominal.
It's about end of the year they were doing chi-square stuff, and I was like, I've actually never taken the stats list. All the stats I know is from Kitover. To aggregate and analyze. So it also dawned on me that what an important concept. Like how to determine significance. Like I've been thinking about the numerical kind of there's a sort of numeracy in our society, right? Like people can't wrap their heads around events claim the kind of thing that happens every day or some kind of crazy conspiracy. Things like chi-square testing seems like it would be valuable both to the individual and to society.
I just discovered there's no emoji for chi-squared, which should be very. This was something weird that we had to do with our studying for the license. Was you had to remember all these weird for when you use what test for what purpose, and really have to review this stuff lest I forget.
I like the concept of expected values. What do you expect before you decide whether what happened is weird?
Is don't worry about reviewing it. The parts that you need to know will stay with you forever, and the rest of it you're never going to need. I studied graduate statistics 40 years ago and passed the qualifying statistics test and just enough so that I can get by in the kind of stuff.
If you have, do you do an ice table with it, an initial change and an end?
No, what I do for Jordan is I
put a cheat sheet from MIT in the chat.
meant by that is, don't you think?
So there are different gifts that I do help with the students.
At Brothers. Sort of, it's about the very subtle nuances of personality deficiency. You're sort of enamored with seeing this intimate view into their world.
We've got House of Dragons in June, so we'll have to get a.
Oh my god, it's been bigger than Game of Thrones was. It's like big as
show HBO's
Nowhere near as good. Nowhere near as good though.
I don't know. I think it is, in my view, and I'm a very big Game of
I
Thrones
like it
fan.
better as somebody who's not a big fantasy fan, but I ended up watching Thrones with my girlfriend, and now I'm watching The House of the Dragon. Can I tell you what I like about The House of the Dragon? Is that all of the people's names, I mean, this was true in Game of Thrones too, but I like that all of the names sound the same. There's like Valerian and Galarian, Valeris and Daenerys and Garrus, and there's others. I could go on, but that's what I think is my favorite part. I'm always like, wait, is this Aemon or Gaiman?
Part of it after people had died, I just thought it was so unrealistic and so kind of like obviously political because we know why they're saying this, that it turned me off.
Is not to be confused with Rhaenys.
Yes.
And not to be confused with Daenerys, who is in the other show.
Well, no one was.
With Rhaenyra. Rhaenyra.
No, honestly, I don't think you could. No.
Well, you underestimate me.
Watching the rest of Motherland. It's one of the writers is Graham Linehan, Father Ted and all that. It's pretty funny.
I don't know either of those shows. What's the one you're watching about?
It's about moms and it's a British show. You never heard? You've probably seen something. He's written a lot of British comics. He's very active on X regarding transgender stuff. Yeah, he's written a lot of them.
Oh, okay. And if you watch Halfman, actually, I watch every show with the subtitles on, but you definitely need to have the subtitles on because it takes place in Ireland and Scotland, so.
Yeah. I'll probably start that today. I'm just finishing a drama series. I don't remember, Family Next Door or something. It's just drama stuff.
Yeah, I think there's only 6 episodes, so it's a limited mini series on purpose. And I somehow watched 5 of them last night. I would have finished it all if the 6th one was available. It comes out tomorrow.
I recently finished watching BoJack Horseman or maybe it was the 5th.
Oh. I didn't know it was a good rewatch. I certainly liked it, but I only watched it the one time through.
Well, that's interesting. I mean, if you didn't like it, that's one thing. But then I would recommend that you rewatch it because one of the things on the rewatching is more of the funny animal jokes in the background. And that's one of my favorite parts. For example, like a bird in a rainstorm and then he drowns and falls over on the ground.
Okay.
Other things like that. Like he goes, they go to the underwater episode and there's a lot of
Hello?
It's been so
Hello?
I forgot so much that happened. So
I watch for sure. I'm not a big rewatcher usually, although I did watch Game of Thrones 3 times through.
I just watched it.
Trash bag, I have to ask you, although I may judge you. Are you a brony?
a brony.
Okay, you don't know what that is. Never mind then. You're not.
Is that like a My Little Pony?
It's like men, like adult men.
I think I know what it is.
Who are into My Little Pony, and they claim it's not for
Yeah, but I'm fairly normal. I mean, I'm weird in my own ways, but no, I'm not.
The only reason I asked is because you were very into the anthropomorphic style jokes.
Actually, called persons of pedophile interest.
I just think it's clever. I think that because it would be too depressing. It's just straight depressing. I mean, it's a little inspiring. Maybe like look at yourself and don't be like the shitty characters in the show, I guess. But like, It's Always Sunny is about is that they're bad people. It's funny.
I do love
Amy
Child. I do love Amy Sedaris a lot.
Yeah, that show. I mean, listen, I cry. Many episodes I cry. And it's on the rewatch. I mean, I could when he leaves his mother in the nursing home, it's like too much. When the final episode, I don't know if you remember the final episode, when he's sitting on the roof with Diane. It's like, holy fuck. I've heard of it. I haven't watched it. I'll take your recommendation. I'll check it out.
She's like, you have to watch at least like 2 episodes to get into it. The pilot, I think, was a little rough. So don't just watch the first and judge it. Watch at least 2, but they're short episodes. It's sitcom like 22-minute episodes or something. And but like her character in that show, like I could, bowl over and cry laughing.
I'll check it out. I like that in BoJack Horseman, Amy Sedaris' mother is played by her brother David Sedaris. I think that is a very funny casting job.
David, I think he's I read one of his books. I don't remember which one, but it just it kind of rubs me the wrong way a little bit.
But then my politics changed, and it sounded like kind of dumb today, and I thought, fuck you, and I turned it off. I'll be back.
Quite clear that the threats to their country are in the neighboring country, so he feels he has to attack them. Kind of like what Hitler did. No, it's quite clear that Israel's constantly under attack, and I think they have the absolute right to defend them. I stand behind that.
David, do you say what?
I think that Israel has the right to defend itself.
Yeah, everyone does.
There are a lot of people that think they're committing a genocide.
And everyone has the right to defend themselves.
Sometimes
I don't know.
it's hard to know how far is defending yourself. When are you going on the offensive? That can be a hard thing to see clear.
I think when you get to killing thousands and thousands of children, I think be a line, possibly.
It's a possibility. I'll grant you that, but I don't think it's as clear as a certain number of children died. Like, are you opposed to the U.S. dropping the nuclear bombs on Japan? Do you think that was a bad thing to do, immoral?
thinking. I think in the situation, based on the way that it was laid out, it was the better choice. But then that would assume that the forward momentum path that was mapped out was the only forward momentum path, and I don't know that.
Well, I might not totally agree with the choice, but I think it probably did end up saving more lives compared to a land invasion.
If a land invasion was the only option, right? By the way, we decided, the Americans, this never gets brought up, the Americans decided to nuke Hiroshima. The Japanese decided to nuke Nagasaki. Japanese leadership did, because they went after Hiroshima. That one's on them. Nagasaki is on them. Yeah, not on us.
That's fair. Although I don't know that they were truly aware of the devastation, were they? Was there...
Yeah, they heard all the reports.
Okay.
They knew what had happened. It was such a mind fuck to the world, what had just occurred, that I don't know that they totally believed it. But they should have believed it. We just wiped a whole city off the map with one bomb. You know?
Yeah.
Now, we always intended to drop two. Always. But they had the ability to stop us after one.
The thing is, you had to be able to prove that you could repeat it too, right? It wasn't a fluke.
I would say broadly, like, it's not even the right category to be like, was Nagasaki and Hiroshima uniquely evil? I think the targeting of civilian populations during World War II broadly was uniquely evil. You know, like it's something that should not have happened. And by the way, it's a bad calculus too, because it's basically saying that like you can sap the energy of a people to continue fighting by bombing them relentlessly. And we saw that the opposite occurred. It galvanized everyone who got bombed. Also, the nukes were not first bombings, like the fire bombings of
those are bad.
and Dresden were just as bad, if not worse. Dresden is probably the worst war crime of the entire war. More so, Hiroshima is not even a war crime. The only reason Hiroshima is analogous to Israel is because one side with overwhelming force on a side that's inferior in terms of force, right?
Yep.
But in both instances, the inferior side began the fight. It's kind of like if we're out in the world, we're like leaving the restaurant, and we go out on the street, and a dude that weighs $130 and he's 5'2" punches a guy like Brock Lesnar in the face, okay? And then Brock Lesnar decides to fucking just pile drive this dude into just fucking hammer fist to the face. The dude's unconscious, and he's still wailing on him till certain death. Are we okay with that outcome? In one point of view, it's morally justified, and in the other point of view, it's like those with overwhelming must hold back their strength. But that's only a Christian ethic. The Jews don't believe in that. They certainly have a different barometer for morality. And it's a culturally held, belief in all of Israel. It's not a niche thing that they should genocide the Arabs.
I want YouTube to know that this is for news documentation, reporting purposes. This is not attacking a minority group or protected group. This is I'm a journalist and candidate for politics, documenting online hate speech.
Dave just apparently is told that his thoughts are or implied to be unacceptable for having those opinions. And then, from earlier, yeah. I was in the room
Which is quite
for
entertaining
some of it.
being around Americans that thoughts are unacceptable. That's good.
Well, I think just mocking Dave more so.
I think so too.
Well, Zach was trolling him hard, yeah.
Yeah.
Zach trolls on any topic when he comes in the morning. He has said this is practice for him as an attorney. He's going to practice any side, any topic.
Welcome to Bitcoin Utopia. The least utopian vision of society created. A group of horrific morons who gather every single morning to waste their time.
What is the purpose of all? What do you get at the end of these inquiries?
Absolutely nothing.
What's happening?
Understanding of the world, maybe, yeah.
Yeah, and I feel like we're going down a similar path right now, so I think it's important to realize
What?
number one, the way propaganda people. Number two, the reasons people will react the way they did in the past.
I think there's better.
I was going to France with a friend. I already had my passport.
I like to know,
I don't know
for
why
me personally, the reason I'm always inquisitive about everything is because
wound up going
I like to
a
know
week before.
the way things actually are.
It's circular.
Because
It's something that makes
that helps me make
It's like, and to me, it's also
up
related
my
to
mind about what I'm
just,
going to do
Just got the invention.
Yeah.
Close the gap.
based on the reality of the situation.
A wider applicability than just in the philosophy and religion for a specific purpose.
Like, Narcissist, hold on. You understand that the concept of grounding has a lot more, like a lot wider applicability than just Christian apologists trying to argue for God, right?
And let's say people.
All right, we're trying to let's try to stick with what's happening right now. I have some other news.
The realm of.
It's a little bit off big, but still, this is what's happening. So
Confusing to me. It's like, okay, you are not gonna spend enough of your lifetime.
You need
performing and being inquisitive about.
Well, here's let me give you an
useful at all.
Let me give you an example of something.
What are you gonna get out of all this?
Let me give you an example of something
This topic
that is hard to come to in a modern context. Is like, why does Israel exist?
Because there are these things called
Why does it
Jews,
exist?
aka
Israel exists as an answer or the answer to the Jewish question. The Jewish question being that European.
their own country.
I think so too. In fact, I think, by the way, I also think that if you don't have your own country,
What happened to them at the hands of German was the correct thing. If the Holocaust didn't happen, they would have a country today. I doubt it.
they wouldn't. No, they wouldn't. They wouldn't. Now, where we chose to put that, I think, was a mistake. I mean, there were if you want the Jews to just flourish and live a great life, there were a million places they could have gone.
Like a at some point in the future, to see all that happen. I don't know if it's now. At some point in the future, to see all that happen. I don't know if it's now in my lifetime or not, or sort of different iteration. Maybe there are peace treaties now, but they get very short-lived, and then maybe in the future there are more lasting peace treaties.
What leeway was I offered? I'll be getting on Dave. I'll be getting on Dave for saying that when he was being
And I have Candace claiming I murdered my husband.
right, that is one of the
Speech would shut it down. They didn't. They reloaded the gun. And now, Drusky and Candace
I have observed it helps when you don't have
It's 1938 Germany stayed the same. idea that he was exterminating Jews, I don't really agree with. But maybe he could have, found over more time, places for them to.
Are you an artist? What's your artist name? Can you freestyle? Well, the last person freestyle got 30 million views. You think you could beat it? Excuse me?
But you also got jokes. Guys. You also got to note that these topics too. If you want to have a productive conversation, you do. If you want to have a productive conversation, you do.
That's awesome. Isn't that cool? That's awesome. Isn't that cool? That's awesome. Isn't that cool? That's awesome. Isn't that cool?
I am currently mad at the Jews. Necklace to get a new clasp, and they're not open yet. So what the hell? You know what I mean? I got beef with them too. Open up. Vegas is generally pretty good about it because we're the city that doesn't sleep. A lot of 24/7 stuff.
Although I would say what's quite entertaining from my perspective, this Kitover on this too, is like you basically said it. Which I kind of
What was the core difference between women?
I'm basically zero defending Hitler.
Yes, I don't often defend Hitler.
How do you think that reporters want to
My family is German, but we fought on the American.
You also didn't do the.
Please explain.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, that's not how I would characterize Hitler's biggest mistakes or justify. And I also think, I think
Please explain to me how I normalize or justify what he did.
well, you said it wasn't extermination camps. You said the same things were the same concentration camps for Germans, which implied justification to do that.
Not justification. It's not justification. It's showing that it wasn't totally one-sided and that there was anger from one side towards the other, which I am not saying is even the right response. I'm just talking about actual things that happened.
Yeah, well, I think overall, carrying the water or formalizing.
You've been asked for to explain how he did it, right? Like you just basically cut him out and then said, "Well, in your retarded way," and continued saying the same thing.
Is going to provide that explanation that will be accepted and will be satisfactory. You literally need to.
Yeah, I mean that might be.
Yeah, you literally need to take his communication, feed it into AI, and ask it that question, and it'll precisely identify the methods and reasons why it elicits that kind of a reaction in listeners. There's the only fair way to do that.
For the record, it was completely different things that you guys said.
I missed the beginning of Dave's thing, so I don't know how they were going.
I don't know if
They were not the same and worded guys weren't in agreement in that sense.
This must be a woman's record because in the male record it was sounded the same.
You know how British likes to say.
British likes to say the bye.
Well, I'm also asking for was different and not anything.
I do think
it's not very good.
Something I'm not we shouldn't be normalizing Hitler. I don't even know. These are we're in a bit of a struggle session here with this for whatever reason. But idolize Hitler to the point where you're like, what Hitler's good actually. You know, you don't want to do that, right? What you want to do though is take him out of the cartoonishly evil bucket, because because then you can't view him as he really was, right? You end up like tilting at some version of that's basically the devil with a German accent, and that makes no sense and doesn't help anybody, because I think people are realizing. Okay, there's this thing that people are realizing. This was in like the Nuremberg movie, is that post World War II, if you read, like when you read Rise and Fall of the Third Reich, like that was uniquely susceptible to this sort of takeover mechanism, and that Hitler had been able to take over the German, right, and that this is Nazi Germany had occurred. And what I think we know, or people are beginning to suspect, is that there is nothing unique about the German mind other than they happen to be extremely efficient and, you know, capable of warfare. I mean, that is something unique about them. But that they're not the only people on Earth who are capable of takeover, and not the only Western people of takeover. And that everybody's capable of takeover. So it makes it so that you should view what Hitler did like one-to-one, you know, try and get to the closest reality of who Hitler was, so that you can study and understand how he was able to take over a civilized nation like Germany. And then there are many answers for that, you know, some of which is the Treaty of Versailles, some of which external factors, right? But there is something internal to the psyche of for how Hitler was able to operate, you know? It's worth studying and documenting. And the reason why it's worth studying is so that you can prevent a Hitler. That's the whole point. So, like, I don't know what was said, but if the point is like we should have another Hitler, then that's no good. But if the point is pay attention to Hitler so we can prevent another Hitler,
it was quite explicit in that I think that it's important to understand what happened, because it looks like we're heading towards something like that again.
We are,
and we don't want that.
So that sounds to me like you were saying the same thing that
was exactly Dave's point. These people,
but clunkily maybe.
But he said it in his Canadian retarded way.
Well, because the reason I'm saying it's clunky today, but just that it seems that nobody else in the room heard it that way.
I heard it that way.
And I also Zach has a history of being hypersensitized to this stuff, where he'll hear dog whistles that like other people won't hear, and then he's convinced that someone's dog whistling, and it's like, can't we just assume they said what they said? And he's like, no, this is
exactly, not just Zach. They did the same thing to me when I asked the question, like, you guys been to the...
I understand where Zach is coming from, because I believe Zach's grandfather was in a camp, you know? So, create a hypersensitivity in
so was
most
my
people.
grandfather. He was just in the tower.
Andrew says Zach was just in the tower.
That's what we were trying to say, that some of us do have family and have first account, that we're not just on this stuff.
Yeah, but I was saying you had family that lived in just
No, I
that
was
you
talking
can't
to
have any partial.
I was
No, I didn't. Okay.
The Nazi thing, by the way, is not categorically a fascist phenomenon. It can take over anywhere at any time. Like during COVID, I mean, people were literally COVID Nazis. Like your neighbors were trying to turn you in. People were trying to upper you. People were trying to put the unvaccinated in camps.
So I'm gonna.
It just got prevented. It got prevented, but that was all just Nazi shit.
The way Dave was saying, I heard it, was that they were trying to get rid of the Jews but not kill them, like accidental. That's the way I heard it. That Dave was saying that they didn't mean to kill the Jews.
Yeah, like in the way that all these Karens and government people say no one forced you to take the cloth. Hundreds of thousands of people have died from consequences of it. And they go, well, no one, like that wasn't.
It's just the sensitivities in this fucking room. This is about.
It's a sensitive.
I get
It's
it.
a sensitive
100%.
conversation.
It's like it's the same dog whistling that you guys are just.
Sensitive about it too. I feel like, right?
Well,
Did you
I
hear
try
that?
not to accent.
No problem repeating myself. It was not the same thing.
Okay, so what was your question?
Humanity always wants to reach for a dictator because it's easy, you know? It's the easy answer to so many things, but then it creates this whole other host of problems that are like harder to solve. So you try and use this easy answer to solve like this whole host of problems your society is experiencing, and with it comes more problems that are even more intractable. And that's why you don't want a dictator.
That same laziness is why democracies tend to end up as dictators.
Yeah, that's true too.
I have a slight disagreement on all the stuff that dictatorships tend to be shitty or devolve. I do believe in the populations with different IQs can only achieve certain levels of consensus formation. And so if you are on an island of retards, literally having one guy be a dictator is the most cohesive form of society that you can have.
El Salvador is working out very well, yeah.
And the problem with that is when you have a society with vastly different IQ groups, is that the retards in America are right that the only thing they can do is have a dictator because that's who they need to rule over them.
Yeah.
And I think the problem is when you have when America was hyper monoethnic and it had a very tight IQ distribution, and so you could have cohesive desires for how to rule over that. But when you have bimodal distributions of intelligence, you get like two functionally different societies that need to exist in the same way.
That's true. Well, it's like the concept we talked about where like we could run Ancapistan if everybody was on IQ-based libertarians. Every single 135Q would be like, I don't want to till the soil. Fucking get some dumbs in here to do it. You know? So then pretty soon you have a stratified society yet again.
I don't know about that. I mean, robots and slaves are pretty good.
If you got robots, you can do Ancapistan, but without robots, probably not.
Recognize the one we got rid of slaves.
Wait till what happened?
Just like when you get rid of slaves, like the Industrial Revolution happened because we got rid of slavery. I would say that.
You're actually exactly the opposite. It was the cotton
Okay.
gin that
The
need for the. I guess I should.
No, I hear you about the cotton gin as an example of one technology. Not whatever.
There's a belief that if the South had lost the Civil War, that they would have fallen to communism, you know? And I think that might have been true. Dog ass. I'm not joking. Why it says don't know. Just go ask dog. Just go ask dog.
Anyway, Ollie, you seen the new Ferrari?
No.
AKA the gay Rari.
Is it one of their hybrids? Their new hybrids?
It's $600,000 and it looks like a $30,000 Nissan.
It looks like a Hyundai.
And it looks like a $30,000 Nissan.
It looks like a Hyundai. It's Johnny Ives. I think my comments on that car because I'll hurt Ferrari.
Bro. This is a fucking disaster for the brand.
It was actually an American, yeah. I don't know, see Johnny.
What the fuck?
I don't know, see Johnny.
What the fuck? have to let it out.
I'm not like,
Johnny
I'm not
Ives'
expecting to have this reaction.
You did do the outside the way.
What the
Not American.
fuck is this fucking car? I didn't know that the Italians are as disgusted as we are. They're furious about this.
They're fucking raging.
Makes me never want to buy anything that says Ferrari on it.
You know, Porsche actually went EV, right? And they did the Taycan and the new Macan. But the cars actually look good.
Yeah, they're good looking cars. They look like Porsches.
Yeah, if you put a fucking, proper, that'd be awesome. But this looks like a fucking Hyundai.
Bro, these motherfuckers, like, genuinely think somebody's gonna pay $600,000 for this car. This car makes me want to throw up in my mouth. I wouldn't, dude. If you tried to sell me this car for $15,000, I wouldn't buy it.
Well, to get an allocation to the good cars, I have to buy it. That's the crazy part.
Didn't read the book. It's not that that's what the purpose for the book wasn't. Oh, I learned this book to taught me that. This book was to supplement my initial statement of people already know. I learned, and then like you said something beautiful. You said I lived it. People lived experience right throughout, just not just here, but even through like everyday life. They learn how to naturally. People started to turn from that. When, for example, I grew up like Israelite in Philadelphia, or like Jew in Philadelphia. I grew up thinking Israel wasn't that. So I went over there with my and so you're right. Experiences does change what you look at perception. But listen, no, that's story for another day. There's nothing. I mean, they saw me like a nigga. I was trying to be nice. It was bad. It was hard. It was like, no, but that's not the point. That's not the point. You can back on me. We can talk about that. But to tell people that they can learn, they need to be trained or manipulate them. If you try to train them to what they see now, what their eyes can see, because they're natural reactive. They already learned how to do that. They already learned the influence of discernment. That's how you go. When you go look at a car, you look at the price. You go, oh man, this is fancy. I'm gonna get this because influence of price is good. But we already do that all the time. We're shorthanding everything as we go along because that's what we naturally. So it's unfair to tell grown adults who've lived in life and gained experiences to go, oh, well, you gotta be taught this. No, that's called manipulation.
And he manipulates you right now, optimistic, and you can't even see it. You can't even see the sun.
I'm a grown ass man. Nobody manipulates me.
Don't be talk, bro.
No. Calm down. What are you doing? I'm good. We have a good conversation. No, calm down.
Your mind.
Okay, we're not going to have a conversation about their conversation. If you want to add to the conversation, it's all good. All right, and real quick, let me say this real quick. Shout out to Black Rabbi, and shout out to with that optimistic. Yeah, I definitely align with you. We do have a natural ability to tell when we're being manipulated or when a certain agenda is being. And I think some people believe that they don't have that ability, and they're gonna play on that and say, "Oh yeah, and you're gonna accept it." These are conversations that happen at everybody's dinner table. That's shout out to my family. We like have these discussions, and we know when we're trying to be hoodwinked. We know when we're being lied to. We know when media is being manipulated. It's been going on long before the term fake news came. So with that, I land sweet. Go ahead, want to add on, but please don't do what you just did because you see what you did. All right.
It wasn't his fault, bro. That was a great point that he was making. Just as
comes from trees.
Because adults
You'll have to become more efficient and stop with your propaganda operation.
In fact, they say the smarter you are, the easier it is for con men to con you because you're so confident in your ability to detect the con. That's actually a thing. So it wasn't what wrong with Sweet said. He should be allowed to elaborate on his point, and somebody shouldn't take it personally because they didn't like the sound of it.
He said you. No, first of all,
You don't know what an optimist is. We're gonna pass it to Sweet. Sweet, go ahead.
It's very simple.
Yeah, I know. Oh,
Sweet made another great point. Being emotional is another way that you can easily get manipulated. People pressing your flesh button.
Optimistic, you are underwater. Optimistic, you got a bad signal. I know you want to respond, but your signal is bad enough. Sweet, you're off mute. You want to go? All right, Sweet, we can't hear you if you ask. Something I learned yesterday. If you come on the app and 1 second, I'm trying to help the people out because this is something I've experienced that other people may have. You don't got to tell me when to go ahead. If you come on the app and the rooms are muted, unmute the room before you come in because it will fuck your shit up. All right, go ahead. Let's go.
Yeah, optimistic. Stay optimistic, bro. While you're on here, get your internet together.
Y'all like to flex on people all the time. What's wrong with y'all?
It's not a fact.
What do you need out of life that you gotta come here and do that bullshit?
One mic.
What do you need out of life you gotta come here and do that bullshit?
One mic. I was moderating the space and he
for no fucking reason. You don't like being talked greasy to. Why are you talking greasy to him?
I did never talk greasy to him. He's in his feelings. I didn't say shit to Totem Pole. So I don't know what you're talking about. See? And I didn't touch you. I got people that got my back. They will shoot before I even put my hand on my gun. You gotta chill.
is that emotional back and forth?
Emotion maxing.
We all moderate. We all come in here and we take turns. I could tell when Patty, the First Lady, and TT need a break, and so I'll jump in. The same thing as BWA. The same thing as any other mod. I'm not tripping.
You gotta own your bullshit, bro. You told him shut the fuck up.
Because he said
So
something.
that's talking greasy.
I never came out. He came out the gate attacking me. He came out the gate attacking me. I didn't do that. Move the conversation, bro. Told you, Concrete. We never had no problem, bro. Relax. And I didn't touch you. I'm gonna bring you back up. Let's discuss the topic and not attack each other. Go ahead, bro. I can't be so sensitive today.
Stop letting that shit go to your head, bro. We're all human beings.
You're right. Go ahead, brother. You're right. Go ahead.
Concrete, what's going on today, man? Like,
What's going
you know how
on?
this works, man. People
What's going on?
It happened to you too. You over here sucking dick for it.
Oh shit! Oh shit!
That's pretty sus. So concrete, man. You know what to do, man. It's this ain't.
Move on, bro.
But who complains about moderation?
All right, so you want to talk about it? You like being treated like shit? You like to treat as a grown ass man? Another grown man talking like you a bitch? Your father taught you how to be like, act like that? Your father didn't teach you to stand up for yourself?
Let's go.
According to Black Rabbi, I never had a father, so
propaganda. Let's go. All been propagandized.
Hello? Hello? Hello?
And
Hello?
here you go. Why you had to say
Hello?
See? Continue to do what I do.
Hello?
To Queen Sabbath. Pictures of Joe. I got a lot of kids. So again, propaganda.
I got the pictures of Hulk.
We gotta be patient with each other, man. Come on, we on the app. We having a good day. It's a day off for some of us. Let's continue the conversation. We left off with propaganda. We left off with discernment to be able to recognize propaganda. Some of us have the ability to do it, and yeah, some of us don't. So with that, that's what I say.
Happy Clubhouse anniversary.
Appreciate it. I've been holding it down while you were talking.
No, you weren't.
Like the green text is like Texas.
We never had no problem, bro. Relax. And I ain't touch you. Bring it back up. Let's discuss the topic.
2021, this was like the universe. In 2021, we were so animal. Thank you so much for letting us in. I've been listening for a while, and I've gathered some stuff in my house. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I just we didn't do it. You were allowed to speak, Penny. It was a privilege to be let shit. You had to stand on business. You had and share your respectfully disrespectfully. I don't even know. I'm just saying when I can see the little bit of oh my God, you're accepting that that's how you are? That's what you believe? Is this true?
Sometimes you just gotta go with the gut. Don't believe it, First Lady.
No, you just said, well, you know what? You just said, that's your opinion, but that's not who I am.
She knows all about you.
Wait a minute, do not interrupt my brother Concrete. Go ahead.
We love you, Concrete. You know we love you.
Yeah. We're here for you, brother.
Y'all niggas be niggas sometimes. I'm not gonna lie. What kind of time?
Don't interrupt him. Don't interrupt him, Devon. Go ahead, Concrete.
So I'll explain it since people don't understand. You can apologize. You can be believing what you say and not how you said it. So I believe in everything that I said. I think that I could have said it in a much more sarcastic manner. I didn't have to lean into my nigga. So whoever didn't understand that nuance, I hope you've been educated. Apologize and still hold to what you believe.
Concrete, is that your morning? Is that your unbrushed teeth, boy? It sounds like you open.
This black queen. Constantly disrespecting me. I don't understand why. All I want to do is have a good, clean, better relationship. Keep showing up.
So you're supposed to be loving on them. What's going on?
And I think that's what happens to the green bean. The green bean is just like in society. When Shaniqua say, I'm going to call the police on you. You're like, what? Yeah, I'm going to take your child support. I'm going to call the police. You're like, what the hell? She got all the power and she poured it over. That hurts. It hurts.
So, but wait a minute. But I think that came from you disappeared right when we were getting ready to have a conversation with you.
Yeah, why did I leave?
No.
I can't even be a man in my own house. I gotta leave. We in this house. What the hell? I'm not going to chastise in that area.
And I agree, and I'm trying to help you achieve that, sir. But you refuse my help. You refuse my anyway.
I always bring you up. I fight for you. It's all right. I accept the apology. And yeah, I want us to have a great conversation. I did pull something up because this topic interests me. The whole internet, and we're talking about Ali said, El Nomo says no, they had none at all. The government shut it down. People are saying that. Some people were pushing back. No, it wasn't the government. When I read that it was restored, powers that be. I think it's a very interesting topic. It says something here. The internet is a tool of cyber sovereignty and authoritarian control. So that's powerful right there, and that's what I wanted to add. The topic, I'm fine with that as well, but I just don't want us fight. Let's have a nice day, guys.
Talk about legally lying.
There's a ton out there about what's going on with the shutdown internet in Iran, by the way. There's a lot of information available out there. They have the tightest control, I think, of any country on the planet over the internet.
They shut it down.
North Korea has the tightest.
You're right. That's a good point. North Korea, that's a good point. Yeah, I didn't even think about that. They're so isolated from the rest of the world. But again, we're talking now about the darkest and most isolated totalitarian nightmares on the planet. So you got Korea up there near number one, and Iran up there near number one as well.
You're not talking about Israel, bro. Why you don't want to bring up Israel in that conversation about legally lying? Why you don't want to bring that in, Normal?
Conversation, boy, because you know it's not going to go anywhere with that.
So I'm just saying, you want to talk about Taiwan and everybody else.
Sweet. We're talking about a country with whom we're at war right now.
Who's at war with Iran? Israel and America. Israel.
America.
Israel.
Well, not America? Wait a second.
Is Iran America? Is Iran America? Is Iran America? Is Iran America? Is Nigeria Iran America?
What?
Is Iran America?
Is America?
Yeah. Is Mexico America?
What?
What?
Hello?
Is Iran America? You said Israel is Israel America.
Hello?
As if to say that's an automatic, they are the same. So is Iran America? What?
Can anybody translate this into English, please?
You're asking your question.
Hello?
It causes confusion. You think Israel is America?
Don't crack your ass up, Obama. What's that
Yes,
problem, concrete?
Tired of your fucking racism.
Normal. I looked it up. The number one country. I looked it up. Normal. For most restricted, it's North Korea number 1, China number 2, Iran number 3, Russia number 4.
I'll buy that. That sounds great.
Yo, they used to have a sign that say, no Jews, no dogs. And here goes El Normo pretending he's a white man and being condescending to this black man.
That's what he do. He think he got the right because he married into the Tupac family. Ain't that right?
You think I married a baby before Tupac's mama?
No, what tells the actual fact? What's the good connection to the Tupac family? What's your connection?
With y'all eating.
What's your still got to do with your history with Tupac?
Did you take your pills this morning?
Who you asking?
Hello? Oh.
Went from there to you married to Tupac's mama.
He's a little jealous. I don't blame him.
I ain't jealous. He just wanted to usurp the black experience like a lot of even his partners like to try to do.
That's the whole
You're right. That's who you are, bro.
What do you know about Tupac?
Nobody's fascinated. I know what I'm listening to.
There is this talk about it.
Him and Black Messiah trying to act like they got some black brother. That's what I'm exposed. I'm not going to breathe.
Some of Faney's emails. Would you like to hear some of them?
No, hell no. I want you to tell us your connection to Tupac. Why you running from your connection, man?
I'm not. We brought it up like 3 times.
What is it? Set the record straight.
Sweet. That's all about fucking Tupac, man.
Oh, okay. Yeah, like you don't want to talk about that. Let's get back to Israel and telling lies. And legally how you can tell lies.
They were talking about the internet. Who had the most concealed internet? He said North Korea and Iran. Right now.
Right, and China.
I think China's a little more open though.
No, it says China's number 2.
I know, but I know people who go back and forth to China and they let you have a VPN.
That's only for certain countries, and then they're really strict on that as well.
See how he tried to divert to China?
We weren't talking about lies, though.
Yeah, we were, bro. Propaganda. Yeah, we were. Black Messiah, the whole point about, misdirection and all of that. Not sharing full pictures, bro. Focus on the conversation and put the down. Bro, we were talking about misdirection and not showing the whole picture, bro. And lies is related to that. Stay focused, man. I know it's a bit of a stretch for you. And so, and about how Iran ain't got no monopoly on that. Israel has a whole thing about how they deal with goys and legally lying. So I'm saying, deception.
You're not okay, let me tell you, Israel is not Iran. Did you not realize that?
Bro, see this dude?
You didn't get it?
Listen, Israel, America, Iran. Okay. Deception. So
we got
they don't want to let out to the world via the internet.
China and Iran.
North Korea and China. See how he tried to deflect? See how he been trained well to deflect? He can't let that. Get in there.
From the Iranian internet?
Bro,
That's what you're concerned about?
We're talking about America being drawn into this war. We're talking about Israel, America, and Iran.
We were talking about
being drawn in.
shutting down the internet in Iran.
That relates to this deception conversation.
Hold on.
Stop saying what we're talking about. Say what you want to say.
Okay, I'm saying it again. So, what the reality is of the deception and the lies and the propaganda and getting people thinking something's going on, something else going on, and how legally it's embedded in these cultures we're talking about, why and when and how it's necessary to legally lie. Yeah, so without that in the conversation, well, we don't have no real meat and potatoes about understanding how what images do get let out and how, like Patty was saying, how you control the internet and different things that you let out, because that's called war, that's called strategy, that's called deception matters. Absolutely, around the rest of the world, because when you're doing some underhanded stuff, you definitely got to have a whole department on what images you let get out and how you spin the story all the time. And how, oh yeah, we winning, oh yeah, we winning, and all of that, oh they can't do this, and then all of a sudden America's drawn into something, and then they're like, oh damn, how the hell do we get out of this? And that's why it's very important to understand the history of deception and the history of lies and legally coming into other countries and doing all kind of stuff and manipulating a whole group of people, pressing up next to other people, or with all acting like you give a damn about them, and you really could give a damn about them. Yeah. That's how everything be done.
It's not true. It makes perfect sense. Do you want me to explain what he said?
No. So Iran wants to be free. Iran slaughtered about 40,000 stolen people and shut down the internet. America attacked Iran because its nuclear weapons program, its ballistic missiles program, its sponsorship of terror around the region, and its slaughter of its own people. Fact. Now, which fact among those would you like to discuss? Pick one. We can talk about it.
40,000 from? Because it keeps changing.
It's the same talking points, man.
We got that from American media.
15, 20.
That's why we went to war over there, huh? That was a smart move.
That's one of 4 reasons.
That's the move that got this BS.
The
Israel gonna save.
The IAEA and Trump's own Security Council said that there's no proof that Iran was pursuing a nuclear weapon.
Well, that's absolutely false. They enriched, listen carefully, 60%.
60% enriched uranium is not a nuclear weapon.
So there is no civilian use for uranium enriched to 60%.
Why?
It is only, there is
Why
no...
did they enrich to 60%?
Because they're building a nuclear weapon.
No,
and we have the plans.
No.
We have the plans. We stole their plans. The IAEA has them.
Who do we?
Hang on. And Israel and the
They enriched to 60% because Trump pulled us out.
And therefore they want to make a nuclear weapon.
No, therefore they thumbed their nose at Trump. They specifically said they did it because they were like, if you pull out of this, we're gonna.
For what reason? Wait, for what reason?
To show that they could.
Oh, so in other words, they don't have a plan to make a nuclear weapon.
But
they've got 3 nuclear weapon sites in Natanz, and Fordo, right?
According to the U.S. Security Council, they don't.
Yes, incorrect, what you just said. Not only that, Trump tore up the deal because he did the deal.
No,
how did we know? Because, well, we have the records of it. The IAEA agreed. They did not allow inspections. They had secret nuclear sites that they had not declared.
They followed it completely. They allowed inspections. You don't allow inspections.
That's not what the IAEA said. They did not allow them in. We stole the plans for the nuclear, and we found that they had secret sites. So Fordo, Natanz, and Isfahan did not allow the inspectors.
Talk about 2003.
No, I'm talking about 2018. Trump was in office.
No. So that wasn't a secret site. They dug deeper holes. And that was got rid of the JCPOA.
No, before.
No, it was after they got rid of the JCPOA. They started in 2018. It was found in 2020. Bro.
What you're saying is not accurate. Their program started in 2003. We sold the plans in 2018. They did not allow the IAEA to inspect. They still haven't. That's part of the proposed deal. No connection.
It was after the JCPOA was torn up.
Oh, we tore it up after we got their nuclear plans.
No, that's not what happened, bro. You gotta stop.
We gotta keep interrupting you.
That was after the JCPOA.
Yeah, according to everything I'm finding, they didn't start violating the JCPOA until after 2018.
So there was some infractions during the JCPOA. But as soon as there was infractions were found, they fixed it immediately. That tunnel that he's talking about, or a deeper tunnel that they were trying to build, started building after 2018, and we found out about it in 2020. He's not being honest. Now, if he was talking about 2000, I'm on board with him on that. 2001, they tried to help us in Afghanistan. They wanted sanctions lifted. They be friendly with the U.S. Then we find out they're fucking doing secret shit in 2002, and we cut their ass off in 2003. So yeah, I get that piece. That's why I said you talk about 2003, I'm with you. But if you talk about 18 and 20, no, bro, we did that. I don't know why people think that a country doesn't have a right to defend themselves. They think they're being. I'm not saying they're being honest, because I don't fuck with Elon. But if they think that they're doing what they're supposed to be doing according to the agreement that's made, and you come out the agreement because you don't like a motherfucker.
And everybody's saying that they violated after 2018. One of the tenets of the agreement is that they would have access to their own money. And once Trump pulled out, they didn't have access to their money, and they're like, well, if I don't have access to my money, then I can do whatever I want now.
And even with that access to their own money, it wasn't a stretch of access. Access that we gave them was so fucking like, it's like them begging, can I get money for supplies? They had to beg Qatar to give them certain things, and they had to prove they needed it. That shit is crazy. Someone trying to say.
Yeah, it's sweet. You're in the matrix, brother. You're underwater. All right, well, welcome, Michael, to the stage. Thanks for jumping in. Cool C, well, welcome back. I don't know if you've been MIA. I haven't seen you. Again, shout out to Amari on your clubhouse birthday. But yeah, guys, we're talking about Iran. We're talking about JPCOA. We're talking about nuclear weapons. We're also talking about propaganda. We're also talking about the internet being turned on up to 88% in Iran. And that's where we're at. I'll mention Trump is building an octagon-style arena at the White House because he wants to watch a UFC fight for his 80th birthday. Can't make this shit up. Whoever wants to speak, the mic.
We have a problem with the UFC fight. I mean, past presidents have been. Didn't they do a little league? What is it? Well, little kid, whatever. I need to look it up.
Is it like a sphere, like in Vegas? Is that what he built?
It's an octagon style. Yeah, have fun. Obama had DJ D Nice, my brother, so shout out to that.
Did he build an auditorium for DJ Nice?
He did not. He didn't have faith with that.
Okay. Yeah, but they called it hosting a hip hop party at the White House. So like,
yeah, it's one thing. Put up a tent and then tear it down.
Push the tent.
You know, hey, Everybody like a good fight every now and then, but damn, he building a whole YouTube auditorium over there.
I think it's just a collapse of what like they do in concerts.
Okay.
Not collapse, a collapse of what stage.
Coachella style.
WWE does all the time. It's pretty much like pack and play.
I mean, some people just not gonna see the good in it, and they have a right not to see it. And then others is just like, well, it's just an event. And this is how we're celebrating the 250th anniversary. Isn't that correct? That's the reason why it's being done.
His birthday, his 80th birthday. He wants to see a UFC fight.
Yeah, it's shady.
But I thought it was the letter to Boston. Yeah. I thought it was a combination. Oh, there's not necessarily a good, but the good points that Patty was making in regards to saying, hey, other presidents have done this and so on. That part. Well, I think the good thing is that they're not charging and that service members and veterans will be able to go and see the fight for free. So that's a good thing. Yeah, but they're only giving away so many tickets. Most of those tickets are going for.
What's the capacity for the stadium?
I don't know. But there's only giving tickets, right? Supposedly, most of the tickets are, it's a lot of corporate and for like people that make money.
Can I get a ticket from Ticketmaster?
Yeah, good question.
That already happened. Will they take crypto? Bitcoin? What's happening? You act like we work for them or something. What's going on? I'm trying to understand, if I can get in, see what my schedule look like. Well, how will we? I don't know. I'm asking for a report. Divine was reading the report. I thought maybe they get some details.
If you want to know, you gotta ask Trent because he knows somebody.
That's a fact. What's his? But Trent is taking a break, so. Gotta get another source on Trent is on break.
I saw today, I don't know when it was, but it just across my LinkedIn feed. I saw a dude sued a black directory of doctors.
I saw that thing.
Yeah. So there's a directory of black doctors for black patients, and the guy sued it for discrimination.
Our ancestors, boy, they got sued in the pre-integration days. What the hell y'all doing? You ain't let no white folks over here. Hold up, man. This is over. We had to do this because we get the people.
Exactly. Well, and you're in the Matrix again. And the point the person was making in the post is that like when a man has a problem with his urethra, he wants a male doctor. When a woman gets a pap smear, she wants to see a female doctor. So what's different about a black person who wants to see a black doctor when you've got cultural things and actual physiological differences that other guys understand? Plus, and I didn't realize this, it's still taught that black people don't feel pain the way that other people do. And I knew that was a case in the 2010s because I have a friend who's a doctor and she graduated around 2010 and they were still teaching that. I didn't realize they were still teaching.
They actually say that in the class?
Yep. Like in a different way, but yes.
Yeah.
Sweet dreams. Yeah, I know. Starbucks.
No.
But they can't be a part of our society. Now we're looking at your people. That's wild. Welcome to 2026, America.
Anyway. So that's that. What's next? Devon.
Yes,
You
ma'am.
said you's off from work. You're not out there, so I don't know what's going on. Are you playing video games? What's happening?
I got a house full of babies, you already know, but we all right. All the grands are here. We got help because my oldest grand, she's help to help out. This is good. When we had my son late, and so he was a good deterrent for my daughters for having kids too soon. And so now my granddaughter's helping with her youngest cousin. I need Britt to explain that. It's first removed, however that works.
Please don't do that to me. Don't do that.
I'm with you, First Lady. My brain just never.
Story.
Yeah, I can't. They cousins. But to get deterrent for her, because she's 13 now, and so she's helping with the youngest. She be getting frustrated. I'm like, yeah, it's a good deterrent for you. It's not easy. Not easy. I'm an advocate of making babies, but it's not an easy thing to bring a child into this world, in the words of my mother. But yeah, we doing good, First Lady. It's cloudy. I don't understand what's going on. It's day, but it's like they just hiding the sun. It's a whole nother discussion. They hiding the sun from us. I'm gonna get tired of this. If it ain't raining, it's cloudy. Like, can we just get a nice sunny day?
God says, stop complaining and be grateful for the day that you are being spared. So if you want sunny days, you just say, Lord, I thank you for that. That gray sure is in the day. He's a little yellow in there. You got it. That's how you got to speak to the universe.
Anything above ground is a good day, right? That's what they say.
The sun's coming, Devon.
There you go.
It's coming out, Devon.
It's coming. It's gonna come.
The last day, anybody that can offend, so it's your punishment for that. But no, seriously, June gloom been around for a long time. I know it ain't quite June yet, but June gloom has been a thing for a minute. So it's part of the natural flow of things. Well, June's the year this year, baby, because it's about to take the motherfucking championship. It's gonna be shining in New York for the whole 365 days. It's a long time coming. Sam Cook.
I just want to know, are y'all going to be safe? Is this going to be okay?
Look, they don't know.
I don't care what happens as long as we motherfucking win the championship. They're going to take my last breath. I'll be happy. Tearing New York up, what?
No, I don't think it's going to get violent. I think it's going to be, it's going to enhance the camaraderie that you already see. There's been one or two incidents outside the garden. Nobody's going to die. I don't think the people are going to tear up the city or burn cars. And I don't think New York is that.
Divide. They had 10 people on the billboard last night.
Divide. They've never won in big time, bro. They got a lot of pent up energy. It started off.
I don't think it's not going to get negative, though. I think it's just going to be a plus. We need this. We haven't had
jumping around.
Yeah, I don't think. I'm staying positive. Again, I think it's going to be a good thing for the city. People will be. I don't see destruction. Police.
Take a look at the chat, Divine. We got a new theme song.
And speaking from a city that wins championships all the
It starts out exuberant, alcohol, elation, and it just gets out of control. So not so much the spirit of destroying stuff, but you just lose control. So I'm just looking at it's been a long time, man. That's a lot of pent up energy. So I pray it go well.
Did he touch churches? I mean, I'm from a state where, we all the time. So, like, hair behind my ear.
I'm saying, whether it be the Dodgers, whether it be the Rams, whether it be the Lakers, I'm just saying it's a city that everybody. I just pray that you're going to keep it all, under control. That's all.
It's gonna get rowdy, but I don't think it's gonna get violent. I'm gonna put that into the universe. We're gonna celebrate. We're gonna have a good time. We have a parade. Like I remember a certain time. Y'all know I'm old. I remember in '86. Was it the Mets? BWA, was it 86?
I was 5 in 86.
Oh, yeah. I believe the Mets won in 86.
I went to the Giants parade when the Giants won.
Exactly. When the Giants won. And it's nothing too crazy. I mean, we're New Yorkers. Yes, we have the wildest fans. But I think other cities be ODing. The cars on fire and all. I don't think we're going to have that. I really don't. New York, we love our city. We're not going to destroy it. Oh, yeah, it was Mets. Thank you, Spirit Juice. I remember we all got school.
Remember, they never got destroyed for the Yankees parades either.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
So,
you get more incidents at the damn, at the St. Patty's Day parade than anything else.
I would say from Donnie to everybody, stay indoors as much as possible and don't get caught up in all that.
Y'all better sit your happy ass down somewhere.
Whoa. Come on. He's already put there last night.
Fuck that. Y'all better sit down. The hell? Huh?
hey, first lady, can I play all this liquor? Hey, can I play the liquor real quick? Got this side.
Although and illiterate fails to read the chat comments. So it's really hard to hear you.
Because the fatty's out for a walk.
I don't see a comment from you.
Well, that's because it was 4 hours ago.
We couldn't know you were communicating in these cryptic
Bro,
ways.
I'm dinging from my life, derisive.
Okay, well, I know that's not true. That's what
Sorry. To translate that.
I'm sorry.
I will pay more attention to the chat market moving forward when you were on mute.
And then, BB came in, and I wanted to hear BB, and he couldn't get in because Kevin was in a deep ISO with, who are you wrangling with this morning, Kevin?
No, it was Daniel.
Nav, Naveen, for sure.
And Janelle afterwards.
And my repeated requests that's not true.
I was in a room with him where he was trying to read something and he was unable to engage in basic comprehension of what was being written. I was actually shocked. It was one of the more interesting moments I've had where somebody's reading something and they're telling me that the thing says a thing that it doesn't. So I don't think I'll be engaging with BB, and if I see him, I will be calling him an idiot.
Well, he will be moved down.
Be nice.
Just like when Zach got moved down for spiraling a bit,
Other Zach.
And then when he rejoined the stage, it was better. So,
So on a slightly, sorry, Monica,
I'm done enough.
Okay. On a slightly different topic, but since we kind of bring up the chat, I put a link in the chat to something else that's somewhat related, but a totally different subject. And we don't have to talk about it, but I'm curious to raise it if anyone has heard of this guy who's being medically kidnapped, so to speak, in Canada.
which is an interesting.
I saw an article about a girl who was raped and she got no justice, so she petitioned the government for her to kill herself, and they agreed because it's much more fair that a victim of assault should just die than have the assaulters held accountable. It's very frustrating.
I think it's frustrating that half the time when I look up these cases, they're being misrepresented.
Well, why don't I help you, and I will find the post that I saw so we can examine it.
Please, Mike. And I was actually just about to look it up, and I can't find anything.
Wait, the other post that you guys were just talking about, was it the young guy who was pulled over by the police?
That one.
Yeah. I don't know what I didn't see what you put in the chat. Did you put in the chat?
Yeah, it should be the last message in the chat behind a couple of words. But yeah, it is.
Okay. And I just thought I've seen two different things. One where he has mental issues, but maybe he doesn't. Maybe he's a genius.
Yeah. I'm sure there is more to the story.
Yes.
That's why I'm not putting forth a strong opinion when we're but it does seem a little strange the way it's being told. So I'm curious if anyone knows anything else.
What I heard was that his parents wanted him to be detained, and he had written. It's also like conspiracy theory stuff that he was writing, that he thought would get fired or something. It was on his physics paper.
Okay.
But I have to read the article that you have.
Right, but what is that there probably is more to the story.
Oh yeah, definitely.
I
And I don't know, he was like a good-looking guy, and the way he handled the interaction with the police was calm, so it appeared like everything is on the cops.
Hello?
Chinese government, of course. Like, well, that's fine, but he also had been saying that the traffic. There's some guy who's accused of being a cyber terrorist. He claims he ran him out of Toronto, and then the traffic in major cities, like, almost down to nothing because of this guy.
The light bringer has here. In the name of Jesus. In the name of Jesus, I rebuke you. In the name of Jesus.
Decided that
what is in the name of Jesus?
Needed to get away just from seeing him in a
Do not talk in this manner.
But he was saying a lot of strange things that the parents were very concerned.
Let's get to the point.
In the name of Jesus.
Without religion,
I suspected there might be something more to the story.
Really?
Yes, it was very egregious by the look of it at face value.
Yeah, you can just go to his Twitter account. You can see a lot of the weird stuff he was saying about the traffic and this guy he named as a cyber terrorist, which I didn't look up the guy. I don't know who it is, if it's somebody popular or something.
In the name of Jesus, I rebuke you.
Psychology school.
What are you, Jewish?
It's hella easier to convince people you're crazy than it is to convince them you're sane.
You angry. I'm happy. Leave me alone. You angry. I'm happy. I can't argue with you.
true. How come?
You angry. I'm happy. I can't argue with you.
Business. What's your point?
You angry.
I'm just trying to get good.
I'm happy. Leave me alone. I'm happy. You angry.
Hey, Brian, what's up, backup?
Leave me alone. You angry. I'm happy.
How long have you been
thinking about like convincing someone to get out of a fight. I do want to fight. What, the crazy eye?
Yeah, I am Aquarius. I am both. This is my form of crying.
You angry?
My son is legendary. We had Mozart, Beethoven. We had Galileo Galilei.
Galilean princess.
Raise your eye. It's only teenage women.
Do not speak of my brother.
Yeah, I'm reading that story, Zach, and I guess for me the most influential thing in that story would be what are his parents saying?
What is his parents saying? Can you please
Yeah,
elaborate?
it's not like this doctor just, oh, this guy, I don't know anything about what's peculiar. He had his eyes on him.
That was the best
Yeah,
picture.
sure. The most likely thing is that there's more to it. That obviously this guy is not forthcoming about.
Yeah, obviously. So just because you're
Right.
stating the obvious. Yeah, right.
Well, he also believed the stuff that he believes is like on the Twitter. He's like, I can't believe no one's noticing these
You know shit, Sherlock. What's your point?
Like,
You
oh,
don't
New York, Toronto, like all of a sudden traffic is nothing when it should be very busy. I didn't look at the timestamps. Like one he said was the middle of
course you
rush
didn't.
hour.
Because you're a dumb bitch.
8 o'clock.
You fucking dumb bitch.
Something's wrong here.
Exactly.
Devil's advocate or benefit of
Obviously wrong. Obviously bad.
That's why I said you have to timestamp to where he was claiming the patent was anyway.
Hello?
Impossible.
But he's claiming that this guy, who was a cyber terrorist, was the cause of these of influencing traffic throughout at least two different countries.
Hello?
I mean, I guess so. I don't know anything about these things that you're like what his claims were. I didn't read enough into it yet. I heard about this morning, funny enough. But I guess my point is that just because he has crazy theories and ideas, what part of that necessarily makes him a danger to himself or others?
Well, I mean, like I said, his parents were the ones who were concerned, so presumably they had more information. But I think from an outsider, you could see more was going on. And it wasn't, like I said, just this guy.
Hello?
Well, that guy looks like he's acting.
Hello? 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 Hello?
I suppose it's possible it could be both things.
Yeah.
It's coming with full force.
Of course, like I said, the fact that he happened to also be talking about Chinese government, so this is why people are like, oh no, he was definitely taken up because he was no stuff, so it's all adding to a big conspiracy.
Okay.
Yeah, right. Yeah, right.
Reading the ex post, Monica.
Which, of course, that affects people's idea of what this doesn't look like crazy person. He's just good-looking, grad student.
I'm checking now with the person or help out. I might have got part of the story wrong.
Alistair's the greatest gay
What
lord of
three
all
men
time.
were held accountable?
And three and that rate.
The gay lord, Alistair.
And
I accidentally refresh when I was sitting down on a Post where they drink a champagne bottle.
it's that all these
The wrath of God.
quote-unquote
Shall be spread around you, but
fucking losers getting lumped in with them.
I really don't care about your opinion.
Has anyone ever savored a champagne bottle?
Of course they have, you know, bitch.
Like when you savor it with you take a
Oh.
pour it. Yeah.
I've tried
Done
it.
it?
I've never done it. I'm kind of curious.
My success is inevitable.
I feel like it's difficult.
It's yet to come.
You said you had to score it ahead of time?
I think you're supposed to. No, are you?
Well, I didn't, so that could be why
Okay, yeah, I think you're supposed to score it with the body first.
Probably.
That makes sense.
Yeah. Because mine did not do anything. It didn't break. It didn't like it was at least.
Well, actually, that sounds like a good idea. I think I'm gonna try that. And in the future, you can do it. Score it first. Who's got a knife? Or something. Score it first. That might be worth it. And that way, it makes
Let's have a conversation. This interrupt this.
It says children, remove the foiling cage, locate the scene, rewind on the cage angle correctly, and strike. It doesn't say.
Let me see. I'm gonna buy some cheap champagne.
Yeah, right.
I'm gonna practice this.
Slide with confidence.
I'm so sorry, Monica. I didn't realize champagne would be more interesting to these people than real paper.
Yo, he died to make that joke, bro. I'm gonna get it in. Get it in now. That is like she's sad. Literally. Ew.
Whoa, you're not Canada.
Hello?
Whoa. God bless you, I wouldn't need a robe. I just fucking go outside.
Right, I just go to the doctor.
Tim Hortons. My Uncle Tim Hortons.
That's Starbucks for us.
Yeah.
Can you bring me a Starbucks, please?
I'm not making this.
Oh. Darn. When that happens.
Well, I'm a little bit on Monica. What do you think this story that you brought up of, or incident, I shouldn't say story, of Noella Castillo, what do you think illustrates?
Hello? Hello?
Okay, what did she put it? We failed her. Society failed her.
Hello?
Situation, but I'm also not sure if like the narrative alongside it is really justified, especially based on like what I originally was.
Hello?
Incident.
Hello?
I think we went. The original thing was there was a woman. She was gang raped. Rather than putting the perpetrators in jail, we offered her assisted suicide.
No, I can't.
Yo, the symbiote's a huge. I recommend
you got Carnage. You've got Toxin.
So once you reach,
I think the symbiotes also have their own separate symbiote god, who like created the universe and created them as part of the Void.
like growl or something. Yeah. Basically, when you're mean, that means you're a relaxer. That's what it means. You have to give it back. You have to be the true Spider-Man. That's what.
Is that what Muhammad is, Spider-Man? I think in the Islamic faith, Muhammad is definitely a Spider-Man.
The Spider-Man costume, when he had the new suit, was impressive. That was a cool new design.
Right, guys. You have to respect the art, you know. You have to respect the cosmos. You have to respect all these fans, you know. You have to respect all of this. This is art. This is fun. You know? We don't have to make it.
This is what Andrew does with Frenchie and Bob. They create art every day here on Clubhouse. It is amazing, brother. No, Andrew does art. This is all an art project. You would never know that the man who can't even change his PTR is actually an artist. Zayad, do you have 2 ears or 1 mouth? Or 2 mouths and 1 ear? Which one is it, Habibi? Is an art project. Every clubhouse room is an art project. Every art room is an art project.
It's John Kitover. It's the motherfucker that ran for Congress. Oh,
Kick him out. Kick him out. You guys, listen. I came to this room to make fun of Andrew again because what Andrew does is not art. It's actually retardation. It's brain rot. You know? That's what Andrew does every day. He'd be better off reading a book. But some people can't read a book anymore. Have you read a book, Zayad? When was the last time you read a book? Was it the Quran? Was it the Quran? You're retarded. You're a retard. Don't call me a retard and not expect to also be called a retard. That's a retard projection. You are projecting your retardation onto you are the retard. My message is that Andrew has brain rot. He should just play the Bible and read an audiobook because these rooms are a waste of time. And everything that everybody says is just retarded. Jason, you called me retarded, and I am explaining myself with my message. I am the messenger. I am the new messenger. Habibi, I am the new messenger, like your prophet. Hey, wallah. Let's not engage with Jason. He is a non-playable character, you know? Do you know what this non-playable character is? Baby. Oh, great. We got Frenchie, the clubhouse Karen. Frenchie, the clubhouse Karen. What's your problem?
He has no respect to all of you guys.
I get no respect at all. You know how Rodney Dangerfield used to say, I don't get no respect at all when I reverse them. Oh. Ow!
It's not perfect, but compared to a lot of rooms, it's less chaotic.
Amazing. You guys I can write thesis about that.
I write a thesis, a statement about what you are doing. Unbelievable work.
Guys, you're from the US, right?
Mostly.
Mostly, maybe UK and US.
Just a room of people.
Can I ask you a question? Would you change your life somewhere else?
I did.
Very low dose of Klonopin, and I take Klonopin, and have for 30. And I take Klonopin, and have for 30 years or something. But it's a very low dose. Anyway, so it's very sad.
Hello?
He had.
Hello?
I'm sorry.
Hello? Have you ever wondered why am I watching this live stream right now? What's wrong with me? Why don't this guy's live stream right now? What's wrong with me? Hello? Hello?
He's been down for a year and a half now. Yeah, so he had for a year and a half now. Yeah, so he had. There was also. They're also saying that he had mold in his house. It was his diet.
Hello? 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 Is it me you're looking for? And I see you in my eye. Hello? Hello? Hello?
Yasha Wells. Paris Faulkner is one of the black conservative women that you will ever see on TV.
Because he was a drug addict.
Yeah, well, him being a quack is distinct.
I see
I don't think he's like a drug addict or whatever. It seems like he got too chemically. He developed a physical dependence, an extremely addictive drug. I don't for that.
It's okay, Kevin. I understand what you did. You're bent, and I get
I was trolling a little bit. I'll say like oh yeah, he's addicted to benzos.
Honestly, a lot of people apparently don't even know who this Jordan Peterson person, never heard of him.
Oh my god, you're so lucky. Oh my god.
Yeah, no, I actually consider myself very lucky, especially right now. How many people would I guess, root for this man who probably doesn't care about it.
You know, he's a quack.
Monica Kingdom!
He's a brilliant professor, and he has changed lives all over the world.
That's fabulous.
All over the world.
So
Okay. I'm not on the Jordan Peterson bandwagon like most of the people in this room. Quite honestly, I don't really feel strongly about him one way or the other. I think he has some good stuff, and I think he has some meritless stuff.
Hello?
The irony in you talking about people misrepresenting stories, and then you misrepresenting something that you didn't know jack all shit about. The irony is just unbelievable.
Hello?
Making an offhand comment about Jordan Peterson as to not make any sort of point, but just kind of in a troll there, versus when we're having an extended back and forth about a specific topic, we're engaged in kind of like an actual policy debate, and the examples were being brought up. Like if we were having a debate about Jordan Peterson and which of his ideas are worth merit, I'm not going to use him developing a dependency to benzos as like an example of why we shouldn't listen to him. That would be a really dumb argument.
But that's exactly what you did.
That's not
Hello?
Me saying he is a quack and he was addicted to benzos is kind of like a troll, versus not the same as me saying he's a quack because he's addicted to benzos. That's a different statement. Okay. Somebody could be a bad person, or I'm not saying Jordan Peterson is a bad person. Somebody could
Nice
be a bad
justification. I appreciate it. Nice stuff.
It's not an attempt. It's a very valid thing. I mean, this is like you don't like the way I misrepresent the stories about a suicide. Therefore, I'm going to call back.
Hello!
I didn't misrepresent any stories about assisted suicide. I gave you the facts that I had, the same way that you used the facts that you had, whether they were right, wrong, or indifferent. It's the exact same situation. I didn't misrepresent anything. I gave you the information that pulled as I was looking at it on Grok. Okay, I didn't misrepresent.
I'm saying the facts were free.
What that just happened in this room. We cannot deny that. That's actually what happened.
And that's actually exactly what Kevin just did with JP.
It was. Those two things have two different. You know, so one was like
Hello?
a job.
Don't you dare insult Jordan Peterson. Don't even think of it.
It took this turn. I'll be honest. This is how it seems to me from being outside the club.
I'm not ideologically motivated towards thinking Jordan Peterson is a benzos addict. Like I said, him being a quack, totally distinct from his.
Okay, Kevin, you have a very bad habit of repeating yourself 5 times.
Well, I feel like I'm not being heard. I feel like I'm not being heard.
We got you.
I was thinking you guys have thoughts with hearing.
Yeah.
I think you guys are homosexuals.
Thank you,
Of course you love.
That was the thought. And do you think about homosexuals all day long? Sometimes when I'm around you guys, I think about it. And tell me what those thoughts are when you're around us. You think about homosexuals. Well, you keep talking about Woody Allen and pickles. So Woody Allen's not a homosexual, and pickles aren't homosexual. Wait, Woody Allen? I don't think so. Okay, what is he? He's a non-homosexual. Is he a pedophile? Why would he be a pedophile? What that? I don't know why he would be a pedophile. I can't relate. Well, why are you So far, your things are homosexuality and pedophilia.
Hello?
Well, you brought up Woody Allen and pickles, so you got got me like. Well, I said you were in a pickle, but you didn't understand what that meant. What does Willie Allen got to do with pedophilia? Yeah. Then why'd you bring it up? Thought he was. Why did you bring it up? Why do you think that? Because you guys got me thinking about pedophiles.
Hello?
Hello? You talking about Israel? Yeah. Yeah, no, we were. That got me thinking. We're talking about genocide. So tell us about Israel and pedophiles. I want to hear. That's okay.
Hello? I just wanted to say, like, people who think about a small, tiny country with just a little over 10 million people all day long and do all this ad hominem projection, it could be you problem. Just consider it. Because I don't hear you talking about India. I don't hear you talking about China, which has over 0.4 billion people, approaching 3 billion people. So if you just project onto a small, little, tiny country with just 10 million people, well, could be, do you think it's a category error? Could be just be a category error, not an ad hominem projection.
Because there's a lot of people on here making claims about that country, and I'd like to know what evidence they have for such claims.
But yeah, why are you so focused on such a small little country?
I'll answer that. No, I think I want to hear is what's the proof? Well, I'll ask you need to answer first. Which of like previous guilty of genocide?
It's in the pudding.
I want to speak in a serious manner.
Rubenchik, imagine being in college and your professor's like, all right, well, let's see your senior thesis that you've been working on for the past 6 months, and you just hand him like a box of JELLO, and you're like, he's like, what is this? And you're like, it's in the pudding. And well, you're getting an F, and I guess you're not graduating this institution. Then you end up on Clubhouse for years talking to Christians and making fun of them to make yourself feel better about the fact that you read books. We are cooking!
What answer do you have for that?
We're
okay.
Why? Like, what credentials do you have that, like, require that I give my position to you? Like, what's up?
Asking you the question. Listen, if you're afraid to share your thoughts, then just hang around and maybe learn a little bit. Maybe you'll have a little bit more confidence.
Okay, go ahead.
If I was as big an asshole as you, I'd keep my mouth shut too. I don't blame you one.
Really? Then how come you're not always mute in rooms then?
Because I'm not an asshole like you.
Oh, that's not what consensus says.
Oh, where's that written?
Oh, it has to be written.
Well, you said says. Where is it spoken?
It's spoken in more rooms.
I'm ready. Tell me which one.
El Normo, it might be a bit much to call him an asshole. I wouldn't really put him in that category. I would put him in the category of someone who likes to have fun, but yet really he's missing the real fun, which is to be, cast in a position of great brilliance. And, it's who are we to judge someone who comes on this app and just doesn't do much? Because maybe they've got a lot of stuff in their background that would be, really entertaining and enjoyable, the shared experience. And, I just like to thank Rubenchik, cesspool of sludge. And I just like to come around, cesspool of sludge. And I just like to come around and stir the pot sometimes, take a whiff, see if it's yet for a taste.
Yeah, take a ripper, exhale, stir the pot again.
Thanks, John. Now, have you got an answer?
Stir the pot again.
Thanks, John. Now, have you got an answer on it, badger or not? Do you know that? Can you? I'd like you to prove that Big is guilty of genocide.
Oh yeah, I can. I don't want to right now.
Why not?
I could with the hands.
Well, you're not afraid.
That's right.
But if you were afraid of him, then you'd explain yourself.
Yeah, he was more like Yahweh.
Other he married his daughter? Wait, just one minute. I couldn't remember the age. I think she was over 30. In which country was this? Yeah, I'll look it up. Hold on a second. Who performed? See, I know about that. I heard that it's long. Oh, it's Wall that he married his daughter? Okay. He never got married. One heard he married his daughter, two. He wasn't dumb thing to marry his daughter. In a world of dumb things, that's a really dumb thing. And speaking of us, you need Previn, where she was never his daughter. He never lived with Mia Farrow. She was, she was not an adopted. Woody Allen never adopted her. He was never a father figure. And, never stayed over in Mia Farrow's house. A friend of his when she was living there. Her father is Andre Previn. Andre Previn and Mia Farrow were the ones who adopted. Woody Allen's married to now. Nothing to do with Woody Allen. Andre Previn, the composer. So the claim is that Woody Allen married his daughter. Okay, I was mistaken. I misheard that. You're right. It was just the daughter of his partner from the past. That's what it was. Yeah, I think you've been reading National Enquirer. That's cool. The guy in Hollywood that's so connected had to go for some chick that's like the daughter of his partner.
Let's not forget.
Cool. I don't want to be judgy.
Let's not forget that Woody Allen is photographed with Jeffrey Epstein a gazillion times. And if you are friends with Jeffrey Epstein, unfortunately, you now have a scarlet letter on your back. It's just a fact. That means
it's not illegal to party with Jeffrey Epstein. Excuse me, this photograph.
there's a chance that you weren't like in you probably weren't in a library reading books. You were in the Jeffrey Epstein emails. Well, I don't think he had anything to do with it.
Going on is here.
Yeah, so if anybody was friends with somebody who was a criminal, what does that make the friend? What are they guilty of?
That's called an associate in a criminal mafia organization.
What are they guilty of? I'm asking.
Associating. So if you go to jail and part of your parole is that you can't associate with other known felons because the state believes you might be involved in criminal conspiracies, that makes you an associate.
Yeah, what's the charge? Associate, he just told you. So that's the charge, associate. Yeah, no one's saying anything, dude. You're getting too creative here. What are you getting at here? So that's a charge, a criminal charge. Is it associate? Why are you still worried?
Honey, please. You've never been in a Rubenchik room. These are special rooms. Just be patient.
I'm just trying to figure out why he's so worried about Epstein now. What was brought up that made him so focused on Epstein?
Well, I don't know if you understand how consciousness. Yeah, let me explain to you how the brain works. First of all, consciousness is impacted by what you could call spotlight or floodlight. And what I did was I presented a spotlight because you guys were talking about Woody Allen. And so I focused in on his associate, Jeffrey. But if you want to go back to
he just hangs out with people like that. It doesn't mean he's a bad guy.
If you want to go back to the spotlight, which is the glory of Israel, we can do that because I've been to Israel multiple times. And I got to tell you, until you jog up and down Tel Aviv Beach, north to south and south to north, and you see a beautiful Ashkenazi or Sephardim or beautiful Mizrahi Jew schwitzing and sweating in the glistening sunset, and then you go back to your 180-degree hotel and you take a shower with a bunch of hot Jews from all around the world, and you have a great time with these beautiful little babies. And then you go hookah and have a little cocktail before your dinner. And then you go have an amazing falafel sandwich. Oh, it's just heaven on earth.
Where's falafel from? Where does it originate? Where was it going to be from? Oh, it's from Israel. It was Jewish food.
It's a sandwich.
Well, it have to be Jewish food.
Yeah. Have you heard of a tomato?
Aren't
Have you heard of a piece of lettuce and a pickle? Did you know you can put these things together and it's not cultural appropriation? Honey, let me ask you something. What have you done today to deconstruct structural white racism?
I did a bunch of yoga.
And so,
What have you done, John?
when you say yoga, does that mean you unioned with the universe and you realized?
I yoked my mind so I could control the body.
So
and vice versa.
do you think a lot of the people, thus, you're not in a state of freedom, of liberation, because you got pain in the, thus, you're not in a state of freedom, of liberation, because you got pain in the central nervous system. And you got,
I agree.
hello?
Yeah, I agree with that. Okay, John, I don't think wait on a crime. So, what are you talking about? Why are you so fixated on Epstein? Okay, Jimmy, sir. I didn't bring up Epstein, John. What are you saying?
Myself personally, I know that there, in many ways, no real justice except social media justice, which means that if you can't get them in court or they get you in court, you can still get them on the internet. And a lot, this is why Google reviews is such a big thing to businesses, because if you hang with Woody Allen, guilt by association is not actual verdict in a courtroom, Rubenchik. I don't think you're that, low IQ. I think you may understand that. What I'm saying is, with the Epstein files release and the mass publication of all those photos of, our great, so, guilt by association, again, is social justice, that's it. Internet social justice.
Yeah, now did you get your question answered, Rubenchik? So there's no guilty really crime. There's no guilty really crimes then. Oh, we don't know. That's unknown. Yeah, I'm asking John.
Well, obviously, it's not a courtroom, and so your question really has no bearing with regards to this room. And unfortunately, you have to look at the context of your question, and then we can make an adjudication and a determination about my response. Because you're asking a negative in a non-existent reality. All we know is that Jeffrey Epstein was a nefarious motherfucker. And all you have to do is watch the Steve Bannon interview. But the horrible thing about the Bannon-Epstein interview is that you realize that Jeffrey Epstein is probably less of a toxic person than Steve Bannon, who has to be maybe one of the most toxic people to have ever lived.
Okay, can you please refrain from using obscene language, John?
Oh, I'm sorry. What did I say? Hello?
Yeah, she likes me. Listen to her.
Honey's my husband.
Yep, that's right. One of them.
Baby,
Go ahead. Go ahead. Oh, Lord. I'm going to take...
That's what I was trying to get across, is that in the court of social justice... Revenge kicked me.
Don't have the proof of it. Don't accept me bringing you up, okay? Now, rooms are pretty boring, and people like a lot of drama and fuss and people speaking on top of one another, okay? But that's not... Is there anybody who can prove, are you in possession of the evidence that Bibi is guilty of genocide? It's either yes, no, or okay? And when I bring you up, if you start mentioning anything about anybody else, or talking about anything else, or you say you do have the evidence,
and we have to give it a very, very loose, and Geno is tied to genetics. So any murder or death or chaos or destruction caused by a bomb is complicit in the act of destroying the genetics of a human, and thus any murder of genocide.
okay, so if I kill guilty of genocide.
Yes. Yes. You're a genocide.
just it won't have anything to do with the destruction of
Hello?
part of
Hello?
a specific group of people based on race, whatever. The current wording.
With the intention of wiping them out.
Yeah.
Which
Well, not wiping them out, just wiping them in whole or in part. So wiping out implies whole.
Hello?
The
Hello?
part is the squishy part.
Well, that means if you kill two people, then you're guilty of genocide. Even if you've declared over the rules of war.
Yeah, let's define part. It's like Bill Clinton defining is.
It really doesn't matter what the action is, right? It has to be, you have to have intent. So even killing one person, right? So, Mr. Rand, can you, have you got anything else to say?
Yeah, I just don't agree with your opinion about intent.
Okay, so you don't think the genocide needs to have intent?
No. Talk to the dodo bird.
That's the integral part of genocide, the intent, that's the word, intent.
It's integral?
You have to can you prove it was Bibi's intention to purposely kill people?
Well, I think Bibi's logic is kill or be killed. And it's good logic.
What do you mean you have not?
I have not. How come you get it, but I don't?
You have not heard my world-famous Indian accent? You know, recently on YouTube, a horrible person from this app, he said a horrible, terrible thing, and he got my community guidelines strike. And it was because he said something very, very disgusting and hateful and genocidal. And I hope that this room, you will not, as a moderator, allow anyone to make such horrific violations of hate speech.
Wow. That's a little too anglicized. You gotta tighten it up a little bit. You know what? I can't do an Indian accent. I can recognize that.
Mr. Rand, you put on your tefillin the wrong way, by the way, of your other pictures. Yeah. But anyway, intent is, so if you're making a claim of genocide, you have to prove the intent. If you don't have the intent, you can't make a claim of genocide. That's the way it works.
You see tefillin. Oh, other.
In regard to Miguel and Jesse Epstein or anybody in a photograph with Epstein, just because somebody has a photograph of Epstein,
Just because they're in a list of people who visited specific places.
Just want to say that it's really all all the Savta Gilas make Israel so glorious. A Savta, if you've got a rockin' grandmother who just doesn't seem like the bubby type, maybe the best name for her is Savta. Savta means grandmother in Hebrew. And we think any grandmother who calls herself Savta is kind of, well, a glorious badass. Since Jews have been around over 3,000 years, there are many words of wisdom that are still true today. Here are some funny Jewish sayings and some wise proverbs. A black hen can lay a egg. Dress up a broom and it will look nice too. All is not that comes from a cow. The hat is fine, but the head is too small. You can't sit on two horses with one mind. He has more in his head than in his pocket. Don't live in a town where there are no doctors. If you're with dogs, you get up with fleas. Don't give me the honey and spare me the sting. If a girl can't dance, she says the musicians can't play. Lovers like the dark. With horses, you check the teeth. With a human, you check the brains. Worries go down better with soup than without. Bow wow! If the rich could hire the poor to die for them, the poor would make a very living. God gave man 2 ears and 1 mouth, so listen more and talk less. Man plans, God laughs. Even a bear can be taught to dance. If he were twice as smart, he'd be an idiot. He's meditating on whether a flea has a belly button. They are both in love, he with himself and she with herself. Enemies fall, but don't rush to pick him up either. If God, people break his windows. Wow, wow! Wow, 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 wow!
I got the vibe that this real person that I want to connect with knows just what I get to do. The #1 selling performance artist of all time, Rosalie.
They kicked me.
Understanding, and it's okay. That's why I said just
Y'all crazy, man. That's not
again, because I'm like this is.
I don't know why y'all still going back.
Well, I have
just told you we
two degrees. One of them is in business, and it is from Kelly School of Business. So, just saying.
Everybody spent $250
because that's the price.
Milk is never gonna be 200. That's the case. You
If
go buy your
everybody
account.
has $1 million, milk will absolutely be $100K a jug.
Bro, do you think about this, bro?
He doesn't understand how stocks work.
After all those stimulus checks went out, everything went the fuck up insanely, bro. And now it's off of $1,200.
No, it didn't go up, bro. It was coronavirus, bro. Everything's cheap gas.
I really feel like he's rage baiting and just trying to play devil's advocate. So, okay, thank you. Thank you.
Listen, man, just told y'all he had an IEP at Apple. I don't know why y'all still arguing.
I even repeated it. IEP. Are you serious?
Okay, so what? I was in the small class. You definitely weren't in the small class.
Small class or in the free class? Special ed.
You act like y'all walk past that class, Lord. No kids all in there.
Your special ed. Are IEPs in college?
Yeah, they are. They do that though. They do.
I was asking. They do.
Yeah, they call them remedial courses.
Yeah.
I mean, but you know, like I said, I own my own company at the end of the day, man. So I'm
There's a lot of people that own companies that are not doing.
Who have a true relationship with. That, to me, historically has been one of the most important relationships for kids and parents. The relationship with your pediatrician. It's one of trust. And in my world, it doesn't exist in the name of profit seeking for the companies that and as a universal net positive.
Let someone use my kayak. I use
on the dust. A house of death.
Look at the beach going on for this one.
Sublime, I keep it in my mind. Mental. A needle made of light, threading through the night. I mark the hidden sea, I sharpen up the dream. The case is cold but clear. I wait long enough here. So let it come around, let the devil kiss the ground. I want the scales to sing on the edge of everything, to make the punishment fit the crime. You wore the borrowed, you left no kind of but every lie you spun turns back in you. I kept the final glue like a blade inside my shoe. Now every step you take feels like the earth might break. So let it come around, let the gale kiss the ground. I want the scales to sing on the edge of everything, to make the punishment fit the crime. And if I'm wrong, but I have held on to the shape of what was lost, to the price, to the cost.
My object all sublime. I keep it in my mind. A needle made of light. Thread into the night. I mark the hidden seam. I sharpen up the dream. The case is cold but clean. I've waited long enough here. So let it come around. Let the galaxy cry. I want the scales to see on the edge of everything to make the punishment fit the crime. To make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. My object all sublime. I shall achieve time. You wore the borrowed face. You left no kind of grave. But every lie you spun turns back beneath the sun. I kept the final clue, like a blade inside my shoe. Now every step you take feels like the earth might break. So let come around, let the galaxy grow. On the edge of everything to make the punishment fit the crime. My object all sublime. I shall achieve in time. Make the punishment fit the
The order are about to become mothers receive all care, attention, and honor from all brethren. 68 special professed houses will be established for their convenience, should they wish to take advantage of them. 69 the order offers great social advantages to its members, bringing them as it does into constant association with men and women of high rank. 70 the order offers extraordinary opportunities. Members in their trades, businesses, professions, aiding their collaboration and securing their clients or customers. Elevate house! Elevate house! Everyone, the order offers friendship to members, bringing together men and women of skill and character, taste, and
shall seek constantly to give pleasure to all brethren.
Spend all the tax dollars and borrow the store accounts of some
conversation, or in any other manner that may it will frequently enact. All children of brethren are to be considered as children of the whole order, and to be protected and aided in every way, but severally, as by its organization collectively. To teach them independence and of thought and character, and to warn them that servility and cowardice are the deadly. The fourth dimensional universe, into dimensions as a square, surrounded by 30 concentric circles, life is a whose radius increased in a geometrical proportion. The sides of the square are the 4 great watchtowers, which are attributed to the. There is also a black cross, central tablet according to the arrangement shown. Compare the black cross bordering the tablets in plate A with plate B. It is the general view. Plate 4 gives the complete attribution of the tablet of air. 6th file is called linea patris. The 7th file is called linea filii. This great cross divides the tablet into 4 lesser tablets. Left hand top corner being air of air. The right hand top corner, water of air. The left hand bottom corner. It contains a Calvary cross of 10 squares, which governs it. Plates V, VI, and VI are next. The following text is between the points of the pentagram, starting at upper right. The words below are arced in a circle. Stars around the rim are Enochian letters, facing outward in the illustration. In the center of the diagram has been adjusted to align with the edge. This rectangle has its corners overlapping, the lines defining the hexagram in the original illustration. There are 7 small devices, 5 squares and 2 circles symmetrically arranged in the pattern of a 7-pointed star with point upward. There is actual 7-pointed star drawn. These devices are oriented to be viewed from the center of the figure. Their size is about that of 3-edged vertically and horizontally, and their text would be at right angles to any straight line that might be from the center of the figure. These devices have been represented by the numbers 1 through 7 in the approximation above. They are separately approximated below to scale. Mine is the head of the hawk. Abrahadabra. And
6. I bear the rose and cross of life and light.
Abrahadabra.
Giving the sign. Therefore I say unto thee, come thou dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land or in the water or whirling,
Impromptu. Close by banishing.
as the hawk's head I invoke thee.
I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. Mother bore me with labor. By my body I invoke.
About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By the brightness I invoke thee.
Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none save it be of thee, O Lord, by the Lamb that I invoke thee.
3. Mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold, the flashing obey that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee.
Mine
rattle on the beads of pearl. So run I after thee in thy car. Glory, by my fingers I invoke thee.
I bear the wand of double power in the voice of the master Abraham. By the word I invoke thee.
Mine are the dark blue waves of music in the song that I made of old to invoke thee.
Strike, strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword, crown, child and conquering Lord, Horus, by the sword I invoke thee.
6. In my hand is thy sword of revenge, let it strike at thy bidding. By the sword
Strike the master chord, draw, avenger, the whole, the terror of the water, seal invoke. Sacred is a flashing white, whiter than the forehead of the morning. And the dragons of death were as dust. Thou wouldst raise thy head, and the crocodile of Nile was abased before thee. Whose menace hideth the universe with night. The impermeable blue, the iron Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword, crown child. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword, crown child and conquering Lord, Horus, avenger. O thou of the hawk, and every thee I invoke. the whole of the ritual give the sign of Apollos. The only begotten child of Osiris, thy father, and Isis, thy mother, he that was slain. She that bore thee in her womb, flying from the terror of the water. Thee I invoke. Thousands of rays of flashing white, whiter than the forehead of the morning. Thee I invoke. Thou hast formulated thy father, and made fertile thy mother. Thee I invoke. Thou whose garden is of the golden glory, with the joy birds of light. I invoke. Who didst avenge the horror of death, thou the slayer of Typhon? Who didst lift thine arms, and the dragons of death were as dust? Who didst raise thine head, and the crocodile of Nile was abased before thee? I invoke thee, I invoke. Those menace hide the universe with night, the impermeable blue. I invoke. Who travelest in the boat of Ra, abiding at the helm of the often mountain of I invoke thee. Thou about whose presence is shed the dark light, the unfathomable blood. I invoke thee.
Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Borrows $1.3 billion to give to crying out. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Black slaves is a scam. It's the black tax socialists are taxologists. All taxation is theft, affordability is a scam. Abortion Greyhound buses are murder for profits. When the poor is buried now, spending tracker. Brandon Johnson is the tax. You send out paychecks. You send out paychecks with a smiling mask. Call the care, call the change. While you pass that, your friends at the table, out the back. We're stuck in the checkout, doing the math. You got on a mountain full of parking lot dreams, and you think on the dollar like it's free, free, free. We wake up to the with the ratings. Promise on paper feels cheap to me. Brandon Johnson is a tax. We're the ones who pay it back. All the bills and all the spends. Cash goes out when locked in. Hold me up, good books right now. Show the numbers like right now. Transparency on every track. Brandon Johnson is a tax. You calling for the people, but the doors stay closed. Three names on the cup, quick toes. You're not affordable, then raise the toll. The whole city in a chokehold, just to feed the road. We're tired of slogans on a pretty blue sign. I want a public spending tracker in real time. All time, we're done with the fiction, this is our line. Brandon Johnson is a tag. We're the ones who pay it back. All the bills and all the spends. The cash goes out when locked in. All straight up, books right now. Show the numbers like right now. Transparency on every track. Brandon Johnson is a tag. Hey, we want precision. Every cent, every check, every ring. Johnson is the tag. Johnson is a fraud. Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax. Socialists are taxologists. All taxation is theft. Affordability is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a... Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a... is a criminal. Borrows $1.3 billion to give to crony nonprofits. The CTU is a mafia propaganda organization. Affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the... Number the books, transparency. Robert spinning trigger. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax. Socialists are taxologists. All taxation is theft. Affordability is a scam. Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Borrows $1.3 billion to give to crony non-profits. The CTU is a mafia propaganda organization. Affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the books, transparency. Public spending Come thou forth, I say, and aid God, in this work of art.
The Gnostic Catholic Church, the Order of the Knights of the Holy Ghost, the Order of the Illuminati, the Order of the Temple, Knights Templar, the Order of the Knights of St. John, the Order of the Knights of Mount Temple, the Order of the Knights of the Holy Sepulchre, the Hidden Church of the Holy Grail, the Hermetic Brotherhood of Light, the Holy Order of Rose-Croix, the Order of the Holy Royal Arch of Cork, the Ancient Satanic Rites of Greece, the Rites of Greece, the Rites always written, the ancient and accepted Scottish Rite of Masonry, the Swedish Order the Sapai, and many other orders of equal merit, if of less fame.
My thoughts sublime, but keep it in my mind. A needle made of light, threading through the night. I mark the hidden sea, I sharpen up the dream. The case is cold but clear, waiting long enough here. So let it come around, let the gavel kiss the ground. I want the scales to sing on the edge of solitude. You wore the borrowed face, you left no kind of grace. But every lie you spun turns back beneath the sun. Inside my shoes, now every step you take feels like the earth might break. So let it come around, let the kiss the ground. I want the scales to sing on the edge of to make the punishment fit the shape of walls to the Christ to make the punishment fit the 60-day specialist houses will be established for their convenience, should they wish to take advantage of them. 69 The Order offers great social advantages to its members, bringing them as it does into constant association with men and women of high rank. 70 The Order offers extraordinary opportunities to its members in their trades, businesses, or professions, aiding them by collaboration and securing them clients or customers. Elevating the men and women of similar character, taste, and aspiration. This so great a proportion of human misery is rendered extremely dangerous, if not impossible, within the order by a clouding obligation of the Every brother shall seek constantly to give pleasure to all brethren, with whom he is acquainted, whether by entertainment or conversation, or in any other manner that may suggest itself. It will frequently and naturally arise that love itself springs up between members of the order, for that they have so many and sacred interests in common. Such love is peculiarly holy and is to be encouraged. All children of brethren are to be considered as children of the whole order, and to be protected and aided in every way by its members, severally, as by its organization collectively. No distinction is to be made with regard to the conditions surrounding the birth of any child. 15. There is an especially sacred duty which every brother should fulfill with regard to all children, those born without the order included. This duty is to instruct them in the lore of the Lema, to teach them independence and freedom of thought and character, and to warn them that servility and cowardice are the most deadly diseases of the human soul. The Showstone, a crystal which Dee alleged to have been brought to him by angels, was then placed upon this table, and the principal result of this plates. Surrounded by 30 concentric circles, whose radii increased in a geometrical proportion. The sides of the square are the 4 great watchtowers, which are attributed to there is also a black cross centrally
the complete attribution of the tablet of air. The sixth file is called Linea Patris. The seventh file is called Linea Filii. The seventh line is called Linea Spiritus Sancti. This great cross divides the tablet into four lesser tablets, the left-hand top corner being air of air, the right-hand top corner, water of air, the left-hand bottom corner, earth of air, the remaining corner, fire of air. Each of these lesser tablets contains a Calvary cross of 10 squares, which governs it. Plates V, VI, and VII are similar for the other elements. This is the way in which the names are drawn from the great tablets.
Next, the following text is between the points of the pen in a circle.
The letters around the rim are Enochian letters, facing outward in the illustration, including the corner letters facing toward the outer point of each corner. The two overlapping equilateral triangles shown in the interior of the figure are composed of thin, solid lines and somewhat closer in their bases to the top and bottom of the square than shown here. In the illustration, the base angle is the edge letter from the corner in each instance. The rectangular grid with Enochian letters in the center of the diagram has been to align with
rectangular grid has its corners overlapping. The lines defining the hexagram in the original illustration. There are 7 small devices, 5 squares and 2 circles symmetrically arranged in the pattern of a 7-pointed star with point upward. There is no actual 7-pointed star drawn. These devices are oriented to be viewed from the center of the figure. Their size is a line that might be drawn from the center of the figure. These devices have been represented by the numbers 1 through 7 in the approximation above. They are separately approximated below, not to scale. Mine is the head of the hawk. Abrahadabra. And ends.
6. I bear the rose and cross of life and light.
Abrahadabra.
Giving the sign at each Abrahadabra.
Remaining in the sign. The invocation concludes.
Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or thrown under the earth, on dry land or in the water, or whirling air of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God the Vast One, be thee.
Abrahadabra. The adoration. Impromptu. Close by banishing.
I think this was omitted at W's order.
Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke thee. I am the only begotten of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. Shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure by the. My fingers travel on the beads of pearl, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. Tonight are the dark blue waves of music in the song that I made of old. Invoke thee.
And conquering Lord Horus, Avenger, by the song I invoke thee.
6. My hand is thy strike at thy bidding. By the sword I the voice of
Child and conquering Lord Horus, Avenger is thy father, and Isis thy mother, he that was slain. She that bore thee in her womb, flying from the terror of the water. Thee I invoke. Whose apron is of flashing white, whiter than the forehead of the morning. Thou whose garment is of the golden glory, with the azure bars of sky. Thou who didst avenge the horror of death, thou the slayer of Typhon, thou who didst lift thy arms, and the dragon's death were as dust, thou who didst raise head. Crocodile of Nile was abased before thee. I invoke. Whose menace hideth the universe with night, the incarnate double power. I invoke. Thou who concentrest all the 30 ethers in one darkling sphere of fire. So thou who bearest the rose and rose of I invoke the voice of God, the voice of the saints, 11 other voices.
Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the are murdered for profits. Open the books, transparency now. Public. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the your friends at the table, eating out the back. We're stuck in the checkout line. Borrow a mountain for a parking lot, dream, sign your name on the dock. No one to pay it back. All the bills and all the spend. The cash goes out with our pay. All speed up. Every story we told, you preach about a funeral, then raise the just to feed your own. We're tired of slogans on a pretty blue sign, while the public's spending trigger in real time. Not another photo. Fiction, this is our life. Brandon Johnson is a tag. We're the ones who pay it back. All the bills and all the spin. Cash goes out with. Open up the books right now. Show the numbers line by line. Transparency on every track. Brandon Johnson is a tag. We want proceedings. Every cracks. To the shadows. Hold back. Move back.
black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax. Socialists are taxologists. All taxation is theft. Affordability is a scam.
Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a He's a criminal. It's a mafia propaganda. Affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the What's transparency? Robert spinning trigger. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax. Socialists are taxologists. All taxation is theft. Affordability is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. 1.3 billion to give to crony none. Profits the seats to you. Some mafia propaganda. Organization of border scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Open the books, conspiracy now. Public spectacle now. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Reparations for black slaves is a scam. Resurrection, who cometh forth from the dust, and my birth is from the house. Only through divine hooks upon your pinnacle. Watch over the universe. Lord of the string which My object supply, I keep it in my mind. Age of light, threading through the night. I mark the hidden sea, I sharpen up the dream. The case is clear, I waited long enough here. So let it come around, let the gate kiss the ground. I want the scales to sing on the edge of everything, to make punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. cheat in time. You wore the borrowed face. You left no kind of grave. But every lie you spun turns back beneath the sun. I kept the final clue, like a blade inside my shoe. Now every step you take feels like the earth might break. So let it come around, let the gate kiss the ground. I want to see us running everything to make the punishment fit the crowd. I shall achieve in time. And if I want, I have hold on to the shape of to make the punishment fit the crowd. Punishment fit the crowd. My object was sublime. I shall achieve in time.
Others receive all care, attention, and honor from all brethren. 68 special professed houses will be established for their convenience, should they wish to defy the order. 69 the order offers great social advantages to its members, bringing them as it does into constant association with men and women of high rank. 70 the order offers extraordinary opportunities to its members in their trades, businesses, or professions, aiding them by cooperation and securing them clients or customers. Elevate house! Elevate house! 71 the order offers friendship to its members, bringing together men and women of similar character, taste, aspiration. The secrecy of the order provides its members with an inviolable shroud of concealment. The crime of slander, which causes so great a proportion of human misery, rendered extremely dangerous, impossible within the order by a clause in the obligation of the third degree. Every brother seek constantly to give pleasure to all brethren with whom he is acquainted, and is to be encouraged. All to be considered as children of the whole order, and to be protected and aided in every way by its members, severally, as by its organization collectively. No distinction is to be made with regard to the conditions surrounding the birth of any child. 50. There is an especially sacred duty which every brother should fulfill with regard to all children, those born without the ordering. This duty is to instruct them in the lore of the Lima, to teach them independence and freedom of thought and character, and to warn them that servility and cowardice are the most deadly diseases of the human soul. The Showstone, a crystal which Thea alleged to have been brought to him by angels, was then placed upon this table. The principal result of the ceremonial scrying of Sir Edward Kelly is the obtaining of the following diagrams, plates, family wing. Visualize the fourth dimensional universe into dimensions as a square, surrounded by 30 concentric circles. Radii increased in a geometrical proportion. The sides of the square are the 4 great watchtowers, which attributed to there is also a black cross, settle-tabled according to the arrangement shown. Compare the black cross bordering the tablets in plate A with plate B. It fits the general view. Plate 4 gives the complete attribution of the tablet of air. Bottom corner, earth of air, the remaining corner, fire of air, fire of air. Are similar for the other elements. This is the
illustration, including the corner letters facing toward the outer point of each corner. The two overlaid equilateral triangles shown in the interior of the figure are composed of thin, solid lines and somewhat closer in their bases to the top and bottom of the square than shown here. In the illustration, the base angle is the fourth edge letter from the corner in each instant. The rectangular to align with the edge letters original illustration. This rectangular grid has its corners overlapping the lines defining the hexagon in the original relation. In the pattern of a seven-pointed star with point. There is no actual seven-pointed star drawn. These size is about that of three-edged divisions vertically and horizontally, and their text would be at right angles to any straight that might be drawn from the center of the figure. These devices have been represented by the Mine is the head of the hawk. Abrahadabra. And ends.
6. I bear, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land, or in the water, or whirling air, or of rush fire, and every spell and scourge of God the Vast One. I think this was omitted in W's order. As keen as the hawks by my head I am I am the only of radiance white and pure by the sight will be. Mine is the red, the flashing of bay that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of a porpoise and python. By the sign I invoke thee. Born is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor of the intimate air. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beads of pearl, so I bear the wand of double power in the voice of the master Abrahadabra. By the word I invoke thee. Mine are the dark blue waves of music in the song that I made of old to invoke thee. Strike, strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword, crack. is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Johnson is a criminal. Borrows $3 billion to give to crying on. Profits the CTU is a propaganda. Organization affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Open the books, transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is a Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's a tax socialists are taxologists. All taxation is theft. Affordability is a scam. Abortion Greyhound buses are murder for profits. Open the books, transparency now. Public spend tracker now. Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam.
My paychecks with a smiling mask. Call the cake or the change while you pass that. Your friends at the table eating out the back. We're stuck in the checkout line doing the math. You borrow a mountain for a parking lot dream, sign your name on the dime like it's free, free, free. We wake up to this with the red ink screams. Every promise on paper feels cheap to me. Brandon Johnson is a tax. We're the ones who pay it back. All the bills and all the spend. The cash goes out with our pants. Open up the books right now. Show the numbers like my life. Transparency on it. Track Brandon Johnson is a tax. You crawling for the people. The doors stay closed. Same names on the contracts. Every story we told. You preach about affordable. Then raise the toll. Whole city in a chokehold. Just to feed your own. We're tired of slogans on a pretty blue sign. While the public spending tracker in real time. Not enough to go to our phone all the time. We're done with the fiction, this is our line. Brandon Johnson is a tag. We're the ones who pay it back. All the bills and all the spend. Cash goes out reluctant. Open up the books right now. Show the numbers line by line. Transparency on it. Track Brandon Johnson is a tag. Hey, we want receipts. Every day, every check, every week. Time the lights to see it. Cracks to the shadows. Go back.
Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Boros wondering how to get a criminal. The PTU is a mafia propaganda organization. He is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Open up for transparency now. Public spinach right now. Brandon Johnson is the snake. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Revelation from last night. The scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Criminal. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Boros want $3 million to get the crummy docs. The CTU is a mafia propaganda. Organization accountability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is a coward.
Transparency now. Spend the tracker now. Brandon Johnson is the tax.
Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the scam. Borrows $1.3 billion to give to crony nut. Profits the views of mafia propaganda. Organization affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the top. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax, social side. Tax allergies on taxation is theft. Affordability is a scam. I am the charioteer of the east, Lord of the past and of the future. I see by mine own inward light, Lord of resurrection, who cometh forth from the dust, and my birth is from the house of death. Cross upon your pinnacle, watch over the human heart. Yeah, you will come from your into the house of rest. object all sublime, I keep my a needle made of light, threading through the night. I mark the hidden sea, I sharpen up the dream. I waited long enough here, so let it come around with the gavel kiss. I want the scales to sing on the edge of everything, to make the punishment fit the crime. keep it in my mind. A needle made of light, threading through the night. I marked the hidden seam, sharpen up the dream. The case is cold but clean. I've waited long enough here, so let it come around. Let the devil kiss the ground. It's the same on the edge of everything to make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. Make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. My object all sublime. I shall achieve in time. You wore the borrowed fame. You left no kind of grave. But every lie you spun turns back to sun. I kept the final clue. Laid inside my shoe. Now every step you take feels like the earth might break. So let it come around. Let the game kiss the ground. I want to see us the same on the edge of everything to make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. Make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. My object all sublime. I shall achieve in time.
Attention and honor from all brethren. 68 special professed houses will be established for their convenience, should they wish to take advantage of them. 69 The Order offers great social advantages to its members, bringing them as it does into constant association with men and women of high rank. 70 The Order offers extraordinary opportunities to its members in their trades, businesses, or professions, aiding them by cooperation and securing their clients or customers. Elevate house! Elevate house! 7 offers friendship to its members. Together men and women of similar character, taste, and aspiration. 17 Secrecy of the Order provides its members with an inviolable shroud of concealment. 73 The crime of slander, which causes so great a proportion of human misery, is rendered extremely dangerous, if not impossible, within the order by a clause in the obligation of the third degree. brother shall seek constantly to give pleasure to all brethren, with whom he is acquainted, whether by entertainment or conversation, or in any other manner that may suggest itself. It will frequently and naturally arise that love itself springs up between members of the order, for that they have so many and sacred interests in common. Such love is peculiarly holy and is to be encouraged. All children of brethren are to be considered as children of the whole order, and to be protected and aided in every way by its members, severally, as by its organization collectively. No distinction is to be made with regard to the conditions surrounding the birth of any child. 15. There is an especially sacred duty which every brother should fulfill with regard to all children, those born without the order included. This duty is to instruct them in the lore of the Lema, to teach them independence and freedom of thought and character, and to warn them that servility and cowardice are the most deadly diseases of the human soul. The showstone, a crystal which Thea alleged to have been brought to him by angels, was then placed upon his table, and the principal result of the ceremonial scribe of Sir Edward Kelly is the obtaining of the following diagrams. Things. They mean. He symbolized the fourth dimensional universe into dimensions as a square. Surrounded by 30 concentric circles, whose radii increased in a geometrical proportion. The sides of the square are the 4 great watchtowers, which are attributed to there is also a black cross. Central tablet according to the arrangement shown. Compare the black cross bordering the tablets in plate A with plate B. Which figures the general view. Plate 4 gives the complete attribution of the tablet of air. The 6th file is called linea patris. The 7th file is called linea filii. The 7th line is called linea spiritus sancti. This great cross divides the tablet into 4 lesser tablets, the left-hand top corner being air of air, the right-hand top corner water of air, the left-hand bottom corner earth of air, the remaining corner fire of air. Each of these lesser tablets contains a Calvary cross,
of 10 squares, which governs it. Plates V, VI, and VII are similar for the other element. This is the way in which the names are drawn from the great tablets. Next, the following text is between the points of the pentagram, starting at upper right. The words below are arced in a circle. The letters around the rim are Enochian letters, facing outward in the illustration, including the corner letters facing toward the outer point of each corner. The two overlapping equilateral triangles shown in the interior of the figure are composed of thin, solid lines and somewhat closer in their bases to the top and bottom of the square than shown here. In the illustration, the base angles touch the fourth edge letter from the corner each instance. The rectangle illustration. This rectangular grid. There are 7 small devices, 5 squares and 2 circles symmetrically arranged in the pattern of a 7-pointed star with point upward. There is no actual 7-pointed star drawn. These devices are all oriented to be viewed from the center of the figure. Their size is about that of 3 edge divisions vertically and
horizontally, and their text would be at right angles to any straight line that might be drawn from the center of the figure. These devices have been represented by the numbers 1 through 7 in the approximation above. They are separately approximated below, not to scale. Mine is the head of the hawk. Abrahadabra. And ends.
6. I bear the rose, life and light.
Dabra.
Giving the sign at each Abrahadabra.
Remaining in the sign. The invocation concludes.
Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth,
The adoration. Impromptu. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I
About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure by the brightness I will be.
Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none save it be of thee, O Lord, by the Lamb that I invoke thee.
3. Mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold, the flashing obey that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee.
Mine is the sign of Apophis and Typhon, by the sign I invoke thee.
4 is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor of the intimate air. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beads of pearl, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee.
By my bed, the wand of double power in the voice of the Master, Abrahadabra. By the word I invoke thee.
Mine are the dark blue waves of music in the song that I made of old to invoke thee.
Strike, strike the master chord.
my hand is thy sword of revenge, let it strike at thy bidding. By the sword I the voice of the fire,
The voice of the fire,
the voice of the city.
and another voice is Abraham Alvarez. Draw the flaming sword, crown, child and conquering Lord, Avenger. Through the head of the horde, the iron foe. Thou only begotten child of Osiris thy father, and Isis thy mother, he that was slain. She that bore thee in her womb, flying from the terror of the water. The iron book, whose apron is of flashing white, whiter than the forehead of the morning. The iron Thou garment is of the golden glory, with the azure bars of and the dragons of death were as dust. Thou didst raise thine head, and the crocodile of Nile was abased before
CEOs. Again, I don't know if it's fact or not, but was that actually donations made by those CEOs to participate in that and be on Air Force One?
I think the general idea is the reason he took these guys is because, each one of these companies needs rare earth, minerals. Apple needs them for the phones, SpaceX, everyone needs them. So he took those guys. But I think also he took them because he's not smart enough to act in, someone's going to hate me for this. He's not smart enough to be in this room without these brains sitting next to him. Who is he going to take? Pete Hegseth? Who's he taking with him?
Yeah, I understand that. I'd love to learn along the way, and maybe we'll never know, or maybe.
Well, the law says that they have to reimburse the government if they travel on Air Force One. So maybe it was just a reimbursement.
Okay, it's possible.
Yeah.
It's possible. And it came up with, is it NVIDIA, their CEO, they stopped in Alaska to pick him up, and it was like he was like a last minute commitment. But okay, well, I didn't mean to take you off topic, but
No. I was saying that the reason I always thought, I grew up believing that the reason we had three branches of government was so that Ariel, in case things are, he's primarying people, and everyone's just so afraid of him because they built their lives on being public politicians. Maybe we should just start having term limits. Maybe you shouldn't be, a forever anything. this is what happens when
it's firmed out.
I mean, but you know what I mean. I mean, like Congress and the Senate and stuff like that. Like he look at what he just did to Cornyn. And I always thought Cornyn was on his side.
What happens when
he's got people
not
so
enough on his side?
Yes.
It's a question of degrees.
But enough that they're worried about that salary. They're worried about who's going to call them on the nighttime shows. They're worried about the books they're going to write. Who's going to buy their books? I don't know where we're going to go, but I think China is rising and we're descending. That's it.
I will drop any criticism I have of the President of the United States if he promises to come on to the Critical Thinking Forum. So I just want to point out that I could be bought too. Sometimes I have to be careful. I make these jokes and people take them literally.
Michael Douglas, Gary, greed is good.
Greed is good. Yeah, it was a good line. Wall Street, right? Came from the movie Wall Street.
Yep, Wall Street.
Yep. So I just want to say at the end, which is very near here, I have a very short follow-up to our discussion yesterday that kind of dovetails into our discussion today. Dude. Okay, well, I guess I will.
Okay, sorry about that.
Okay, there you are. Go ahead, brother.
Yes, well, the previous conversation was talking about the markets and stuff, but we went through these Plaza Ford in 1980.
You got the water, buddy.
Yeah, modulation issue.
Just one moment.
Technical difficulties. We'll be right back.
Is that better?
Yes.
Okay. So a lot of talk was about with the previous speaker was about market manipulation, but I actually have been concerned for a while about currency manipulation.
Hello.
China, Russia, and Iraq. We've been working together ever since the war in Ukraine, and they seem to have encapsulated the previous speaker propaganda. The cost of living would go up considerably for any ally of America if the petrodollar wasn't traded for oil. And so I don't argue with anything the previous speaker spoke about. I would just say that if I cared about my
I am the charioteer of the east. Of the future.
How was the boy taxpayer? Wars are waged. And it is me. President Biden said this week that show.
Hello.
Come thou forth, I say, and aid and guard me in this work of art. The Gnostic Catholic Church, the Order of the Knights of the Holy Ghost, the Order of the Illuminati, the Order of the Temple, Knights Templar, the Order of the Knights of St. John, the Order of the Knights of Mountain, the Order of the Knights of the Holy Sepulchre, the Hidden Church of the Holy Grail, the Hermetic Brotherhood of Lights, the Holy Order of Rosecrucians of Heaven, the Order of the Holy Royal Arch of the Clock, the Edgemans and Tennessee Masonry, the Swedenborgian Order of Masonry, the Order of the Montanists, the Order of the Sapphire, and many other orders of equal merit, if of less fame. My object all sublime, I keep it in my mind. A needle made of light, threading through the night. I mark the hidden seam, I sharpen up the dream. The case is cold but clear, I waited long enough. wore the borrowed face, you left no kind of grace. But every lie you spun turns back beneath the sun. I kept the final clue like a blade inside my shoe. Now every step you take feels like the earth might break. So let it come around, let the gale kiss the ground. I want the scales to sing on the edge of everything, to make the punishment fit the crime. If I'm wrong, but I have held on to the shape of what was lost, to the price, to the cost, to make the punishment fit the my object all sublime. I keep it in my mind. A needle made of light, thread into the night. I mark the hidden seam, I sharpen up the dream. The case is cold but clean. I've waited long enough here, so let it come around. Let the devil kiss my I want us to see on the edge of to make punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. Make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. My object all sublime. I shall achieve in time. You wore the borrowed face, you left no kind of grace, but every lie you spun turns back beneath the sun. I kept the final clue, laid inside my shoe. Now every step you take feels like the earth might break. So let it come around, let it kiss the ground. I want the scales to sing on the edge of everything, to make the punishment fit the crime. Make the punishment fit the crime. My object all sublime. I shall achieve.
And if you can't examine the in your own eye, how can you call out the splinter in somebody else's?
Yeah, bro, you got a personalized. I can tell when someone's like hurt over an election. Look, Thomas Massey's dead in the water. Over. There is some form of a hierarchy in the Republican Party. I just stated it. The Senate Republican leadership, and Mitch McConnell has done it for many years. However, not to the extent of the Democrat Party, not nearly to the extent of it. I mean, imagine what they were able to do in their presidential cycle, where they handpicked the nominee for the Democrat Party without even holding a fucking primary. And you want me to say that it's more so in the Republican Party?
But Joe,
get out of here, bro. What are you talking about?
Joe, look at it from a strategic perspective. Wasn't Kamala the genetic, racial, gender, liberal, actual strategic percentage-wise statistic choice? Don't you think that was the statistical significant choice to make, to front in terms of who do you vote for? That's the way I view it, and it failed. And really, there's, if you go to Donald Trump's Instagram and YouTube, etc., you will see the speech she gave about giving transgenders reassignment surgery in prison from, illegal aliens in other countries. That type of like clown world projection and information communication from a potential commander-in-chief of the world's largest military is, terrifying and shocking, because that's essentially saying AOC is the president. And when we have somebody of that type of perspective, we got a problem, because that's like usurping the insiders, meaning that like if you have a bankruptcy or a corporate takeover, sometimes the internal leadership is always the best option. And that's what Donald Trump, I think, is suggesting with regards to Iran, because it's natural. And presidency is natural. And the natural leadership, look at Syria, look at that leader, strong communication, intelligence, distributing his power, strong, physically strong. The guy's an actual warfighter. And he's signing documents and writing constitutions and publishing, the new Syria. So every origin story and birth of a nation is happening, and America in many ways is birthing too, because the liberal, woke, intellectual perspective in many ways has been crushed, but it's still there. It's
Florida man, tell me how you have no better example than there's a shadow elite hierarchy within what they were able to do in their presidential cycle, candidate of choice. I mean, literally, they just gave over all of their electorates in their primary to her.
Right.
And no one in the party even threw a fit. They all fell right in line. They said, this is our best chance we got. And, I mean, how can you deny that isn't the greatest example of a shadow elite hierarchy within a party?
So, I agree with you that was a horrible move. And I don't know if you recall, but at the time, that was also my biggest critique of their campaign and election cycle as well, right? The idea that we have this old hag in Joe Biden who thought that he wanted to run again, was allegedly gung-ho and committed to running again, and then at the last minute either A, decided, or B, convinced that he couldn't run again, and then he dropped out. But, you know, I thought it was bullshit, and I thought they should have run more of a fair primary at the time, and I still think that was their greatest downfall to this day. But I believe that was also an anomaly, and that's not their regular standard operating procedure. It was the situation based on the fact that Biden was, 84 years old and decided to drop finally.
Florida, she was the VP, bro.
4 months of the campaign cycle.
Florida.
Even if they had
She is the counterintelligence candidate. What are you talking about? That was the logical choice, Florida, man. You know, great PTR, by the way, because Afro Man is a patriot. The legal judicial system in this country is funkadelic. And
Florida men look like that these days? I like the less.
The money dried up. What actually happened was the money dried up. George Clooney,
but with worse hair.
George Clooney came out and said, "We're not going to donate to Joe Biden's campaign." The donor class told Democrats you got to replace him. It wasn't the Democrat voters that pulled. It was clearly that the money was drying up, and they had no other choice than to switch. Or they weren't going to have any money to run a campaign. That's why they raised one.
He was only one.
They raised. Hold on.
wow.
Biden said that he was only going to run for one term.
Hold on.
So he let everyone down. He really did.
They raised
Because he should not have run again. Because he said he's only going to run for one
term. Got him brainwashed? Look, they raised $1.5 billion, and she spent it in 107 days. Well, that clearly didn't come from the small dollar donors. It clearly comes from a shadow hierarchy within the Democrat Party that chose her and donated her the money to blow $1.5 billion in 107 days. It had nothing to do with this. With the vote.
This is my point to you, though, that like you made the case for me basically on why this was last resort kind of like final option for them when they were able to finally convince Joe Biden, when they finally recognized that Joe Biden had no chance at winning, or if it's the case that Joe Biden finally came to his senses under his own merit to drop out, whatever the case may be. Right? Which I do believe that it was the handlers and the elites of the party basically getting together and saying, no, we can't let him run, and then making Joe Biden the executive decision for him. But they had
he said he was only going to run for one term. Do you remember that?
Relax.
It's going to be okay.
Let's take a deep breath.
No, hold on.
Let's take a deep breath. Oh, you don't like my harmonica there? The point is, there's not a speck of dust out of place in the whole universe. Afro Man is not Donald Trump. Donald Trump is Donald Trump, and there's not a speck of dust out of place in the whole universe. He's at Mar-a-Lago tonight with Melania enjoying a cocktail. That's right, Donald Trump started drinking cocktails. No, El Normo and I are on the end. We recently launched a new news network known as the Jew News Network. El Normo and I are founders of a new news network known as JNN. And we have exclusive White House press credentials. Isn't that right, El Normo? We are so happy to announce here on Clown House Live that we have launched the Jewish News Network. El Normo is a founder. John Kitover is a founder. And if anyone here wants to join in the fun, congratulations. We can offer you a position or shares in the next JNN. Tell them all about it, Elnorma.
Isn't that exciting?
This is capitalism at its finest. Look at the book in my PTR, Ayn Rand. This is called objective ethics, not altruism. It's called egoism. The real capital, the real future of America, which is obviously capitalism. So we are completely in debt. The country is bankrupt, obviously, but if you look at usdebtclock.org, oh my God, China's got a central reserve bank. Japan, Great Britain, everybody's doing the same inflation game. And it turns out that most profits only come from borrowing because the whole system globally is completely living in debt at the national level.
Bingo.
But if you want to create value, perhaps right now, on Clown House, you could say something, and it could be an incredible investment opportunity. Just think about owning a condo in the Mediterranean, America. Think about owning a condo in Cuba. Cuba. Do you want a pina colada? Does anybody here know the recipe for a pina colada? Because I got the recipe for a pina colada up on my wall in my kitchen.
Did you see what the guy told us said though?
The straight up her ass, like you get to go have pina coladas there, and you got Cuba next and Venezuela, right? These are all new land opportunities.
You gotta get it straight. Gotta get it straight. The Strait of Hormuz. What do you think about? See, straightening it out is the same as a resurrection. I didn't say erection. That's something David hasn't had in a while. That's called erection, not a resurrection. Not a resurrection, an erection. And soon, Donald Trump is going to unleash Marco Rubio to the world. And Cuba, President Trump to you. Donald Trump is going to liberate Cuba para los Estados Unidos, para la Americana. El país de americano y ahora. Cuba is ours. It's our balls. It's our necklace. It's our pearl necklace. It's coming back to us. America is rising. And Cuba is in our blood. And soon Cuba will far. And we're all going on vacation as a clubhouse crew to Cuba, to La Habana. Para una pina colada, amigos. Clubhouse amigos. ¡Viva la libertad de Cuba! ¡Viva la libertad de Cuba! You're not a moderator, Pepe.
Yeah, you're not a moderator.
With all due respect. With all due respect.
I mean, do you want to test me? I could probably get moderated.
Whoa. Ooh. Uh-oh. They say Beaver's the problem, not Pepe. That's what the census says.
Pepe, you saw that oil is below a barrel.
Oh my gosh. $6 a gallon for gas? That's too much. Who can live like that? Who can drive to the beach? Who can go to Black Hawk Winery and have a nice...
I mean, if you want to go to the Hamptons, I would recommend taking a helicopter.
Yeah, and end your life.
Dude, I mean, like, who wants to
Kobe Bryant yourself to the Hamptons? Come on, David.
I mean, please.
David, never get in a helicopter. That's my advice to you. Ever.
Wait, is that like a JFK joke?
No, it's true. I don't see things ending well for you if you step in a helicopter based on your clubhouse communication. But who am I to judge?
He's just a voice in the wilderness. Just a voice.
Why are you trying to get us to read that Jewish mind poison?
Because it talks about the future. Listen, the truth is the balance statement, which is 40 trillion debt, 7 trillion spent, 5.
Straight horror moves. What do you think about
Again, it's 7 trillion spent, 5 trillion revenue. Look at it from a business perspective. It's unsustainable.
5 trillion is not that much.
Listen, Zimbabwe did it, but you guys don't want to live in a Zimbabwe, or do you think we already live in a Zimbabwe? Hello?
Became the next $1 trillion company. Micron, Skyhynix, and Marvel just in the last $2 trillion companies. This is pretty fucking amazing that we're seeing this happen just in a matter of a couple days.
Why do you want to? Why is it amazing we see corporations get that wealthy?
And it's funny. It has nothing to do with Trump at all. I mean, that's the thing is he's exactly like. But I don't know
why are you clapping for big corporations that makes money? Why is that something?
We love our big corporations. What are you talking about?
Well, no, I think it's
Hello?
I think it's pretty amazing. I mean, like,
Hello? Hello?
So I'm just.
Listen, value creation is what's amazing. Intelligence is what's amazing. Priorities as a nation is what's amazing. Listening to chicks that drink 5 vodka martinis by 6 p.m. is not amazing. Try reading a book. Try reading a book. Try reading a book. Welcome to the book club. Welcome to the book club. Because honestly, let's be honest, your opinions are really low value.
Capitalism. It's like, do you think our founding fathers, they would have ever? Well, first of all, I don't know if they would have ever.
Goodbye kicking.
Knew just how powerful our country would be and how
kick.
Some of the most successful countries.
Go to MarriedKitover.com for the truth.
But do you think that they would have been okay with large conglomerates that held money and debt were, in a way, monopolized?
As long as they're paying U.S. taxes.
Great question. Definitely not the Jefferson-Madison wing.
Exactly.
They were completely against the central bank concept. But the Alexander Hamilton wing,
Alex Jones?
No, the Jackson Washington wing. They were all in favor of the central bank.
Yeah, I'm on the central bank thing. I don't know, but as far as all the
one
companies
company that I mentioned is based in South Korea, so that's 3.
Samsung?
$3 trillion companies.
Amazing.
Hynix. So no,
you know what's really nice for the South Koreans is that you have these people.
Though. So
But you know what's also interesting is you have South Korea. You have these smart people. They're taller than average compared to the other Chinese people that live around them, and they guess what they're doing.
Managing that is hard. So that's the experience I have with it. You can ask me questions about that, but that's I'll lay the two things out. What we do is not that interesting because if we don't get paid, we just put money in. That's all.
Add more. Just add more. Yeah, I was thinking about.
مجاهدین خلق که تقریبا اونا تنها کسایی هم که ما حزب خودی داشتیم واسه زمان انقلاب که توی آمریکا تمام انسان‌ها سرما و گرما از خونه هاشون حتی اومدن بیرون از برای ایران یه سری کارا کردن هر کسی این حامد اسماعیل میونه بدبخت بود یه موقع نمیدونم آقای فلانی بود یه موقع رضای آزادی و دموکراسی رو بلد باشه حالا شما بگین من به نظر است که بوی جمهوری اسلامی آدم باید اجازه بده
شما وسط هست میدونی؟
نه من وسط نیستم اتفاقا نه اصلا اشتباه نکنید من وسط نیستم ببینید شما الان من انقدر وسط نیستم که هم اسم و فامیلیم اینجاست هم عکسم اینجاست پس من خیلی راحت از شما میتونم بگیرم ببرم شما که نه پس اینو نگی
ببینید شما هیچ چیزی راجع من نمیدونید. برای اینکه من نه به قول آقای مرزاد نه آقای سازگارام نه شهریار آهیم نه فلانیم نه آقای علی کریمیم نه چه میدونم خانم شیرین عبادی هم، من هیچکدوم از اینا نیستم. ولی از نظر سیاسی میدونم آدم باسوادی هستم تا یه حدی. ولی این که بیام بگم نه من کورکورانه پشت یک نفری میرم، نه نمیرم. انقدر بزرگ شدم که بخونم، بدونم، گوش کنم، اطرافیان اون آدم رو بشناسم و بعد دنبال روش باشم. و تا به امروز نظرم هیچ کسی رو من ندیدم که بخوام دنبال روش باشم. ولی دنبال آزادی. من وسط نیستم. اگه وسط بودم تو خیابون نمیرفتم رو زد.
For a lot of people for a long time. Now that there will always have
This
is fucking crazy.
I agree
Why would you say stuff like that? That's not
It's well, no, it's true. It's not virtue signaling. No, I know. It is literally true. Just look. No, I know you do, but I'm telling her. It's an absolute. It's empirically true. Black children do horribly in school in the United States.
Immigrants en masse contribute more to the tax base economy than they take from them.
Immigrants do a lot more for the country than blacks. Sure.
Doesn't matter. You gotta come.
Clarence from a bad school. Pepe, what's going on? Oh, they do very poorly. Come on.
Who cares?
I mean, Americans are idiots. Like, look, they're ignorant. Look at who they voted for.
I'm ignorant for stating a fact that you find offensive. And it's ignorant because it's a taboo to you. Now, who's the fucking sheep in the room? Who's the fucking sheep who has to reiterate only what is considered acceptable to say, despite it not being true? Like, this is dumb.
I will say this.
I'm not quite like.
Charioteer, I see by mine own inward light, Lord of resurrection, who cometh forth from the dust, and my birth is from the house of death.
Hello? 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 Woo! Hello? Oh, hello? Hello? Hello?
Hello!
Thou art still nameless to eternity. Come thou forth, I say, and aid and guard me in this work of art.
The Order of the Illuminati. The Order of the Temple. Knights Templar. The Order of the Knights of St. John. The Order of of the nights of mountain. The order of the knights of the Holy Sepulchre. The hidden church of the Holy Grail. The Hermetic Brotherhood rites. The Holy Order of Rose Creek. The Scottish Rite of Masonry. The Swedenborgian Alpha Masonry. The Order of the Martinists. The Order of the Sapphire, and many other orders of equal merit, if of less fame.
My object all sublime, I keep it in my mind. A needle made of light, threading through the night. I mark the hidden seam, I sharpen up the dream. The case is cold but clear, I waited long enough. So let it come around, let the devil kiss the ground. I want the scales to sing on the edge of everything, to make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. To make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. My object of solitude in time. You wore the borrowed face, you left no grace. But every lie you spun turns back beneath the sun. Kept the final clue, like a blade inside my shoe. Now every step you take feels like the earth might break. So let it come around, let the gale kiss the ground. I want the scales to sing on the edge of everything. achieving time. You wore the borrowed face. You left no kind of grace. But every lie you spun turns back beneath the sun. I kept the final clue, like a blade inside my shoe. Now every step you take feels like the earth might break. So let it come around, get a piece of ground. I want the scales to see on the edge of everything, to make the punishment fit the crime. To make the punishment fit the crime. My object gone sublime. Achieving time. And if I wrong, but I have had hold on to the shape of to make the punishment fit the crime. Make the punishment fit the crime. My object won't survive. I shall achieve in time.
Of the order who are about to become mothers receive all care, attention, and honor from all brethren. 68 special professed houses will be established for their convenience. Constant association with men and women of high rank. 17th, the order offers extraordinary opportunities to advance and elevate house. The secrecy of the order provides members with an inviolable shroud of concealment. 7, the crime of slander, which causes so great a proportion of human beings is rendered extremely dangerous, if not impossible, within the order by a clause in the obligation of the third degree. Every brother shall seek constantly to give pleasure to all brethren with whom he is acquainted, whether by entertainment or conversation, or in any other manner that may suggest itself. It
Frequently it naturally arises that love itself springs up between members of the order. For that they have so many and sacred interests in common. Such love is peculiarly holy and is to be encouraged. All children of brethren are to be considered as children of the whole order, and to be protected and aided in every way by its members, severally, as by its organization collectively. No distinction is to be made with regard to the conditions surrounding the birth of any child. 15. There is an especially sacred duty which every brother should fulfill with regard to all children, those born without the order included. This duty is to instruct them in the law of the Lima, to teach them independence and freedom of thought and character, and to warn them that servility and cowardice are the most deadly diseases of the human. Angels was then placed upon this table, and the principal result of the ceremonial scrying of Sir Edward Kelly is the obtaining of the following diagrams, plates, symbolize the fourth dimensional universe into dimensions as a square, surrounded by 30 concentric circles, whose radii increased in a geometric proportion. The sides of the square are the 4 great watchtowers, which are attributed to. There is also a black cross, central tablet according to compare the black cross bordering the tablets in plate A with plate B. Plate B gives the general view. Plate 4 gives the complete attribution of the tablet of air. The 6th file is called linea patris. The 7th file is called linea filii. The 7th line is called linea spiritus sancti. This great cross divides the tablet into 4 lesser tablets, the left hand top corner being air of air, the right hand top corner water of air, the left hand bottom corner earth points of the pentagram, starting at upper right. The words below are arced in a circle.
The letters around the rim are Enochian letters, facing outward in the illustration, including the corner letters facing toward the outer point of each corner. The two overlapping equilateral triangles shown in the interior of the figure are composed of thin, solid lines and somewhat closer in their bases to the top and bottom of the square than shown here. In the illustration, the base angles touch the fourth edge letter from the corner in each instance. The rectangular grid with Enochian letters in the center of the diagram has been adjusted to align with the edge letters of the original illustration. This rectangular grid has corners overlapping the lines defining the hexagon in the original illustration. There are 7 small devices, 5 squares and 2 circles symmetrically arranged in the pattern of a 7-pointed star with point upward. There is no actual 7-pointed star drawn. These devices are all oriented to be viewed from the center of the figure. Their size is about that of 3-edged divisions vertically and horizontally, and their text would be at right angles to any straight line that might be drawn from the center of the figure. These devices have been represented by the numbers 1 through 7 in the approximation above. They are separately approximated below. Not to scale.
I'm gonna vote for you, John. I'm voting you, John. I'm voting John.
Mine is the head of the hawk. Abrahadabra. And ends.
6. I bear the rose and cross of life and light.
Abrahadabra.
Giving the sign that each Abrahadabra.
Remaining in the sign. The invocation concludes.
Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land, or in the water, or whirling air, or of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God the Vast One, might be thee.
Abrahadabra. The adoration. Impromptu. Close by banishing.
I think this was omitted at W's order.
Mine is the Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of love, save it be of thee, O Lord, by the Lamb and I invoke thee.
3. Mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold, the flashing obey that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee.
Mine is the sign of Apophis and Typhon, by the sign I invoke thee.
4 is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor of the intimate air. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beads of pearl, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee.
5, I bear the wand of double power in the voice of the Master Abrahadabra. By the word I invoke thee.
Mine are the dark blue waves of music in the song that I made of old to invoke thee.
Strike, strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword, crown, child and conquering Lord, Horus, avenger. By the song I invoke thee.
6. In my hand is thy sword of revenge, let it strike at thy bidding. By the sword I invoke thee. Voice of the fight,
The voice of the fight,
the voice of the sick,
11 other voices, Abrahadabra. master cold. Draw the flaming sword, crowned child and conquering Lord, us, Avenger. Thou the head of the whole, the Iron Throne. Thou only begotten child of Osiris thy father, and Isis thy mother, he that was slain. She that bore thee in her womb, flying from the terror of the water. Whose apron is of flashing white, whiter than the forehead of the morning. The Iron Those garments is of the golden glory, with the azure bars of and the dragons of death were as dust. Thou who didst raise thy head, and the crocodile of Nile was abased before thee. Whose menace hideth the universe with night, the impermeable blue, the Iron Thou bearest the wand of double power. Thou about whose presence is shed the darkness of blue light. The unfathomable of the outmost ether, the untraveled, the unthinkable immensity of space. Thou who concentrest all the 30 ethers in one darkling sphere of fire. The Iron Cloak. Strike.
At every thee I invoke, throughout the whole of the ritual, give the sign of Apophis.
Thou only begotten child of Osiris thy father, and Isis thy mother, he that Beneath the flashing white, whiter than the forehead of the morning. Thou hast formulated thy father, and made fertile thy order. Thou garments of the golden glory, the azure birds of sky.
Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Profits the seeds to use the mafia propaganda. Organization affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Open the books, transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax socialist or technologist. All taxation is theft. Affordability is a scam. Abortion Greyhound buses are murder for profits. Open the books, transparency now. Public spending tracker. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam.
You sent our paychecks with a smiling mask. Gonna care, gonna change while you pass that. Your friends at the table, eating out the back. We're stuck in the checkout line, doing the math. You borrowed a mountain full of parking lot dreams, sign your name on the dollar like it's free. We wake up to live with the red ink screens. Every promise on paper feels cheap to me. Brandon Johnson is the tax. We're the ones who pay it back. All the bills and all the spins. Cash goes out when locked in. Hold speed up the books right now. Show the numbers line by line. Transparency on edge. Track Brandon Johnson is a tax. You calling for the people, the state closed. Same names on the contracts. Every story we told. You preach about affordable, then raise the toll. The whole city in a chokehold, just to feed your own. We're tired of slogans on a pretty blue sign. Want a public spending tracker in real time. Not another photo op on our dime. We're done with the fiction, this is our line. Brandon Johnson is a tax. We're the ones who pay it back. All the bills and all the spit. Cash goes out locked in. Open up the books right now. Show the numbers line by line. Transparency on it. Track Brandon Johnson is a tax. We want receipts. Every cent, every check, every meeting. Turn the lights to the secrets, to the cracks, to the shadows, go back. Brandon Johnson is the tax. We're the ones who pay
Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. For all 1 million is a criminal. PTU is a mafia propaganda organization. Criminality is a scam. Transparency now. Explanation now. Brandon Johnson is the snake. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Revelation from last lives is a scam. It's a black tax, socialist, Marxist, socialist, no taxation. And affordability is a scam. It's a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Hell, what Brandon Johnson criminal. CPU is a mafia propaganda organization. Criminality is a scam. Johnson is the top. Johnson is a scam. Reparation for last lives is a scam. It's a black tax, socialist, Marxist, socialist, no taxation. No affordability is a scam. Chicago Brandon Johnson is a fraud. The CPU is a mafia propaganda organization. Affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is a coward.
Hey, it's transparency now. Public spending track amount. Brandon Johnson is a tax. Brandon Johnson is a scam. Hey, it's transparency now. Public spending track amount. Brandon Johnson is a tax. Brandon Johnson is a scam.
Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax. Socialists are taxologists. All taxation is theft. Affordability is a scam.
Hey, it's transparency now. Public spending track amount.
to you is a mafia propaganda organization. Affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the Waves is a scam. He's a black tax socialist or taxologist. All taxation is theft. Affordability is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor is a criminal. Borrows $1.3 billion to give to Cronin. Profits receipt to use the mafia propaganda. Organization affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Open the book, transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon. Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's black tax socialism. Taxologists on taxation is theft. Affordability is a scam. I am the charioteer of the East, Lord of the past and of the future. I see by mine own inward light, Lord of resurrection, who cometh forth from the dust, and my birth is from the house of death. Thou art still nameless to eternity. Come thou forth, I say, and aid and guard me in this work of art.
The Order of the Sapphire, and many other orders of equal merit, if of less fame.
My object also, I keep it in my mind. A needle made of light, threading through the night. I mark the hidden sea, I sharpen up the dream. So let it come around, let the gale kiss the ground. I want the scales to sing on the edge of everything, to make the punishment fit the crime. no kind of grace. But every lie you spun turns back beneath the sun. I kept the final clue like a blade inside my shoe. Every step you take feels like the earth might break. So around kiss the ground. I want the scales to sing on the edge of it. To make the punishment fit the crime. To make the punishment fit the If I'm wrong, but I have held on to the shape of what was lost. To make the punishment fit the crime. To make the punishment fit the sharp enough to dream. The case is cold but clear. I've waited long enough. I want the scales to see on the edge of it. To make the punishment fit the crime. To make the punishment fit the crime. Fit the crime. Most of life I shall achieve in time. You wore the borrowed face. You left no kind of grace. But every lie you spun turns back beneath the sun. I kept the final clue like a blade inside my shoe. Now every step you take feels like the earth breaks. So let it come around. Get a piece of ground. I want the scales to see. To make the punishment fit the crime. I shall achieve in time. lover shall seek constantly to give pleasure to all brethren, with whom he is acquainted, whether by entertainment or conversation, or in any other manner that may suggest itself. It will frequently and naturally arise that love itself springs up between members of order, for that they have so many and sacred interests in common. Such love is peculiarly holy and is to be encouraged. All children of brethren are to be considered as children of the whole order, and to be protected and aided in every way by its members, severally, as by its organization collectively. No distinction is to be made with regard to the conditions surrounding the birth of any child. 15. There is an especially sacred duty which every brother should fulfill with regard to all children, those born without the order included. This duty is to instruct them in and freedom of and character, and to warn them that servility and cowardice are the most deadly diseases of the human soul. The Showstone, a crystal which Dee alleged to have been brought to him by angels, was then placed upon this table, and the principal result, ceremonial scribe Edward diagrams, plates, he symbolized the fourth dimensional universe into dimensions as a square, surrounded by 30 concentric circles, whose radii increased in a geometrical proportion. The sides of the square are the 4 great watchtowers, which are attributed to there is a black cross, central tablet according to the arrangement shown. Compare the black cross bordering. The general view. The 6th file is called linea patris. The 7th file is called liberty. Into 4 lesser tablets. The left hand top corner being air of air. The right hand top corner water of air. The left hand bottom corner earth of air. The remaining corner fire of air. Each of these lesser tablets contains a Calvary cross of 10 squares, which governs it. Plates V, VI, and VII are similar for the other elements. This is the way in which the names are drawn from the great tablet. Next, the following text is between the points of the pentagram. The words below
The letters around the rim are Enochian letters, facing outward in the illustration, including the corner letters facing toward the outer point of each corner. The two overlapping equilateral triangles shown in the interior of the figure are composed of thin, solid lines and somewhat closer in their bases to the top and bottom of the square than shown here. In the illustration, the base angles touch the fourth edge letter from the corner in each instance. The rectangular grid with Enochian letters in the center of the diagram has been adjusted to align with the edge letters of the original version. This rectangular grid has its corners overlapping the lines defining the hexagram in the original illustration. There are 7 small devices, 5 squares and 2 circles symmetrically arranged in the pattern of a 7-pointed star with point upward. There is no actual 7-pointed star drawn. These devices are all oriented to be viewed from the center of the figure. Their size is about that of 3 vertically and horizontally, and their text would be at right angles to any straight line that might be drawn from the center of the figure. These devices have been represented by the numbers 1 through 7 in the approximation above. They are separately approximated below, not to scale.
teach abracadabra.
Remaining in the sign, the invocation concludes.
Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land or in the water, or whirling air, or rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God the Vast One, might be thee.
Abrahadabra. The adoration. Closed by banishing.
I think this was omitted at W's order.
Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawks. By my head I invoke thee.
Hey, I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee.
About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee.
Mine is the red triangle, reverse the sign given of none save it be of thee. O Lord, by the Lamb that I invoke thee.
3, mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold, the flashing of bay that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee.
Mine is the sign of the Apophis and Typhon. By the sign I invoke thee.
4 is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor of the intellect. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beads of pearl, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. My fingers I invoke thee.
5, I bear the wand of double power in the voice of the Master, Abrahadabra. By the word I invoke thee.
Mine are the dark blue waves of music in the song that I made of old to invoke thee.
Strike, strike, Master chord, draw the flaming sword, crown, child and conquering Lord, Horus, Avenger. By the song I invoke thee.
6, in my hand is thy sword of revenge, let it strike at thy bane. The voice of the fire.
The voice of the fire.
won't let me get that out of my system the other day. I didn't mean to inflict that on anybody else. I'm sorry I was so emotional, but I appreciate you letting me.
So I'm gonna check this out. Partisans and misinformation research.
Edward, my two senators, both my senators, two women, are Democrats, and they are interests, and they vote in the center. I know the last one that just got elected for a second term, the entire platform of running, every commercial she had is nobody owns me. I am independent, though she's a Democrat, in how I vote, and no party controls me. That's my two senators. And then you look at, we can look at Pennsylvania. McCormick is not an extreme. He's a Republican that works with Democrats. So, and obviously you see what Fetterman does. Right? That's Pennsylvania. We go through different states. There are many senators. Langford's another that cross over. They get legislation done. Of course they are.
Because our country right now, because you do have the extremes. Most of the Democratic Party deal with cultural issues. They're dealing with gender. They're dealing with people who are single parents, drug addicts, homelessness. These are people who make culturally bad decisions. And that's what they want to die. They know they're going to die. It's really hard. For me, I think it comes down to any problem that ever has is not caused by it cannot be solved by the government. I think we have a misnomer. Yes, we do need a limited part of government. We do limited. But at the end of the day, everyone makes a choice. It's hard to make a choice. Our founding fathers tried to play from central government. And for some crazy reason, American people keep trying to get back to some form of government. And this is the vote. Never vote. If we Ask yourself this question. You guys know we have a quote-unquote black caucus, right? Did anyone share with me what have this caucus actually for their situations?
One of our members of Congress from Nevada was the chair of that. I don't think he's the good anymore, Stephen Morrison. He's actually a good guy, and he's not impressive. But I don't know if he's running anything. You'd have to Google that. I couldn't tell you what they've done.
I thought that we have 50 governors. I also thought that we had 50 individual Americans. We have 40 individual people in our Congress, other than individual people in the Senate that's supposed to be representing the citizens. But if I look at California, our senators and our Congress, they're not representing anyone. Actually, they represent the illegals in the homeless. It's just crazy, guys. I don't get it, man. That doesn't reckon with 1 million Californians. And we let a few people try to rule the whole state. And I just got gas in Chicago 39 cents. $1 is taxes. Just ridiculous. And we're paying. You gotta realize consensus, those are consensus is what they concern about. For districts, they can section it off their districts based on the population. That's what they're focused about. They're just bonds. When you have a political goal or a direction that you're going to aim for, they care about what wins. Like in community, my party bring in, the Democrats cared about that black vote, and they pivoted when they realized that black community is like, hey, we know our value. We know our value that it brings to you. What value was bring us what you claim you're going to do for us. And because of that, you can see where Joe Biden, they really pivoted. They focused mostly on undocumented.
Before we get to any people voting, Linda asked that I'm not dead or alive. Yes, very much so. I don't know. Does that mean? Right. There are only 7 votes back. Do you want to scream real quick or?
Probably becomes or so.
Yeah, if you just left it exactly like before the first one said that it is alive, then people will know that's the right answer.
Well, part of this book is
I'm so used to us being underdog. I don't want us to stick with this way. Storytelling
platforms or policies and things that are actually happening. Because there's a lot of people who now think that most conservatives are actually
We're not good storytellers.
Monica is not a good storyteller.
And we're getting better.
Monica is a horrible storyteller. She sucks at it. She's no good. Poor little Monica. We are horrible storytellers. Monica speaks for Monica. I climb her.
That was his last chance at life. And it went viral. And it caused RFK and trauma. And with that medicine, these are the stories of ordinary Americans facing extraordinary burdens and
Ordinary and
That's why
extraordinary.
Nicki Minaj said she finally became a public supporter of Trump.
Ordinary and
extraordinary. Swatted several, and she went to Democrat people, and they didn't do anything.
Oh, the Democrat people didn't do anything with Nicki Minaj from the SWAT.
And suddenly she got help.
Suddenly the Republicans helped Nicki Minaj. Shit.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you.
Really? It's beautiful. Nicki Minaj got the Republican.
Like Nick's been on because her husband's a pedophile, or is that just common? It's just a funny pattern that when people get caught being pedophiles instead of using Republicans. It's a strange pattern.
Hey, is Carolina up at something at the score of how the Canadians are doing tonight? That's what you do. You really comment.
He said, John, this what happens when Joe keeps his helmet off. He just said, John, this what happens when Joe keeps his helmet off. He just said,
we know, I mean, history of hockey is, nowadays, Americans rule hockey, just to say, with all due respect to my Canadian friends.
Yeah, that's the stuff. How many? It doesn't matter. Go ahead.
Well, the only reason why we don't keep for as long as we did is because we didn't really care about it.
That's right, now we care.
Yeah, and now that with all the frame and fits and some of the boxing, we started caring about hockey. And guess what? We should progress.
Yeah, when's the last time the Canadian team won the Stanley Cup?
But also, the majority of players in the NHL had some terrible that's
That's besides the point.
Doesn't matter where they're from.
That's besides the point.
What flag are they playing for?
I don't think anyone
What anthem do they sing when they play? What anthem do they sing? Yeah, they live around the corner from me.
That's why. Okay, you from.
Someone
tell me the score, please, Nadia?
It's 3-0. Carolina.
Are we in the second period?
Yes, second period.
Thank you.
What do you mean? With Montreal?
Actually, Albert, it wasn't that bad till they started moving the Star Spangled Banner. And then it sort of came to this problem.
Yeah, it's one thing Canadians thought they're bigger than the French is, thought they were more important, and they have not that more influence, but which they don't.
Why the Star Spangled Banner? Why?
That's because they're jealous of their jealous. Do you guys actually not understand why the world hates America? Like, this is insane. No, statistically, America is the second or third most hated country after North Korea.
The Canadian Broadcasting Company.
You and IMSOs will look at your statistics then. When they level stats.
Your statistics come from the IRGC, Charles.
That's right. Research at IMSOs. I can't think of a better source. What's your source? Well, you did normal girls. 160 kids.
So first you said 200, now you say 160. So why don't you tell me where the numbers came from? The IRGC numbers. Right? IRGC numbers.
The numbers that the entire world.
IRGC numbers.
It doesn't matter. I mean, that's what
It doesn't matter.
No.
You compare. We do control everything. Most of us control everything. Do we control the NHL? No, I'd like to control that.
I don't think so.
I need that.
What did threaten to get rid of the Stanley Cup? I mean, if they did, then they would want, in New York City to win, but, it hasn't. Canada won 8 out of the last 12 Olympic golds.
This year,
But who won the last one? USA.
Speaking of which, I don't know how UNC guys. It's going to be at the White House. There's going to be 7 fights.
Let's go. That would be the I signed up for the tickets.
It's going to be very tough, but everyone's trying to get it. So there's only, I think,
yeah, I talked to my concierge guys, like, come on, do something. That's good.
It's going to be hot.
Bro, military is priority. Like it was.
Right? It's going to be mostly military, right?
Yeah, you trust me, everybody in the service is putting their fucking name in there.
Who's gonna be doing that fight? Is it like a big fighters?
Yeah, I was proud of someone who's involved with it. It was at the game. He did say, I apologize, I don't know that these people are starting with the names. But he did say at least some. Yes,
Well, have to buy it like on Coke. Well, actually, you know what? His penis was shown.
That sounds gay. It's going hot. And the fact that it's your penis. Come on, everyone wears
I haven't seen it.
fucking life. Not me, buddy. It's only when you suck your dick.
Wow. It is kind of a good connection with some people in this party. So yeah, I think it's okay that it's fixed for primaries and they're both the party are winning. I'm okay with that. I signed this successful.
He's been incredible for our community. So was his father. His father did wonderful things for survivors. He's always been great with us. There's never been an issue. So, but David, I don't remember you being liberal.
No, I was never liberal.
And how could they let you in the UL if you're liberal?
No, of course not. Yeah.
He doesn't understand what that means.
Yeah.
But you're not in the UL.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. Actually, love it.
Okay, I'm not liberal, but I mean, I try to be nice to everyone. So you're liberal, I don't think so. Yeah, but I mean, the gays. I mean, I'm fine with gays. You know, that's what I'm saying. So you're okay with the gays and the trannies. Well, not the trannies. No offense. In the room is tranny. So you He has no right to do that.
But you see how it can hurt. It doesn't just hurt the owner of the property. It can hurt the lender, but it can hurt, and those lenders have to then write it off on their books. It affects the bottom line of those financial institutions, which many people are invested in.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
But it's a taking. You understand how a taking works.
As a socialist, can be against your.
I'll plug Gary Baumgartner's Substack on this. I mean, that's where I was.
Yeah.
No, why would you do that? Why would you have somebody's ability to buy a house?
Well, because it's so on their
Less more consolidated corporate ownership. Actually,
Now, why you trying to strip away people's fucking freedom? I'm just saying, you're stripping away freedom.
Just because you can't afford to live in New York, begging for a free
Well,
place to live.
No, I mean that argument is people who own homes, and we have more entrepreneurial millionaires in America compared to any other nation in the West. This is a good thing. We need to protect these laws, not get rid of them.
I think we just break up.
Right. We also have
The only begotten child of Osiris thy father.
For those people who make their own. But it's also. No, I don't have anything against billionaires. It's also. I'm not anti, but I think that sometimes the discourse, just to be clear on that part, is people make policy for like the top 0.001%, and they don't understand how that affects the top 5% who got buried.
Most billionaires are not even actually billionaires. They're just guys stock options, and then use that to leverage against the bank to borrow money, and then they get in debt. And you can't tax debt, so like most people that have that kind of money, it's not like that. It's not like they just have like billions of dollars in cash in their back wallet. Like, people always say, "Oh, he's gonna be a trillionaire." The dude. And he uses those assets to leverage it to get loans to buy more shit. That's all he's doing.
And that's what I do. Some people use it in a really bad way, and some people use it in a really good way. And I think an example of that is in leverage credit in a good way. But anyway, if you have the lenders,
taxpayer money. He's like a socialist. He funded his entire company based off of your taxes.
We live in a mixed economy, and I'm not afraid of it.
Not all.
You're waiting for your constitutional argument why it's not a taking. I want you to cite the case law and tell me why it's not a taking. It's going to create laws or regulations and zoning such that on those properties. Please give me your argument. Based on, and let's talk. We can work the case.
You You could grandfather it in. You could put a limit.
Oh, you're using the word grandfather. You're not allowed to use that word anymore. Did
Why
you
not?
let it go? Oh, you're not allowed to use grandfather.
Yeah, you can't say that.
Can't say that anymore.
Wait, why mom? I'd rather you tell me.
You go look it up what grandfather means and see why the courts don't want us to use that term anymore. Or not the courts, why law schools and people within the profession stopped using it. But Joel, please give me your constitutional argument why it's not a taking. What do you?
Yeah, because like I said, you can just grandfather it and let people who own properties have their
What do you
certain amounts of
grandfather
property.
in?
Well, I would put a limit. I don't
What
know.
did he?
Individuals can.
That's not what he's saying.
That's not what I thought. I thought that was essentially like what you were saying.
That's not what he said.
Okay, well then I misunderstood. I'm sorry.
Listen to what his speech was. He wants to take properties that he feels are not being kept properly. He wants to create laws that would re-regulate them and rezone them in such a way that he could then take them and put them into trusts, a community trust or an NGO, or set up some entity for the tenants. Sounds a little like communism, doesn't it? To take property because he doesn't like the condition, the property. The case law, the Pennsylvania call. I don't have a problem using it, but you're not supposed to use it. I didn't. I just pointed out that Yarn says that we always do inappropriate things, used a term that in the liberal world you're not supposed to use.
Who cares? You're not a liberal. Fuck off.
Okay, so this is quite interesting.
Wow.
Okay.
Not the same F word.
Okay.
Shut up, faggot.
Wow. Okay, so it's quite interesting that we people believe that has a right to take people's property. Okay. New York has not signed any agreement for property in the state of New York. He's the mayor. He's not a homeowner or apartment owner to private property from an American. I don't know where we get this from, guys, but I'm going to say it over and over. It's called we the people, not we the government. And Abby's correct. He does not have a right. I don't care how good it sounds. I don't know why we think that because some politician is smooth with his words. Guys, number one, he has already implemented Sharia law little by little. We don't even understand our country, guys. Who?
Madavi.
This guy doesn't know he didn't establish nonsense.
This guy doesn't know what Sharia law is. Corrupt slap in the face.
All right, Florida. So since you're a scholar on it all, why don't you tell the room? The state of New York, this is what they're deciding. He's a mayor. He's not even the governor. But he's going to say that he's going to take property from people. Okay? I thought this was a free speech. It is a free speech space. You just don't have freedom of speech. What are you talking about? I don't know if you remember what. Right? You guys remember Memorial Day? Actually laid down until we get sorry. Well, we told us it.
So
I would
told us that it was being implemented. So I'm trying to
clarify. No. Florida. I said because you said I don't know it. That's what it is. Since you said I don't know me so.
Textbook definition of
You didn't say that. You didn't say that.
What parts of Sharia law? What laws are being implemented that qualify as Sharia?
Okay, Florida. Florida. I'm gonna ask you again.
Good point.
Shut up, Albert.
Good point. What do you mean shut
Shut
up?
up, faggot. Just talking. Edward, go ahead.
Wow. What did you say, stupid?
Edward, go ahead.
No. What did you say, stupid?
Alright. I'll get personal.
Exactly. That's what I thought you would fucking say, dummy.
Wow. I'm not talking to you. Shut up. Go beg for attention from your fucking boyfriend.
No, Florida, come at me. Go ahead, buddy.
I'm not coming at you, bro. Go get your boyfriend and come at you.
So then, one word when I speak. Right?
Edward, you said Nani was implementing. Right. I'm just waiting here. What has he done that is Sharia? Isn't it? I don't care for 2,000 New Yorkers.
Dumbass Florida.
Wait. 1 second, Albert. Edward, is it the free child care that he's implemented, or is it?
What has it done? Nothing but good.
It's kind of like Will Smith.
Hasn't he done anything good?
Don't
He's
say
done
my name
good
unless you want to get bitch slapped.
Who are all these fucking trolls on your stage, man?
Don't say my name unless you want to get bitch slapped.
Wow.
Go ahead, Edward.
So that was pretty clear, right?
What has he done that's Sharia law?
Pretty clear? Was that pretty clear?
The only thing I know of is that there does exist like some kind of property ownership thing going on, like where you can not pay taxes if you're Muslim and own property. That's like
That state uses the New York state tax laws, but when it comes to their property taxes, the Jewish community. You know how?
Wow.
Yeah.
Don't blame the Jews.
I'm not blaming them. I'm just going to explain real quickly that the Jewish community in New York will homeschool their children and claim these like educational
There's nothing wrong with that.
They will claim educational exemptions from their homesteads in order to avoid paying taxes. They'll use their homes as places of worship and claim religious exemptions from their property taxes.
There's nothing wrong with that.
These are the people that are abusing the tax code in fucking
I disagree. That's not the reason.
Back onto their homesteads without the proper approvals for residents. Go ahead. Tell me more about this Sharia law that's being implemented.
the saying is
The law has to do with this.
the Muslims want to do it as well.
Yeah, it has to do with being implemented into governing. It's very simple, Edward. Sorry.
And also, it allows you to just comply with Sharia laws. Like that's the end goal.
According to who?
How many? You're just ignorant to reality.
Based on what? You know, site. What are you talking about? Based on what?
No, I'm talking about
the idea that you're based on precedent, or you're basing it on your own xenophobia. This guy's ways, like based on what? Prevalent in New York City. Show me those laws. Show me those stats.
Oh, stats. Yeah. Well, I don't know what the exact numbers are in the Islamic Republic, but I will say they start implementing.
And hopefully, they're like Christians in his community.
I know what you're talking about. Something tells me that you're
So Florida.
They tell us what they plan to do. We just don't listen to them. Like,
Yeah, I just want to make sure. So Florida, you asked me, right? And I just want to make sure because I just want the heat to calm down a little bit. Okay. I do not personally believe that the mayor of New York is pro-America. He also swore in on the Quran, which probably one of the few elected officials. Also, if you shut down Times Square, where everybody bring out their prayer cloths and pray in the traffic, I think that's a pretty big sign that they would like to, okay? And you heard me, would like to different things. Now, right now it's voluntary for where those Muslims are
disputes right now go through the courts. They go through their. What do you care? Okay, hold on, hold on. I care because we actually have the Bill of Rights here in the United States of America. That's what's the First Amendment of that Constitution?
It was the best.
Yeah, let me tell you, and let me explain why this is bullshit, Edward. The First Amendment of the Constitution that you speak of is the freedom of religion, the freedom of association, freedom of speech that we all enjoy.
And
right?
the press.
Now, to that point, I see no issue with the fact that the mayor of New York City wants to fucking swear in on a Quran, and I see no issue with the fact that the fucking married Muslim couples want to go to their local communal Muslim mosque Sharia law arbitration court where they deal with these little petty domestic disputes internally amongst their culture. You know why I don't care about that, Edward? Because if they're able to deal with that shit internally within their community, within their mosque, then they're not clogging up the United States courts. They're not clogging up the New York courts.
Don't cults do that? Edward, doesn't cults fucking deal with fucking cults do that shit?
I love how fucking sour you shit brains are. Look. Okay, so Florida. I'm getting cut off, but I'm not done. Go ahead, Florida. They're saying the same shit down here in fucking Texas. Oh, Sharia law. Yeah, you've got a bunch of Muslims who want to deal with their little petty business and domestic disputes within their community. And I see no problem with it because for every issue that they can resolve between their 7-Elevens and racetrack stations within their little mosque community, are saved within our jurisdiction of Judaism. So let them deal with their shit. They're playing house.
Listen on commissioners and Jews. When they impose it on others, right there, you fucking thankless twat. Look at Dearborn Lynch White. You fucking
Okay, guys, hold on. Dumpster, hold on. Okay, Dumpster, hold on, guys. Florida, let's just have
or in a scenario, outcome of us get fucked. This guy's just a goddamn.
Exactly.
Did it ever go or no?
So I mean, look, if you guys care about saving money,
I'm here.
if you guys care about law and order, what's the problem with letting people who want to get real legal decisions made get their legal decisions made faster?
I don't think anyone would have an issue.
I know.
Nigeria.
You think I give a fuck about Nigeria?
I know. You know why? Because you don't care about life.
I
You don't care about
America, Edward.
No, you don't care about life. You don't care about life. Wow. Okay, hold on. Listen to what you just said. You don't care. You know why you don't care? Because you only focus on America.
You know how many...
Okay, can I ask you a question?
Quite frankly, I don't give a fuck, to be honest, about any of those fucking towelhead carpet motherfuckers being slaughtered. Let me just keep it a bean right now. Anyone on this fucking stage that has no fucking problem with those fucking terrorists coming in our country is a fucking faggot. Looking like theirs. I don't want anything that has anything to do with what the fuck these people have anything to do with. Your fucking decision or whatever the fuck you said, oh, well, I'll just go fucking put my dick in a fucking Muslim woman. Like, you're a fucking idiot, bro. Like, that's just a dumbass. That's your way to fix the fucking problem. Is you're gonna go put your dick in a fucking Muslim woman. That's what you're gonna do. First of all, they wouldn't even want to fuck with a motherfucker like you. First of all, it's just against their fucking whole. They wouldn't whatever the fuck they got going on over there to read law. Okay. First of all, and you know what? You definitely sound like the odd one out. You're fucking Florida. You're from fucking Florida. I can guarantee you, because I was born in Miami.
Yeah, I can guarantee you that half the fucking people that you live with over there totally disagree with everything. No fucking business in our on a fucking Omar because of them. And people like you who just turn a blind eye and say, oh, whatever, let the carpet riders do what the fuck they want. And then next thing you know, we're all gonna be walking around here with fucking turbans on our fucking heads. And walking around with fucking prayer hour and walking around with fucking prayer hours all over the fucking streets like New York is starting to look like now. Because of people like you. Do you understand that? So as far as I'm fucking concerned, I don't want any of these motherfuckers here in our country. They all need to be exterminated and they all need to be fucking deported if possible. That's what I fucking feel like.
That's cool. I don't care if they're Muslim or not.
Well, I do. I do. Religion. It's a disgusting religion. It's a disgusting religion, and I don't want that shit here in our fucking country.
I understand you. I don't want it here either, buddy. You left fucking country, bring Muslims, says no, you can't come here. Guess where they're gonna go?
Let me ask you a question.
Why,
like Edward just said, why the fuck do you think that other people don't accept those fucking towel heads in their fucking country? Why do you think that is? Why are their own people telling them? Hold on. Why are their own people telling them? Hey, no, we don't want you here. Why are they doing that?
Right?
Why are they doing that? It's because everyone knows that their religion is a piece of shit and it's evil and it's fucking disgusting. Well, it doesn't sound like
their fucking house, right? And the Muslim countries aren't letting them in. Guess who will let them in?
Yeah, and that's the fucking problem that we're at. That's what we're trying to tell Florida. That's what we're trying to tell Florida right now. That is a problem. That is a problem. That is a problem. And you know what? If it was up to me, I wouldn't give a fuck if it was legal or not. No. Okay, see, now we're talking, right? I wouldn't give a fuck if it was legal. I wouldn't give a fuck if it was legal or not. We shouldn't be letting anybody in from those disgusting shithole ass fucking countries at all.
Because they're gonna turn around and walk right into our fucking home.
Well, that's because we have people like Florida with the mindset that he fucking has that just says, oh, let's open the door and let these fucking carpet riders in. I have a fucking problem with that.
Okay, so let's make sure
we get to increase your birth rates and have
Florida
white and Arab. Right, so we're all gonna be Muslim according to Florida.
Okay,
if you're the dominant alpha male that you think you are, then you're gonna eventually just turn the tide to them being you're fuck a Muslim woman. I never put my dick in a Muslim woman at all. You're gonna force her to convert to Christianity, and then we're gonna reverse the whole Sharia thing. It's just cyclical.
Okay, and where were you to say, Edward? Go ahead.
Yeah, so it's quite interesting that, and I really did not know me just using the word Sharia would cause this ripple in the Trump house, but it's okay because it's kind of interesting. And the reason why is because I think that us being so uninformed about the world, and I think he said it a lot different than I would, but he said what I was attempting to say in a calm way, because I think that a lot of people misunderstand the actual goal of other nations. Okay? You would have to help me, all of you. Please explain to me what compatibility do any of us have with any Muslim country.
Oh, nothing.
Oh, I know. I'm just asking. Because I think that a lot of us want to be open arms. America's kind people, man. We give more aid to more countries with all the other 194 countries.
Yeah, Tomahawk missiles are definitely aid.
Okay, Florida. I appreciate that, Florida. But Florida, I don't know if you know this. When you have a right to have Tomahawks. I don't know if you know that.
You have a right to just unleash them on children, too.
Yeah, okay, Florida. Florida, why are you in the United States?
Because I love my country and I want to see it get better.
You love your country? Wow, that's interesting. So do you think that we
just want to have those weapons for what?
To assert world dominance.
Oh, really? So please explain to me, since you said to assert world, where do you think of is anywhere in the world? Please explain that to me.
In literally every country on earth.
No. Hold on. First of all, I would like for you to tell the room how many countries currently have American dollars as their currency.
The U.S. dollar is the world reserve currency, so I don't.
No. That was not my question. I'm gonna say it again. Tell me what country has the United States dollar as their currency.
Just because you're too stupid to understand that the world.
Okay, Florida. Can you do me one favor? No, Florida. Could you do me just one favor? Just honestly, I will never ever talk to you by calling you names.
Yeah, but Edward,
okay,
you're not understanding the point.
No, I know, but you don't need to call somebody stupid, bro. Because what you're doing, hold on, Florida. No, Florida. You can say the point is stupid. Florida, what you're doing, Florida, is you don't understand conversation. I'm just trying to communicate with you, bro.
Me too. But you're saying your question appropriately.
No, because you said stupid. Do you understand the difference, bro? How do you think someone should listen to you when you call them a name?
I don't know. Are you mad at Trump when he starts using fucking obscene words and slurs?
Yes, I am. You know why? Because I don't think he has to communicate that way. But you know what? I'm not Trump and I'm not you. I'm asking you.
I'm not the leader.
Okay, Florida. I know. I thank God you're not.
Clubhouse.
No, I thank God. Okay. So get over what? Florida. I'm asking you politely. Could you do me one simple thing? Okay. Could you use language like I'm using to you? That's what's supposed to reflect in conversation. I'm not calling you any names. You know, I'm just trying to hear your BS. You know what BS is for me, right? You know what BS is for me? What is your belief system? Your foundational belief system? Do you actually believe in America first, or do you actually believe that America is at fault for whatever it is doing?
Both.
Okay.
Yeah, he can't wait for his place where he lives to look like fucking Minnesota. That's what it sounds like to me. Florida, let me ask you a question. So, do you have a problem with America having dominance everywhere in the world?
I have a problem with America being the world's largest state sponsor of terrorism.
Okay, well, as far as I'm concerned, I'm going to be honest with you, and this may sound brash, and I've already said this plenty of fucking times in this room. I don't give a fuck. Whatever America needs to do so I can fucking be able to enjoy the freedoms and whatever I'm doing in this fucking country, I don't give a fuck if we need to bomb, steal, take advantage of, whatever. Any fucking country in this goddamn world, so I'm able to do what I'm doing here, I align with it. 100%. Doing to other fucking countries in this world, and so does everybody else in this fucking room. I hate when y'all go on this bullshit MLK, I have a dream morality speech. It's bullshit because it's fake. None of you really believe that shit because you all enjoy the benefits of our country doing what we do to other fucking countries. You do.
Yeah.
And both parties, you know what? Unfortunately, I love the kids. You know what? But that's called casualties of war. I didn't hear these talks when Obama was drone striking every fucking body. But all of a sudden, because Trump is doing what he's doing, all of a sudden it's a problem. And we still don't even believe, at least I don't believe, that Trump intentionally sent that strike to those fucking children. That was the IRGC. We know this. So anyways, like I'm saying, you don't really give a fuck. You just want to sound like a fake-ass activist, which most of you on this app feel like you are. You don't really care. You enjoy the freedoms of everything that our military is doing all over the fucking world. You do. Everybody on this stage does. So please say,
here's the problem.
I love our military. I don't think we should be wasting half of our missile defense systems defending Israel.
Will on the rest of the world is that the rest of the world is going to hate you. So you can't really be surprised.
You think I give a fuck about them?
You can't be
They're literally selling their souls to come to our country, walking across and swimming across dirty ass water every day. Hold on, Florida. We have millions swimming across the fucking country in the world, swimming in the dirty ass water just to come to our fucking country. So you think I give a fuck about any country hating us? I don't give a fuck. Who cares? They want to come here. I don't want to go to those dirty ass fucking countries. United States, okay? Do you know what these people would do for the citizenship that I fucking have? I didn't give a fuck about no citizenship coming from Somalia or fucking Mexico or these other dirty ass fucking places people are flooding from. Okay? So fuck about if somebody hates us. We live in the greatest fucking country in the world, and you know it. Which is why you stay here and you won't go anywhere else. Who are you, Florida? Hold on, Florida. Are you gonna go anywhere else or are you gonna stay here?
Obviously, I'm staying here. That's
of course you are. You want to know why? Because you don't want to go to all those decrepit ass fucking places.
because I love
You want to know why? Because you're okay with it. Yeah. Sounds like to me. Sounds like you're okay with the rest of our country getting ready to look
You're
like Minnesota.
actually more scared than the state.
It's an interesting topic, interesting conversation. You know, I'll tell people this. You know, I tell people this. How would you feel if one day you wake up and everything that you know about your country, it gets flipped over, does like a 180 because a group of people come from a different country and they want to force their culture, force their psychotic beliefs onto your country so they can live comfortably here. That's not how immigration works. I'm sorry. If a person leaves their country and comes to a new country, they must learn to assimilate. They must learn to live in the country. Because if I go to their country, I have to learn to speak their language. I have to understand their culture. I have to force religious views country because that's not how that works at all. Period.
To be fair, Mr. B, they're not going to force this. They're going to become the majority and then vote it into law. They're going to use our own democracy.
And how does that happen?
They're already doing that. They're already forcing us to believe their bullshit because they played the victim card.
If you're being forced,
we're going to be, like, you know when they say the world's going to end by Europe, that's what they're talking about.
Well, I mean, there's videos all over Twitter and YouTube, and the one that really disgusted me and got me mad was there's a man that's leading like a prayer group over there, and he starts speaking in Arabic, and then he repeats himself, and he's saying that we're not leaving our country to go to going to other countries.
To that Muslim propaganda.
No, wait, let me speak. Let me tell you. No, well, let me speak. So these videos that they made and posted on social media, they're telling their people to go flee to non-Muslim countries and act like they're victims or like they're refugees and spread Islam. And they're saying that Islam will be in every single household in whatever country they go to. And if the people don't believe, we'll go after the children. We'll make the children believe in Islam. And guess what? Prime example, just the other day, I don't recall what state it was, but just the other day, a teacher took his students to a Muslim temple and showed them how to pray.
That wasn't a school, that was Scouts, but yeah.
It was a Boy Scout, so I read in another article that it was a school. A teacher took these kids on a field trip, and I don't even know if the teacher even had permission to take the kids to that mosque, the church, to pray and stuff. But to me, that's disgusting, and it pisses me off because how does a country have the audacity to tell people to say, "Oh, don't force your Christian beliefs and all this. Don't do this with Christianity and all this," but then you turn around and say, "Oh, take the kids to a mosque and teach them about Islam. It's educational, it's learning." But yet you throw the middle fingers at Christians and tell us that we can't have our 10 Commandments in the schools. We can't talk about God in schools. You know, for the longest time, I could not wear my neck. Was like, you know, you're right, freedom of speech, freedom of religion, right? But the difference, what I'm saying is, with those people, I have sat and actually talked to a bunch of people who are Muslims, and all of them, not one of them, had a different motive or they even changed their way of how they approach and talk to me. They all literally were trying to convince me that Islam is the way to go. And I sat there and I proved to them using scripture that their way was wrong. And they all sat and argued with me, saying, "Well, how could you?"
No. Honestly, some of them I didn't convince. There was only 2 of them at least that I've talked to that they were like, okay, they opened their eyes and they were like, oh, okay, well that makes sense.
Them forcing their ideology and their religion upon you, but meanwhile you're sitting here telling us how brave and cool you are, that you were them, that you proved them using your scripture. They were right. You sound like an idiot.
If my religion, Christianity was created hundreds of years before theirs, and my scripture says clear as day, God tells you that the devil can appear to you as an angel of God because he was once an angel of God, and he can trick you. What makes you think Muhammad didn't see the devil? They said that it was the angel Gabriel who gave Muhammad the Quran. So that wasn't the angel Gabriel.
You don't realize the hypocrisy and contradiction of your own fucking submission here, brother. You're sitting here talking about how the Muslims are going to come over here and force you to believe what they believe.
I didn't force them.
Meanwhile, you're telling us the story.
I didn't force them. I just simply, I simply told them why I believe what I believed and why I don't believe what I didn't force them. I didn't say, no, you have to do it. I just simply explained to them.
Sorry. You proved it.
There's a difference between how I said it and the way they were saying. They were saying.
You proved.
I think they were lying about being convinced the way they could,
Sure. I think they were lying. Sure.
I think so too, because there's that saying, keep your friends close and your enemies closer.
Oh, hell yeah.
Be nice to Muslims.
No, I'm nice to everybody. No, I don't care what religion, skin color, race, whatever. I'm nice to everybody. I was born and raised, to love everybody, as I like to be loved and be treated,
Wow. Don't do that.
Like I said, the minute they cross the line and they start doing things in this country that are horrible and terrible, and like I said, there's videos that prove that have out there that these immigrants, it's not even just with the Muslim immigrants, it's different immigrants from different countries. They've all done some horrible, terrible things, and even the illegals that are here, and that surprises me. How there's groups of people in this country that would sit and defend an illegal immigrant, and they won't even bat an eye. It's like, what part of they're illegal do you not understand?
Here's the most effective thing that you can do from now on. Walk around with a water bottle full of bacon grease, just like 50% water, 50% bacon grease, and then just splash it on every Muslim that you see in the fucking street.
Wow.
So I can get arrested for assault? I'm good.
No, the most effective thing is almost straight up that if you come down here,
Yes.
Remember, that's not nice. That's not nice. We ain't fucking around no more. You come over here with that fucking bullshit.
So, I guess we're gonna move off this topic. This is pretty dumb and really going nowhere for that matter. But, Mr. E, do you want to talk about the title of the room or no?
Sure, yeah. Trump endorsements are undefeated.
Yeah, what do you make of that?
Define. What do you mean, by the endorsements?
He hasn't lost any endorsements that he's given to his fellow politicians. Yeah.
Oh, true. Yeah. I mean, his name carries a lot of weight in the Republican Party, and just like any influential leader, I mean, when somebody sees another person's name, like if a person is running for governor or senator or whatever, and they say the president, or a very popular president, should I say, very popular public figure, just Trump, for example. Trump, other people are going to see, oh, this man endorsed it, his name's on this guy's, tickets, and he's an endorser. So, yeah, I think I'll vote for this guy instead because he's backing up this gentleman or this woman. They got my vote. it carries a lot of weight. People don't realize that, like, how much weight names carry if they're powerful names. And like even like if it's not even like for like political stuff, it could be for like anything. I mean, like for like sponsorships and stuff. As long as the person is popular and has a good outlook, they're gonna carry a lot of weight in this world. With that brand, it's gonna be. I mean, Trump can literally sign his name, get endorsed by Nike, and people will start.
Hey, Mystery, where are you from?
Me, I'm from Texas.
He needs to use his influence or whatever it is that, shout out to him for the endorsements, to get Tom Thune to start doing what the fuck he needs to do. Yeah, that would be nice of him to start using his power there. I mean, shout out to all the candidates that won. But our Republican leadership is fucking failing us. I think that's more
what state
of an issue all around. The Save America Act should have been passed. Why is that not passed? The majority of Americans agree with that.
They have the Republicans by the balls, blackmailing half of the Republican Party. So we have to do whatever Israel says, and they say, hey, you gotta waste all your missile defense systems defending us.
Can I ask you a question, like seriously, about the whole Israel thing, right? And this is just a real question. What benefit would Israel have in whether we pass the Save America Act or not?
Well, they
I don't feel like us requiring people to have fucking IDs to vote would really I don't think Israel cares about that, right?
What's 9 million people on the other side of the planet to control 340 million people.
This is
like
where I'm
the
at.
dumbest ass stuff. But let's just blame us for everything.
I just don't feel like Israel
that's what
should be.
Snake likes to do. What else do you want to blame us for, Snake?
I love Jews, and I support Israel.
Yeah, so let's just blame us. Okay, so how do we control?
You asked me a question, let me answer it. Okay? So this is why, okay? America is currently the world leader, right? Israel wants to be world leader. You can't.
How do you know that? Why do you think it wants to be the world leader?
They don't want to be the world leader.
They want to be left the fuck alone and not be bombed. They just want to live in fucking peace and not be bombed.
Okay, but hold on. Seriously, Snake.
Just want to exist.
Snake, okay, but
left
listen.
alone.
How in the fuck? Why the fuck?
Plain, yes or no?
Yeah.
Okay, every country, not just Israel, right? Every country in the world wants to be the world dominant superpower, including Israel. So it's in the best interest of Israel, right, to have complete control over the Middle East, right? And they can't do it alone. So they're using us, right, to do what they want to do. And in the process, right, they're weakening our defenses by, we wasted half of our missile defense systems on them.
right now. And Matt had something he wanted to play. Matt, did you want to play something?
I mean, do we need an intermission, or how are we doing here? Should we do an intermission?
Well, can I say one sentence? Only one.
All right, go
We
ahead.
got a hockey score.
Okay, so I just wanted to say shalom.
Carolina still winning.
All right, let me know if you hear this. I'm gonna try it for my others. Hear it all.
Carolina 3, the Canadians 0.
Can you hear that or no?
Spoiler alert.
Can you hear that or no? Not 2 minutes, you guys go get a drink.
2 minutes is too long.
That's too bad for you. That's good right there, right? We are Charlie Kirk. Don't forget it.
I just threw up on the side of the road 4 times. I played that.
This is my favorite song of 2025.
I hope he didn't throw up in the car. Silent, get out.
This sounds like the epilogue to like Schindler's List like movies. Like, jeez.
What's wrong with Schindler's List?
Alright, back to the fighting. Good.
I like Schindler's List.
David, I'm not shocked that you would have enjoyed that. You probably thought it was a fucking comedy.
Does the anti-Jew lobby look for any opportunity to bring up Israel?
I said I was anti-Jew.
What is the anti?
He's not talking.
The anti-Jew lobby looks equal.
So you're there for thousands of years. Not realize
there is no Palestine.
It's not. Shut the hell up, David. Like when you help anybody on an argument, it just makes them look like Forrest Gump. So shut the hell up. Palestine should be dead. So prior to that, it was just the expanded Syria.
I think Palestine disappeared or disbanded or something.
God,
From the river Israel should reign free. Yeah, okay, there you go, idiot. Another fucking moron. It's the Palestine slogan. You've already been through. So yes, you can try to do your chat GPT narrative because you didn't know what the fuck you were talking about before, when you said Israel is the one that's chanting from the river to the sea. But you can stay on mute on it because you just sound like a retard. Like, I can't, like, this is what the level of fucking idiocracy is. The SAVE Act has nothing to do with the protections of Israel. In fact, it has more to do about protecting America. But dipshits like, I don't know, Snake and Florida will say, oh, but it's the Jews.
No, I'm saying that it's in the best interest of Israel and China and India and every country in the world to watch America crash and burn. To say otherwise is to literally be intellectually dishonest. Every country in the world wants to be the dominant world superpower. How does that have anything to do with the SAVE Act? I absolutely refuse to give that power up. I absolutely refuse to give it up. I refuse to give it up to Israel.
Where in the SAVE Act does it have any of those things?
I absolutely
moron. Where in the SAVE and anything else benefit back? Give me the page, give me the paragraph, give me the accommodation, give me the appropriation. You know what? I can tell you what you can do. The best thing you can do is stay in your fucking delusion TikTok fantasy world and fucking continue to drink yourself into oblivion until one day you decide to hold your breath long enough.
Which countries don't want to rule the world? Is it all
Then shit, tell me where in the SAVE Act does Israel, China, Russia, or anybody benefit? Because again, your deflection just shows the level of incompetence and why you shouldn't talk on politics. Because you know what? KB was right all those years ago. You really are a retarded moron. Like again, you're just brought back for fucking rinse, wash, and repeat.
Right? Are you equal with Iran?
And then again, he just like drifts off and saying all this other shit. Do with the SAVE Act. It has nothing to do with the internal dynamics, and it has nothing to do with tickets. Israel, because again, he doesn't have the information. He's not informed. He just is sitting there going, "Oh, they want to be the world domination." No, they actually don't. There's plenty of nations. No, they don't. After resolving binge watching, he wins every fucking night. Here's what world domination means. You have to protect the seas. You have to fucking build a military, you fucking idiots. You can't fucking be a world empire without having massive areas. Yeah, really? You think Ireland wants to dominate the world? You think fucking Sweden does? You think fucking Malaysia has world domination prowess? How about fucking Chad? I bet you the country of fucking Chad wants to dominate the world. Anybody watching Chile right now? How about fucking Micronesia? We watching that one? How about Bugatti? Any of these? Nepal? Japan? How about those?
We should watch
the only one. Oh yes, they all do it. How about fucking Somalia? McDonald's before they want world domination. Like again, these want to go through Congo. How about this? They're not a CIA thing. They're not some fucking bullshit. Because guess what? You actually believe KB's room about birds aren't real. You know what? I got it. Just Laney Maxwell, all this shit. Everything else out there, except for the fucking answer to the topic, which shows you you're a fucking idiot. Which shows you you're dumb. Just shows you you're dumb.
That birds aren't real.
You really said that birds aren't real? You have no fucking clue about fucking world policies. You just throw up some bullshit you heard on Instagram. You would know that. You do. You're just caught in everything. Why does the SAVE Act have anything to do with Israel? What does the SAVE Act have anything on Israel, dipshit? Hey, moron, fucktard, the one with the 2 IQ who over-medicates himself, then cries to everybody every fucking time he came on Clubhouse. Dipshit Snake, you pussy. Why does the SAVE Act have anything to do with Israel?
It's in the best interest of
Holy shit, you're a fucking moron. You're a fucking moron. Oh, Jesus Christ. You can't fix this level of stupidity. You can't fix this level of stupidity. You can't fix this. This is why nobody wants to listen to you. The best thing you should have done is just shut the fuck up and went crying back because your girlfriend fucking left you and that's all you had. Don't fuck. When your bills aren't blame the Jews. Blame
When you have car problems, blame the fucking juice.
Dude, you are the most retarded fucking idiot down here. I thought today there was a couple guys that might have beat you, but at least they can fucking understand what a question is, and they don't fucking go to a curve out fucking answer all the fucking time. You're just a fucking idiot. You're just fucking dumb and retarded. No one wants to fucking take on the U.S. NATO. Russia doesn't even want to fucking do that, because otherwise they would have took over Ukraine as a whole. But guess what, dipshit? They don't have it. China doesn't even want to do it, because guess what? They would have had fucking conflict with India. This whole idea that you have this whole fucking narrative because you think Israel wants to rule the fucking world, the less than 2% of the fucking population in the U.S. You're a fucking pussy. You always have been, you crybaby fuck. You fucking retard. Go fucking cry about killing yourself over another fucking woman again. You fucking faggot pussy. Go talk about how you made out with a fucking transgender again. Go cry to KB and try to stalk her ass again. Dumbass motherfucker. You fucking faggot pussy.
I think we can all agree that not every country in this world wants to dominate. There's only
this
a
dude is a
handful.
fucking moron. Big time.
There's only
This guy cried on this app in fucking room after room saying, nobody loves me. Go buy a fucking dog, you twat. Go fucking faggot pussy. Go back to the
No, Danny, you deserve this.
You're a fucking.
He's the reason why Jews are
having
right now.
fucking been a man in your life, and that fake fucking PTR with some fucking hooker in it, thinking somehow everybody's convinced that you're sis, your girlfriend. Go fuck yourself, you fucking piece of shit. Go back to rehab, you drug out fucking loser. Go do all that shit. We all know who you are, dipshit. You actually new on this app. We know who you used to be. You used to KB all the fucking time. You fucking stalking ass fuck. That's you. Every fucking time. And now you're coming up here going, it's Israel on to say that. Trying to add some fucking shit, dude. You fucking go back to doing your fake suicide bullshit attempts again. And see if you can get same fucking sympathy you got last time, which was fucking none. Because nobody gave a fuck about you, dipshit. And everybody knows who you are. At least the old school guys know who you were. Because again, you were a moron then, you're a moron today, and you're gonna be a moron tomorrow. And by the way, that's your sister, not a fucking wife, dipshit. So in other words, stop inbreeding and creating fucking problems for the world. You ain't gonna hand shit over, dude. You never had power. The only power you had to do is fucking jerk yourself off the shower. That's not really a concert of power.
Why are we
The only power you had was fucking motion on your daddy's asshole. That's the only power you had in your fucking life. Dumbass. You fucking retard. You don't have any of that. Your uncle touched you the wrong way. So you fucking cry to everybody in the fucking app. You're a fucking piece of shit, dude. You always have been. You've always been this fake fucking wannabe cosplayer and thinking you're fucking there. Why don't you tell me again how you were Special Forces, Delta SEALs, and how you worked with all those SOF operations across all that fucking bullshit? Why don't you tell me again how you were MARSOC, fucking sniper elite? Why don't you give me some other bullshit story about you, you fucking faggot pussy? Why don't you give me any of that shit? Pull the fuck up, dude. You're a fucking shitter. You always are. You're some drunk fucking idiot that's fucking always crying on this app, crying bullshit, and then acting like you're fucking tough until you get in a room with guys like me because you are a fucking bullshitter. You're a fucking piece of shit. You're some faggot. And you know what? I remember you because, dude, anytime you want to, you can get froggy. But I know your pussy fucking ass. You're only out there to suck your daddy's dick, you fucking ass. Oh, we can definitely do hot motherfuckers because I know where you go. You go crawling back into your uncle and saying, here, daddy, fuck me in the ass again. Be the comrade that you are and fucking stay on mute.
Fuck you in the ass again.
Go ahead. Fuck you. I'll tell you what. I'll bend you over. I'll make you that fucking bitch. Yeah, I will. I promise you that shit. You fucking piece of shit. You've always been this stalker. You've always been that creeper. You're the reason why fucking everybody had to block you out of fucking Clubhouse.
I'll bend you over
were gonna kill yourself because you were stalking a fucking girl on the app. You fucking piece of shit. Guess what? KB told you no. She meant no, you fucking faggot. She meant fucking no, you piece of shit. You fuck. All those women said no to you. You fucking ain't. Go chase Monica or somebody. Mine have the American before you fucking idiot, you fucking moron.
I'm a fucking, what do you
Yeah, you're right. Thank you for agreeing. Because again, the Save America Act has to do with Israel. Give me your fucking epiphany on how that fucking correlates.
I like how we got way outside.
Yeah, you just don't like getting your fucking shit pushed in now. I bet you thought you could come back on and be this fucking cool guy, and instead of that fucking fake poser wannabe dipshit, you fucking idiots, you fucking moron, you should have just did what you were pretending you were gonna do on the app. Why didn't you have the balls to go ahead and go through with it? Why didn't you have the balls to go ahead and go through with it, motherfucker? Why didn't you have the balls to go through it? Huh? How come you didn't follow through, motherfucker? You cried to everybody on that fucking app. Why didn't you fucking have the balls to go ahead and do it? Fuck food, fuck I know. Excuses, you pussy. You have
But you guys might have
These are facts. You can look it up.
Oh, you don't know snakes? You don't know who this motherfucker is?
So we're gonna group of people fighting our day because they have a difference of opinion. This is what it is.
Snake used to be on this epic Clubhouse season 1. Snake used to go out and get fucking drunk and tell all these stories. Snake used to go around and fucking try to chase women down, particularly one named KB. He tried to chase a whole bunch of women and tried to get the whole tales about how he was fucking a special forces SEAL Ranger and then some amazing soldier of the year. This guy could Captain America. This guy said he could do everything, but magically his dates, bullshit, you were never in the 82nd. So listen, no you weren't, bitch. No you weren't. No you weren't. Fucking no you weren't. Yeah, go ahead, pull up the public record, you fucking pussy. The 82nd Airborne is not in the fucking Marine Corps.
Why? Look it up yourself. The Marines are Army.
They're not airborne.
I mean, the 82nd are Army.
They're not Marines. They're not Marines.
They were Marines. You did.
Fucking A, this guy is all over the place talking about this shit, and then he cries. Then he cries that he's got PTSD, and then he was like going to all these women saying, I'm gonna kill myself, I'm gonna do this stuff, please love me, please love me, blah, 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 blah. Send me money, I don't have a place to live, I don't have any of this shit. And he goes on this whole fucking year-long crying complaint, and then fucking people blocked him out of the room, and then they're talking about him fucking being this fucking guy about, oh, he's kind of
gonna go start my own room where we can keep talking about.
This motherfucker is
not this room, you're fine. Don't advertise another room in this room. You're fine. Yeah, alright.
You should follow that nickel all the way down. You should have did what you promised to do all that time ago.
What were the politically, what
and the Save America Act, according to this fucking moron, benefits Israel.
The world wants to be dominant.
What is it? What was his claim?
Too much of a burden to win.
Shut the fuck up. I asked the question, I said, what does Israel have to do with the America Act? And he basically says that because of Israel, the Save America Act passed. That's what he says.
Okay, what was it in the people? Hold on. I'm trying to get to the bottom. Hold on. Shut up. I'm trying to get to the bottom of it. What is it in the Save America Act that could not get passed because of Israel?
Okay, so it's in the best interests, right, of not just Israel. It's not just Israel, okay? There's other countries that play in the world stage.
I know, but what was the particular part of the act that would it would benefit Israel or wouldn't benefit?
Okay. So if America crashes and burns, someone else is going to pick up the plate and take that mantle.
Can you answer the question? Oh my God, bro.
I'm answering it.
He's asking you what in the fucking act of the Save America would benefit Israel.
Well, hold on, guys.
Save America Act. Right?
Pepe, he's been saying the same thing for fucking hours.
Like, don't understand it. I don't tell you.
Okay, so what is that part? America will crash. Now, what is that part in the bill that will make it so that
all the countries in the world to see America crash and burn, and we won't be able to crash and burn if the Save America Act is passed. So that's.
But I'm just curious. So
But hold on a second. So
You're talking to a guy with a fucking inbred IQ of -10.
no, but hold on. I'm trying. So the Save America Act. So basically, they make it harder for like foreigners to vote, or illegals, I should say. Now, if I was to go off the main narrative is that this will be the anti-Israel narrative. It would be that Israel's milking us for all that we can give them, whether it's our military might, our money, whatever. Why would they want to diminish that by making it easier for illegals to vote?
Well, I'm glad you asked me that question. Have you ever asked yourself what non-profit organizations, non-government organizations are funding these people to come over here?
I have a pretty good idea.
You're entertaining this level of stupidity.
No, I'm asking you.
Yes, I think that there's two primary reasons.
There's such an irony with this. It's ridiculous, Pepe. I just have to say this. It's actually the Save America Act. Who would benefit? American citizens from the Save America Act. So what in the world does this have to do? It's unnecessary to have voter ID and to have verification that American citizens.
But here's the funny
Our
part.
Constitution requires American citizens on voting in federal elections.
But this is the funny part, is that we can look at the polling regarding like views on Israel and what they would consider anti-Semitic views. The white majority, we are the least anti-Semitic of all of the groups, ethnic groups here in the United States. When it comes to Hispanics, they're a lot more anti-Semitic than us, and they also have much less favorable views towards Israel. Blacks, they dislike Israel, the most. More anti-Semitic views than the rest of us. In fact, the majority of groups do. Now, I guess so we can go back more to the foreigner problem. Foreigners that come into our countries tend not to like Israel, and they do not care about them as much. Which kind of makes sense because they don't, especially if they're not from the West, they're not connected to the whole like post-World War II.
Pepe, it's a ridiculous correlation. There's no connection on this. It's just absurd. But it's a way to constantly weave Jew hatred into every political argument. It's just absurd. The Save America Act is for American citizens to safeguard our elections. End of story.
Okay.
That's
but Snake, there's one group of people that seek to benefit from this, actually benefit from it. They're not doing goodness of their hearts. That is literally the left. They want more voters.
I agree with you, brother. Listen, okay? Here are some non-government organizations. Let me just name a few. Just pick some shit up. You wanted me to answer a question, okay? I'm going to name some non-government organizations, right, that are funding opposition to the Save America Act. RAC, the Religious Action Center of Reform Judaism.
You're not funding.
Yes, once again, you're bringing up religious. Do you know who's bigger than the Jews?
CPA.
Yes.
Public affairs.
They are not actively. That is such fucking bullshit. It's ridiculous.
Snake, yes. There are religious Jews and lefty Jews that absolutely. Jews are notorious for being progressive, further left, especially in America, advocating for open borders and that kind of shit, but I didn't say all, but Jesus Christ, Abby, we know how 70 to 80% of you fucking vote and where you
it's not 70 to 80%. By the way, in the last election, it's not 70 to 80% anymore.
Not in the last election, but historically. Really.
But now historically, now if you look at the last 2 cycles, we're at about 60%, okay? And it has nothing to do with the Save America Act, and he's reading off NGOs like that. This is a disconnect. And it's just another way to promote hate and to get people to hate and to do
I know,
hateful
but you didn't even let me finish. Snake.
Then the
This
benefit
is
of
the
the
thing,
Save
though.
America Act is going to benefit that American citizens are the voters. And who benefits when non-American citizens okay? So how in the world?
It's not related, but I can just like really easily rebuttal his point though, because the reality is that the Catholic NGOs really are the Catholic Church is probably the biggest obstacle to having closed borders. Realistic, they do not see us having. To them, and I get it, because, I was raised Catholic. We're all children of God. We cannot close our borders down to the sick and the poor and the needy. It's rather sinful. And so yes, and especially, you look at most of the immigrants coming from Latin America, which are predominantly Catholic. The priests that are there, including our current Pope, he was a big advocate for migration to America from South America. He was a pope in South America, or excuse me, a priest in South America. And if you look at the NGOs, like even here in Arizona, the Catholic Charities of Arizona and Southern Arizona, they were the ones that were facilitating a lot of this shit, putting them on flights all across the fucking country.
Look at the list. Look at what he put in the chat. Look at the list that he put in the chat. We have the Arab Americans in there. We have the NAACP. I mean, look at this list. The Japanese Americans. Go through it. The list of the NGOs that lean left. The Arab American Institute, the Asian American Advocacy. So what does he do? He pulls out just the ones that he avoids the black ones, the Hispanic ones that are all through this list, the Asian ones. The AFL-CIO, liberal NGO that you can imagine. Let's look at all the ones from Minnesota, by the way. It's ridiculous. So what's he do? He pulls out of this list every time he says,
well, I would say,
ridiculous.
That when it comes to
just because other countries do it.
Well, why did you put a list in with all of the liberal NGOs, but only point out the 3 or 4 that have something to do with a Jewish organization, where you avoided the Presbyterian Church of America, you avoided the Catholics that are here, the Asians that are here.
I 100% agree with you. I like what
oh my God.
That it's not just Israel who is in the best interest that America
it's liberal NGOs.
It's in the best interest of Asia.
But Israel, you're saying it's in the best. First of all, if Israel
isn't in the best interest of literally anybody, brother.
Israel.
So if you were to look at Israel, hold on, Florida. If you were to look at Israel, the number one thing, if I was them and I was smart, that I would want to do is preserve the majority evangelical demographic. Okay, they support Israel, not for the same reason as Jews, but they are definitely rather crazy about it. So I don't see why they would allow like a flood of people with all of these different religions and ideologies, people that are not evangelical, come in and absolutely change the voting patterns. Now, I know Israelis are proud and they like to think, oh, we don't need the United States, but unfortunately, you kind of do have to rely on the West. Just like Europe has to rely on the United States. Israel's a very small country.
Rely on this, though. That's my argument, Pepe.
My question though is more important.
Demographically, they have to rely on coalition with other
Save Act
countries.
itself and his original question, Elijah's question, which is why the Save Act is because we were having a political discussion, right, Joe, about the Save Act. Can we go back to why that's not passing?
Try and weigh in on this because
You know, I'm sitting here for the last half hour just amazed that people are missing the most obvious elephant in the room. The Republican Senate leadership brought it up to vote. So clearly, the Senate leadership has the power to bring it to a vote, but they haven't done it. So
why do you think Thune keeps on passing?
You know why, right?
Well, I'll tell you. So I'll tell you my opinion why Thune would not bring the vote is the Save America Act directly threatens the Senate leadership, the Senate Republican establishment leadership and their power, who the major supporters, yes, I realize there are all these little organizations and different things like that, and lobby groups. It's the corporations, largely the corporate wing of the Republican Party is represented by Thune in the Republican establishment of senators. That is who is holding up the Save America Act, because if the donor class loses their grip over the Senate, then
that's a great point.
They basically want more access to cheap labor and basic.
They did bring versions of this bill up to the fucking Senate floor. The problem is that they don't have enough to overturn. They don't have 60 votes, first and foremost. They also can't have a majority to bypass the filibuster. That's a major concern with them. Thune has routinely said that that's a one and done. It's over with. It's a signatory piece of legislation that Trump wants passed, and you can't just bring it up and say, hey, we're going to vote on it, and then have it shut the shit. So he can't do that. And then, furthermore, at the time frame now is the reason why they don't want to push it down. Dude, mute up, or whoever's doing that. The other point is that the midterms causing fucking massive fucking issues in terms of getting those votes on it in key races that will happen and have an impact on what those senators vote on is now concerning, because we have approached the midterm hour. So now they're kind of like saying, hey, we're going to wait on this to see where we land on it. And after the midterms, I'm pretty sure they're going to probably push this legislation through and try to make sure that they have the 60 votes. But right now, they just can't get past the filibuster, and they can't get the 60 votes.
All right, so 2 questions. Yeah, because hold on. I get a response.
Okay.
I've sat here for like 4 hours and I haven't said a word. So this was clearly came out with John Cornyn when Trump came out and endorsed him. Clearly, the president is upset that the Senate has been able to act, because guess what? They haven't really made it a priority to try and whip the votes either. That it's not just, John Thune coming out saying, we don't have the votes. He's not even attempting to whip the votes, to get the votes into place where they can push this through. Because why don't they want to get rid of the filibuster? Because of the Senate Republican leadership. They are quite happy with not advancing legislation that does not benefit the donor class of the Republican Party.
That's not entirely true, right?
Every time they're like, we just can't get past the filibuster.
No, that's not true, because they don't want to get rid of the filibuster because they're aware at some point the Democrats will have power. They
we know the Democrats are going to
get rid of the filibuster. So again, at some point, somebody's going to have control of the Senate, which is not going to be Republican. One of the concerns that you have with nuking the filibuster. Now, what has been proposed is to put it back to the way.
But Brad, look, you're not talking to me. Look, we have the list of the Republican senators that do.
But then you don't understand parliamentary or strategic initiatives.
Hold on, Brad. You're just making shit up now.
No, they don't have the votes.
No, you say I don't understand Parliament. Yes, we have the list of the Senate Republican the Senate Republicans that do support this, and the ones that do not. And clearly, the ones that do not support it are the usual suspects. It was Tom Tillis, it was John Thune, it was Lisa Murkowski, it was Susan Collins. This is the McConnell wing, the establishment wing.
The rhino.
I mean, so you're hearing try and talk me down on it. We literally know who they are.
Okay, great. also don't understand political strategy because we did this. We don't. Because the time we did this shit with the Supreme Court and abortion. Remember this. Themselves will fucking go, and that fucking object will win, which is why they don't want to do it like a Murkowski and others don't want to do it and fucking want to give a weapon to Democrats to be able to use against them.
Viking, but
that's what they're doing.
With something though, real quick, Joe, before you just real quick.
I just want to respond. In the Mitch McConnell wing, the Bush wing has been doing for decades is, well, we don't want to upset the Democrats. So let's.
That's the thing, right? We're talking about nuking the filibuster. Okay, the Democrats are like pissed, right? I don't know if you realize this. So whenever they get power, they're gonna nuke the filibuster. They're gonna try to add seats to the fucking Supreme Court. They're gonna try to make what is it? DC and I forgot the other state.
Puerto Rico
statehood. Like they're gonna go nuclear when they get power.
Elijah.
So basically, yes, fine.
So teen fucking Congresses that fucking Democrats have won have all campaigned on ending the filibuster. They are not ending the filibuster. They want the filibuster. It is a hypocrisy on both sides of the aisle that they want to get rid of it. They actually need it. And I want Republicans to have it because if it wasn't for that filibuster and the ability of the long-term approach that Mitch McConnell did, because, dipshits don't really look at the full context of how strategic and how brilliant Mitch McConnell was to actually deliver the Supreme Court and to win on numerous fucking cases.
You don't believe that they're going to nuke it if they get power, God forbid.
Let me blow this entire argument out of the water. The Democrats literally held a vote under Biden's presidency to repeal and get rid of the filibuster inside the Senate chambers. They fell two senators short. However, our deliver us a vote even if we lose. Okay, even if we lose. And guess what? Sinema's not in the Senate anymore. Manchin's not in the Senate anymore. If the Democrats do gain the Senate power back, we're going to get these Tellericos and these radical leftists. They have promised that they will get rid of it. And should we be the ones that wait for it around and be like, oh shit, here you go. This is they told us they telegraphed it to us. We knew it was going to happen. They were 2 votes short in the Senate from getting it done before.
And that's my concern
part about
because
this.
The Democrat
Sinema and Manchin were already known. Here's the part where it's so disingenuous. It's fucking mind-numbing. Sinema and Manchin, prior to that vote, literally months before that, had advocated that they wouldn't vote for it. And here's the best part about it, and I love this when people fall for optics. The Democrats weren't looking to nuke the filibuster. They were like, hey, you know what? We can get everybody on board and show, hey, so now this bill is done and we don't have to worry about it. And there was other things tied to it, but people forget about the rest. As far as Tellerico going, he's not going to win against Paxton. That's not fucking happening. But, I mean, I'm glad you give him the victory before Paxton even has a chance to campaign against him. But when we look at what is fucking going on in terms of how they played that out, you think somehow or another Nancy Pelosi and the DNC at that time did not have the fucking count down to the letter. One of the greatest fucking strategic minds on the left in modern times didn't make sure that her party and working in tandem with the Senate were not sitting there going, hey, this is how we can play this out.
Respectfully, Brad, I would agree, right? But the Democrat Party of then is not what they are now, okay? The leftists are running the fucking asylum.
Right now, are they winning?
So, I mean, I'm going to be
fair. But you don't want to hand them the keys to the gate, right?
Well, of course not.
Okay, so if you pass the Save the Act and you have all those no kings out there, what do you think they're going to campaign on? They're going to have a unified, centralized message. What is that message going to be?
Right. So, because
80% of Americans support the passing of voter ID. 80% of Americans. So the Democrats will then be campaigning on an 80-20 issue that they're on the 20%. Do you see how you claim I don't understand politics, but how can it be anything other than the Republican leadership does not want this to pass? They strictly do not want this to pass because guess what? The ones in power, the Lisa Murkowskis, they abuse this. That's what it is. The Republicans have been abusing our electoral system just as much as the Democrats have.
So let me guess.
Maybe it's a different story. Maybe none of these people want it to pass because they recognize that it's going to legitimately disenfranchise thousands, if not tens of thousands of their own voters. Those very white Christian conservative women, the ones that have changed their last name within the last 2 years and don't have a birth certificate updated to match their marriage license, maybe those women are going to be unduly.
They don't need a marriage license. It matches their fucking driver's license.
You live in a fucking forest. You live in a rural town. Nobody lives. You live in a town where it's
Listen, the next time I want a fucking a Somali from Egypt to tell me anything, you can just shoot me.
from Egypt. You are a fucking Neanderthal from the Caucasus Mountains. You have a congressman.
And what?
You are
And what?
a loser.
And what? You're a Somali mud pirate that fucking screams that fucking somehow or another you're a rich man in UAE.
Anyways, hold on. Let's get back to the real thing here, right?
So again, those married women aren't going to be impacted. They already have IDs. They changed their names. People actually change their names all the fucking time in the country. They don't need a birth certificate to go vote. A voter ID does not require a birth certificate. It requires a driver's license, a passport, which amazing. It's amazing that these women who are married can go on vacations to fucking Europe. They can go across the world. They can go on cruises. Yes, all of that. All they have to do is go get a passport or a driver's
Have you
license.
ever changed your name? Because I have. Okay, so
Did you get a birth certificate or a passport updated immediately?
I updated my passport.
Okay, well, not all people have passports.
How do you update a birth certificate? You update a passport. You don't update your birth certificate. What are we talking about? Voter registration or going to the polls?
Which would require
Okay, so there's different things. There's two different things. So we talk about who can register to vote. Our Constitution says that you have to be a citizen, doesn't it?
Yes.
To vote in a federal election, you're a citizen.
And there's already
So how do you prove that? How do you prove that you're a citizen? How would you prove it?
So when you.
How would you prove it?
Would you stop
How?
interrupting me?
That's your question. How would
I'm
you prove you're a
answering you,
citizen?
for fuck's sake, fucking Jew. Shut up.
Here we go.
When you go to the
What is my ethnicity?
Wait, this is the same guy that's been like condemning Jews all day and then saying he's got the right to because he's Jews. He's a Jew.
Wait, I'm so confused. Brett, aren't you a Jew?
Can I answer the
There's a war going on between the Reformed Jews.
Shut up. I'm answering Abby's question.
Yes, this is getting
so tired and you are boring.
This is really important.
So Pep,
There's a lot of bullshit going on.
Pepe,
Jews.
I'm just not going to talk about that.
90 seconds. Just 90.
How do you register to vote?
You register to vote by going or registering on forward. People need
You
to stop
can
little
put in.
box.
That's what you're going to IDs. They can fly. They can drive. They can have fucking. Guess what? They can have fucking shit in their name.
Only a small minority.
No, they don't, dipshit. They can always update a passport. We know they have driver's license. We know they have social security cards. We know that they can verify
Yeah, but
their
their
ID.
driver's license.
And they can also take, guess what? Guess what they can take with their driver's license and social security card? Their marriage certificate, you dumb fucking
Marriage
moron.
certificate isn't qualification.
Yes, it is. It does provide credence and verification of their age and their name. When they go to take their driver's license, they have it updated. You dipshit. You are never been married, and it's clearly evident you didn't fucking vote in your life. And once again, you're saying some retarded shit trying to fucking make it through. Stay on ChatGPT or Claude and trying to get your fucking answers. Because he's already schooled you. Everybody schools you. Like, you are fucking dumb. You're a fraud. You're saying millions of American women can't get a voter ID because they're married. That's factually false. It's false. Did you read the bill? Did you read the bill? Or did you quote CNN, moron? You quoted CNN. The SAVE Act is actually the best thing for America right now. So we don't have flooded districts like you, and we don't have dipshits like you fucking screaming like, oh, hey, we want this. You act fucking, oh, God.
Florida, you're wrong. Florida, you are wrong because after the marriage and the divorce to my husband, and then the lesbian that's who I loved, and she left me. Hold on. That was not that hard to navigate.
Two documents that prove your U.S. citizenship are your birth certificate and your passport. That's it. A driver's license.
No, the social security card, dipshit.
Holy shit. Card doesn't even prove U.S. citizenship, and it's certainly not a photo ID that would qualify under the SAVE Act. If you've ever gone to a polling station and shown your social security card to vote,
you said, guess what you said? U.S. citizenship. Or, guess what? A legal document or a legal number that allows you to be a resident of the United States. You fucking twat. You fucking idiot. Jesus Christ. Go back to Jupiter.
So the real reason why Democrats are basically saying right now they're hold on, Mikey, hold on. One reason is because for one, of poll tax. They're saying capability to get identification, which is racist in itself, right? The other one's screaming racism, but I think it's pretty racist to assume that black people don't have the capability to get fucking IDs or identification. And I think I mentioned the poll tax. So racism is basically the real reason why they're saying that they don't want the SAVE Act fucking pass. All this, married women won't be able to prove. Married women won't be able to prove their citizens. It's just like all bullshit. Yeah. Like there are things within the bill that help those types of women to be able to vote. This is ridiculous.
When you change your name, Florida, when you change your name, everyone goes through in a marriage or a divorce. If you try to change your name with the airlines, with your airlines club, you have to have your documentation of your divorce or your marriage certificate. I mean, it's not something that's out of the blue. You have to you go change. I am saying, why would
before you go on
if you have a credit card? Do you think most Americans have a credit card?
Yeah, but again, privilege.
Or a bank card, a debit, or a marriage certificate? Excuse me, Florida. How many times have you changed your name?
How many times are you continuing to interrupt me?
Because you're.
As many as it takes for you to realize that you're retarded.
But you're throwing me the entire fucking.
Because you're also not distinguishing.
I think the real question is, what grown adult doesn't have their fucking certificate? Like, that's the real question. But you're also speaking which is inhibiting your ability to hear what I'm trying to say.
That's not a good point.
Yeah, you talk over people all the time too. You should stop too.
Point that these privileges of having a credit card
ridiculous to me.
Have a TSA pre-approved status
Or a bank account, a checking account,
Library card, lease, mortgage,
if you were to
hotel room.
married 3 weeks
The motel Motel 6s that he lives in while banging fat hookers on a Saturday night?
If you were to get fucking
Florida, you're drinking 3 weeks before marriage. You're talking about anomalies at this point. You're literally. What I don't get is why are you using the woke left's arguments to try to.
Well, you missed it, Pepe. He's the same one that was in here okay with fucking Muslims taking over our fucking country. I think that if you are a grown-ass adult and you're not capable of having any of your fucking documents, you probably shouldn't be.
If you're a grown-ass adult,
that's where I'm at. Yeah, if you're not capable of getting a fucking birth certificate or any social security card, you probably fucking vote, in my opinion.
Matt, I actually was going to ask you a question. Tell me how you feel about this, Matt. How do you feel about requiring
Guys,
all
shut the fuck up and let Abby speak. You guys, shut your faggot mouths and let Abby speak.
Matt, my Republicans on stage, how do you feel about having a law that requires all Americans to vote? Actually requires the vote.
That sounds horrible.
I don't think I would count voting at all.
I'd be entirely against that.
That sounds awful.
Holy crap, why is everybody talking over each other? I can't hear anybody. So, Adam, to answer your question, I wouldn't want to force anybody to vote.
You wouldn't force it. You'd have like some kind of penalty if you don't. You'd also make here's some thoughts. You'd make election day a non-working day. You would make it a non-working day, correct? We've never done that.
Yeah, no, I'm okay with that, but like I would never want to do anything. So
Abby, when it comes to like more informed and engaged individuals, generally are going to be the ones that vote.
We know this, yeah.
And I'm absolutely opposed to. Look, even on Clubhouse, you don't really want people who have certain opinions to just vote based on their opinions.
I'm going to open it up a little bit.
Let me address real quick. Look, they have compelled voting in Canada and Australia. We already have examples of this. People walk in and they write in Mickey Mouse. If they don't go and vote, they get fined. It's like $100 fine. This is absolutely crazy to want to advance something like this because it fundamentally changes how our election process works, which is turnout. It's all about getting one side to turn the other. We should keep it where the most ardent supporters or people that are against those referendums or whatever, they should be the ones deciding this rather than people that do not pay attention to politics. Because you can see on Clubhouse how awful it is when people that do not pay attention to politics talk about politics.
Place in Canada or Australia where they do that, like how often that penalty is assessed, like what the percentages of the population that then show up or get kept along.
I'm talking ahead, but
what do you think?
Where's Jarl when we need a Canadian?
Exactly. He's hiding in shame because they lost 4-0 tonight.
Probably true. I like to get some new voices in here. Grace, I think you.
Hopefully he drank so much maple syrup that he choked himself to death.
I'd like to be able to ask you the question in the room, if I really.
Grace, are you there or no?
I am here.
Did you want to speak on anything that's been talked about or not?
I'm just too early. Yeah, I just came in.
Okay,
so.
great. We'll go back to you. Hello?
And I'm somebody
if you ever want to talk, just definitely jump off the mic. I'm going to give you it right away.
Thank you so much. I just want to say that somebody I was an intern in Washington D.C. and I just wish that Trump takes a step back and starts listening to those around him. I think we're in a chaos moment, and it's a concern.
So, the Heritage Foundation has found since 1982 that there have been 1,620 verified cases of of voter fraud in the United States, with one state in particular, Minnesota, having the most notified cases in the last 43 years. You know how many cases that was? 138. Per the Heritage Foundation, all of these cases have resulted in some sort of investigation and or criminal jurisdiction. Plenty of punishment. And for something that only happens like once per 4 jurisdictions per year, why is this important to take the risk on potentially impacting the rights of women to be able to vote all across the country? Perhaps again.
This doesn't impact vote. That's the worst part. You act like women can't vote. Fucking moron that did that.
Perhaps the Republicans in the Senate believe that it would impact their women's ability.
I wish they would impact your ability to, because honestly, I get where you vote from, and quite frankly, you used to go around calling yourself a libertarian or a centrist, and now I'm just like basically thinking you're a Windex licker off the short bus. But it will not impact women to vote in between American citizenship, and which is, I think, actually something we should do. However, retards like you want to sit there and go, oh, black people can't get a driver's license. Black people can't have IDs because of slavery. Oh, women can't do it because they're married. They can't go on cruises. They can't go on vacation. Which is showing me that your level of the fact that you didn't read the bill, the fact that you read MSNBC fucking right, insert rectum, and so I can just get verbal diarrhea on bullshit I have no knowledge
This
about.
is actually a great point,
What do you have?
and I actually know the answer to this, and this will tell me everything I need to know about this fucking bill. Actually brought up a good point here, Viking, or Brad. I'm calling you Brad. So here is against the census, making sure like basically illegals not being included in the census. Who is against that in here? Anyone? Florida? Really, that question was directed to you. Are you okay with illegals being removed from the census? I want to know how I'm against that. Dark, why are you against that? Because of how this was written. Include everyone.
That's good.
Whether they're citizens or not.
So what the census was included for, it was actually for appropriation of power over congressional representation and illegal and non-counting citizens, non-registered citizens, and people of the United States that get a disproportionate account of having a congressional seat based on their population, such as in LA or New York or Chicago or wherever else they're hiding it. This gives it an unfair advantage and swing, which is something that we should actually have a serious discussion.
Which is literally the reason why Democrats are the main ones that want to usher in millions of illegals in the country.
Why they don't want voter ID?
Thank you. So, Dark, I have a question.
No. Stop. Where they originally counted, was everyone originally counted, yes or no?
Everyone is accounted for.
All right. So, like I said, in the beginning, everyone was originally counted. It should stay as it is.
But you have no issue with illegals, people who are not supposed to be here anyway, to be counted in our census.
Slaves
I was going to well, we have the second where it says to invite.
Unfortunately, slaves are only counted as three.
Excuse me. Oh, wait. Say what you just said again. You said that the Statue of Liberty gave us power to do what? People in here? Invite, right? Illegals were not invited here. They're not supposed to be here.
Didn't give us any power.
It doesn't.
Statue of Liberty was a gift from the French.
Of course, but this is going off what he just said, Florida.
Yeah.
His point is that these people deserve to be here and that they have a right to fucking be here, but they don't. They're illegal. Correct?
We should just treat the illegal immigrants the same way
No,
we do
hold on,
slaves.
we're getting sees the problem. So you feel that people who are basically here illegally, they should be included and be able to influence the way
He was counted illegally. So the way I see it, the way the country is, whatever relationship you get into, that's how the relationship goes. So this country was counted illegally.
So I know where you're going, right? Hold on, Matt. I'm just wrapping up right here. I know where you're going with this slavery, right? You think because there were slaves here and slaves were brought here, even though
People who look like probably you and me already had the fucking slaves in chains waiting for the white people to go pick them up and bring them back here, which means they were all slaves prior to they went over here. You think that that's the reason we should allow a bunch of illegals in our country to influence our elections and influence the way we do business in Congress? Correct.
There's a big difference between other forms of slavery and chattel slavery. Secondly, what I'm saying is how this
Chattel wasn't even the worst.
No, this is bullshit.
Thank you.
But if we look at most of the slavery that you saw with the North Africans, now I know a lot of you brothers are probably wondering why don't the Arabs look like us? Because they chopped your nuts off right away. But no. Hold on.
Is he wrong?
No. When it comes to the type of slavery in the Berberi slave trade, shut your black mouth. Shut your black mouth. Shut your black mouth. Shut your black mouth. No, okay, it's not. Because you literally didn't hear what I had to say.
Yes.
But when it comes to the North Africans, for example, these are people that would end up. First of all, you had to eat
roughly 7 million slaves a day in Africa currently.
There's over 1 million trafficking is slavery.
Oh my God.
Okay, but most sex trafficking has to do with people from particularly Asia, but to
Latin America.
Latin America.
It's in America. It's in America, is it not?
Yeah, sure.
America.
There's
Child exists in America.
Yeah, sure. Okay, that is such. Okay, you're like.
The difference is it's a crime. It's a crime.
So he's just doing it right now and just sidestepped it with no conversation. So no empathy. No empathy. Dark. There was no empathy in it. You didn't even miss a beat. You didn't even take a breath. So you just want to argue it down. Yeah. Okay. So we're gonna.
It's an easy cop out. Slaves exist in almost
that there's currently slavery is a cop out.
Yes.
Do you hear what you're arguing?
Hey, Dirk, what do you?
Yeah. Let's go to Mike Allen.
Well, if we're moving on, you can't come to me. But I wanted to just say, Stark.
If you have any questions, come to me.
You really come off your mic and fucking like exactly.
I want to say this, Stark. I agree with you on this. You're right. Slavery did exist for thousands of years across the world. And guess what? It took my country 100 years to get rid of it. It became a country in 1776, and we outlawed slavery in 1860. That's less than a fucking 100 years. I'm proud of that, and you should be too. So you're right, slavery did exist all over the fucking planet. It took my country less than 100 years. And that bullshit about how everyone fucking ancestors, what are we talking about, bro? Do you know where your great grandmother was born? I don't know where my great grandmother was born. And my last name, bro, my last name literally means person of worthless stature. It's an Eastern European slur that, like, eventually, who knows what my ancestors' last name was? They got turned into, and I don't give a fuck. If you always look me up, come, we'll hang out and have a beer. My last name is Gring. It's like gringo without the O, Gring. So now in Mexico, it'll be like foreigner. It's an Eastern European slur. That means person of worthless stature. That's literally what my last name means. I can't go look up my ancestors and my people and wherever the fuck I came from because I'm a fucking American. And let me tell you this, my kids were born here, I was born here, I was born here, my grandfather was born here, and my great-grandfather was born here. That's 5 fucking generations, bro. How many more fucking generations do we need for me to call myself an American? I got 4 generations.
None. You tell
Get
this.
the fuck out of here with that shit.
You know what's really
Proud
funny?
that you're from a country. I'll live here. You should be proud that you're from a fucking country that took less than 100 years to outlaw an institution that existed for thousands. You should be proud of that.
Yeah, when it comes to America, this is the funny part. Is when I hear black people bitch about this, the most successful black people in the world are literally from the United States of America. Well, actually, we didn't. Britain did a little bit before us, but even Mexico, I'm just going to be fair.
He's from the same. I mentioned he has same tradition, same religion as his ancestors, even though he can't look them up. So yes, he cannot find their name, dates, and time he lived in. He still lives by the same customs that they traveled with from Europe.
Yeah, sure. But you have to understand, like, we are an outpost. Hold on. We are, or at least started as an outpost of Europe, literally.
Escaped and when it comes to getting killed for their beliefs. That's why they came here.
But if we look at it, hold on. Okay, fucking nigger mouth, whoever's speaking.
Oh.
So I guess it fits. Okay, shut up.
I got moved to the audience for saying that word.
Okay, amazing. But if we look, okay, who's talking? I'm just gonna start. Alright, so we can look at Europe. We can look at a lot of the ethnic and religious rivalries that they had, which they were in abundance. America, you had your Greek and Italian and Irish and Polish and whatever the fuck Irish neighborhoods. you know, that's how you know, dirty potato niggers like Irish came into, or excuse me, Brad came into it and out, but we overcome our differences and we become American. And you know,
American. Who decides that?
I mean, obviously, it's
Yes.
majority.
Who decides that?
Okay, so when it comes to our government, which
So you're saying white people first?
no, white people absolutely founded this country. Like the fact that you would deny that the founding fathers are all white. I think you know that, right?
So they.
Okay, so are you saying we should follow? Chattel.
Welcome.
What does that have to do with chattel slavery? You fucking brainlet. Like, okay, so can if we want to look comparison, can you tell me anywhere where black led a fucking country is not at the very best, or that is at the very best part of the developing world? These places don't exist.
Where would you rather be black?
The
Where
Bahamas.
would you rather be black?
Black people don't lead the country.
The Bahamas.
Black people don't lead the
The
country.
Bahamas, in other words, a tourist destination.
Yeah,
It's
but
amazing.
the Bahamas. Rwanda. Why the Bahamas?
Okay, but those
Black people don't lead the country. It's mostly white
yeah, but
people.
those if you look at
It's mostly white people, not black
The
people.
Bahamas are mostly
okay,
black
shut
countries.
up. If you look at the actual okay, shut your goddamn black mouth. So if you were to look at for example, the Caribbean, the places capita for territories, the highest homicide rates, the lowest standards of living are going to be in the Caribbean. Puerto Rico's part of that. But if we look at the more black areas, especially in God damn it, what is it? You have the British in America. They have the little split there. Super horrible outcomes for the black people that live there. Very violent, shitty places. If we look at America, in the United States, and you can call me racist for saying I don't give a shit. You can call me a racist, anti-Semite, a Nazi, any of that stuff. I really don't care. But when it comes to anywhere in the United States, when you have a large black demographic, they're the shittiest fucking places in the United States. Nobody can deny that. Demographically, they do super fucking horribly. What about me? Which is where my mother was raised.
Yeah, black people have a horrible demographic. It's a fact.
Where in the world would you
Demographically, no,
rather
they
be
do
black?
worse than every other group.
DC County's a rich black county.
Where
Yeah,
in
why
the world
do they do
No, I know.
every
York
other
County.
Is it like black people have
Yeah, but if you look at PG County, you also have large swaths of basically ghettos where some of them are black, but a lot of them are actually El Salvadoran. The neighborhood my mother grew up in Delphi, Maryland, no, it was all white, but it is literally, shut the fuck up, you goddamn. Okay, who is this talking? Okay, Duck, your black mouth is getting muted because of white supremacy.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and move you to the audience. Amazing. That's white supremacy at work. But I mean, the neighborhood that my mother grew up in, I mean, it was largely white, but it's now and it has been for like the last 20 years, largely El Salvadoran. My half brother lives in that house still. It's I don't know. You can bring up PG County and Atlanta.
Yeah, but Atlanta's an interesting, especially when it comes to the Black community. And Atlanta is very interesting because you do see the spectrum at play there. We have a lot of the intelligent, industrious, highly conscientious blacks that have moved to that area. So you have like a large middle class, upper middle class, and of course a lot of the wealthy black people have settled or they come from Atlanta. But there's no denying that fact that they have a large underclass of violent, criminal, poor black people.
Yeah, that's true. A lot of communities are ghettos, and Maui Street, people made it that way for them. I mean, there's like Baldwin Hills in California. That's a rich black community in Inglewood. There's certain parts where, like, there's certain areas where there's affluent black people in the community. Like, I'm from Indiana. When you go to Olympic Fields, that's a black community. That's not a lot of rich black people living there. I mean, yeah, you got a point though. I used to stare. I mean, you know, I might even start with this. You know, I troll black people, but like, I mean, Bahamas is actually a successful country. It's actually safe. It's not a rough country. Like, it's a successful tourist country. Like, it's richer than Nigeria. There's certain countries, but like, I mean, a lot of countries in the Caribbean are poor, obviously, with black people. But Bahamas is one of them. Seychelles, Rwanda, Botswana, those are rich, successful black countries.
The other thing about the Bahamas is you have that, it's like not a nepotism, but it's very hard to fire people. There's policies there that
Some of the Yorubas are half. Yeah. Some Yorubas are Muslims. Some Yorubas are Christians. So it's like it's half and half, and the Igbos are not Muslim.
The Nigerians tend to like the ones that are here. I mean, they tend to do well when they're here. Their median income too. And so when I say this, I'm called an Uncle Tom.
Some people work hard and keep their head down and make good decisions.
No, I mean, this is what the fuck I'm talking about, though. And this is why I can't stand people like Dark. Because I look at another class of people and they're fucking killing it in this country right now. And it doesn't seem like they're having a fucking problem. So when I hear, like, what is the difference for Black Americans?
Actually, the Nigerian immigrants actually do. Okay, that's fine. You can think that. You never heard that?
No, I want to hear Shar. I want to hear the Dusty. Tell us why